Chapter 507. Thinking of this, Qin Yu channeled all of his battle dragon, True Yuan, and Dao power into the Ghost King Stone. As expected, the Ghost King Stone trembled again, and a faint fluctuation appeared. Qin Yu held the Ghost King Stone in his hand and immediately rushed into the depths of the secret realm. Kiki, but halfway there, the ghost cry that echoed in the void seemed to become clearer. Qin Yu's eyebrows twitched, and he slowed down a little as he spread out his senses. But this secret realm was shrouded in dense ghost chi. Whether it was his sight or his senses, he could find where the ghost cry was coming from. Something's wrong. Even the Dragon Soul's space-time ability was greatly suppressed in this ghost clan's secret realm. Although it was not as good as the Deity Phoenix Divine Palace in the Deity Phoenix Valley, it was still at a level where he could not sense it clearly. After Qin Yu continued to fly for a period of time, he stopped. After entering this place, Qin Yu could clearly sense it. There was something in this ghost clan's secret realm that had its eyes on him. His eyes flashed, and Qin Yu's heart moved. The ghost eye of annihilation flew out from the skeleton Ghost King and appeared in his eyes. After the ghost eye of annihilation appeared, it could not help but tremble, and ghost runes appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, the vast ghost chi in this ghost clan's secret realm rushed toward the ghost eye of annihilation. In an instant, an extremely huge ghost chi vortex formed and appeared. As the ghost chi devoured, the ghost eye of annihilation's aura became more and more terrifying. Ever since Qin Yu came to the heavenly region, the ghost eye of annihilation had not been used much. As for the reason, it was because Qin Yu's opponents were too strong. With the current ghost eye of annihilation, it could only help the skeleton Ghost King. But this did not mean that the skeleton Ghost King was useless. One had to know that the ghost eye of annihilation was a supreme secret technique of the Ghost Clan. The Ghost Clan's experts had once cultivated this technique, and it could break tens of thousands of spells and seal tens of thousands of spirits. Qin Yu's ghost eye of annihilation had been sealed before, and its potential was far from being untapped. The dense, ghostly chi in the Ghost Clan's mystic realm was a great opportunity for the ghost eye of extermination. In the current heaven domain, it would be difficult to find a second place with such dense ghost chi. After the ghost eyes of annihilation appeared, Qin Yu also found the ghost hidden in the dense ghost chi. It was a ghostly being that was half a meter tall. It was humanoid in shape and only had half a face. It looked extremely ferocious. Wraith Ghost. Qin Yu recognized the ghost when he saw the half of its face glaring at him with an extremely venomous gaze. He thought that it was left behind by a Ghost Clan expert, but it seemed like he was thinking too much. Wraiths and ghosts were formed by combining the resentment of living beings with ghostly energy. They were formless and intangible. It could control people's resentment and silently devour people's souls. Of course, in Qin Yu's eyes, vengeful spirits and ghosts could only be considered ordinary ghosts. Whoosh! Since he had found the main body, it would be much easier to deal with it. Qin Yu suddenly tilted his head, and his eyes flashed. The ghost eyes of annihilation, which were devouring ghostly energy, closed, and a mysterious light pierced through the void. The wraith ghost seemed to have sensed danger and immediately hid away, but it was still half a beat too late and was pierced through by the light of the ghost eyes. The destructive power of the ghost eyes of annihilation was fully displayed at this moment. The wraith ghost was torn to pieces the moment it was attacked by the light of the ghost eyes. Qin Yu didn't hesitate and went deeper into the mystic realm. As Qin Yu moved, the ghostly chi in the mystic realm was attracted. In this mystic realm, countless mysterious and powerful ghosts all sensed it. This aura, Ghost Ancestors Divine, At this moment, in the depths of the mystic realm, there was a half-collapsed, pitch-black bone palace. In the palace, a ghost general wearing armor and holding a halberd, suddenly opened his eyes. The light of the ghost general's eyes was so real that even the void seemed to be torn apart. He stood up, and an incomparably heavy aura accompanied him, suppressing the sky. As the heavy sound of the armor resounded, the armored general disappeared without a trace. At this time, Qin Yu, who was going deeper into the mystic realm, encountered several terrifying ghosts. As the ghost eyes of annihilation absorbed more and more ghostly energy, its power became even more powerful. Those ghosts that appeared were basically annihilated in an instant under the ghost eyes of annihilation. Only ghosts that could avoid the attack of the ghost eyes of annihilation appeared. Qin Yu didn't chase after them and went deeper into the mystic realm. Not long after, following the fluctuations of the ghost kingstone, Qin Yu arrived in front of an endless cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a vast sea of ghostly energy surging and bowing violently with an astonishing momentum. At the bottom of this cliff, Qin Yu lowered his head and looked at the bottom of the cliff. There seems to be countless ghosts hiding at the bottom. The dragon's soul sensed with all its might and found that the aura of many ghosts was extremely chaotic. It even made the dragon's soul feel extremely fearful. Plop! Qin Yu also sensed something. However, he didn't hesitate at all. He jumped and plunged into the billowing ghostly energy at the bottom of the cliff. Woo-woo! Kiki! Kiki! As soon as he entered the ghostly energy, countless ghosts cried. It was as if he had entered an endless hell. It was extremely ear-piercing. The ghost eyes of annihilation, which had already gained sentience, seemed to be even more excited. The speed at which it absorbed the ghostly energy became faster and faster. The ancient ghostly runes that appeared became clearer and clearer. The ghost kingstone in Qin Yu's hand also emitted an extremely strong fluctuation of perception. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after he rushed in, Qin Yu received a sneak attack from the three-headed evil ghost. Although they weren't pure ghosts, their combat strength was close to that of a high-level sovereign. Even the ghost eyes of annihilation could only suppress their cultivation. It couldn't kill or imprison them. Qin Yu directly entered the state of the azure dragon battling the heavens and forcibly killed those three evil spirits. After the three ghosts were killed, a wisp of extremely pure ghostly fog appeared. With a sweep of the ghost eyes of annihilation, the ghostly fog was immediately absorbed. The ghost eyes of annihilation trembled continuously, and the aura it emitted was obviously much stronger. This discovery made Qin Yu a little concerned. It seemed that the ghostly fog in these ghosts was greatly beneficial to the ghost eyes of annihilation. The benefits were far greater than the boundless ghost chi. Qin Yu continued to go deeper. Along the way, he encountered more and more ghosts. Qin Yu sensed them with the ghost eyes of annihilation and killed them with lightning speed. The more ghostly fog it absorbed from the sovereign ghosts, the more terrifying the aura of the ghost eyes of annihilation became. After reaching the bottom of the cliff, Qin Yu was already surrounded by several tens of thousands of evil spirits. However, Qin Yu didn't care much. His gaze was fixed on an area of ice and snow at the bottom of the cliff. The area of ice and snow wasn't very big. It was only 10 feet wide. However, in the surging ghostly energy, the pitch-black cliff was extremely dazzling. In the middle of the area of ice and snow floated an ancient divine seal. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. The snow fairy mark. Qin Yu had seen the ancient divine seal in the blood mist devil stream in the heavenly dragon continent. Chapter 508. Back at the blood mist devil stream. Fairy Shualan had also left behind an identical imprint. Back then, after Qin Yu had crushed the snow fairy imprint, Fairy Shualan seemed to be able to know whether he was alive or not through the snow fairy imprint. However, the snow fairy imprint back then was not real and could be easily crushed. However, The snow immortal imprint before Qin Yu's eyes was a genuine existence. This pressure, after sensing it slightly, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. The pressure emitted by the snow fairy imprint. It was almost the same as the pressure from the world of ice and snow that Qin Yu had been to before. It was very likely that the snow fairy imprint contained clues related to that world of ice and snow. This should also be the reason why Fairy Shualan had left behind the snow fairy imprint. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As if sensing Qin Yu's arrival, the snow fairy imprint trembled slightly. Whoosh! The ghost kingstone in Qin Yu's hand flew out uncontrollably and merged with the snow fairy imprint. Immediately, the boundary around the ice and snow area quickly disappeared. A ray of snowy light flashed through the air, and the snow fairy imprint flew directly in front of Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu grasped the snow fairy imprint, but did not discover anything special. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the thousands of evil spirits that surrounded Qin Yu, seeing the snow fairy imprint come out of the ice and snow boundary, they immediately went into a riot. Destructive ghostly power exploded, surging violently. In an instant, Qin Yu was in danger of dying. Azure Dragon battling the heavens. Immortal Stone Emperor seal. Qin Yu's cold gaze swept across, and the Azure Dragon battling the heavens was fully unleashed. Its aura soared, and its power shook the sky. Heaven's War Emperor transformation. Immediately, a pitch-black ancient banner appeared in his hand, and Qin Yu immediately charged forward. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle erupted at the bottom of the Ghost Chi Cliff. Tyrannical Dao techniques, shocking dragon might, and destructive ghostly power crazily clashed. Layers of chaotic shockwaves appeared in the void and swept out in all directions. Qin Yu unleashed his divine abilities and secret techniques, killing one ghostly being after another. Wisp after wisp of ghostly mist was devoured by the ghost eye of annihilation. While Qin Yu was fighting, the dragon soul's eyes flickered. He could feel a very strong ghost chi pressure approaching at an extremely fast speed. Peak Emperor, Realm Master, at the very least. The dragon's soul immediately emerged from the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Qin, you still felt a certain amount of pressure when dealing with a Peak Emperor Master. Qin Yu understood. With a thought, the array flags on the spirit formation plate fell into the dragon soul's hand. Space-time ripples spread out, and the dragon's soul instantly disappeared into the void. Death God's ancient banner, shattered soul. At this moment, Qin Yu also activated the ancient godly weapon in his hand with all his might. Then, a series of ghostly cries could be heard. Mysterious ghostly runes started to appear from the Death God's ancient banner. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been fired at the same time, shooting out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Under the full force of the attack, the ghostly runes gathered and attacked Qin Yu frantically. The malicious ghosts that wanted to snatch the snow fairy mark were annihilated by the ancient ghostly runes. Although the Death God's ancient banner was an ancient godly weapon, it had been created in ancient times. It was a godly weapon forged by the evil god of death. It was far better than other ancient godly weapons in dealing with ghost Dao and soul Dao. Originally, this godly weapon was obtained by Emperor 10,000 Spirits, who was proficient in soul Dao. Later, Emperor 10,000 Spirits tried to steal the dragon soul and was killed by Qin Yu. A battle between divine emperors was not something that ordinary emperors could compare to. The Death God's ancient banner was completely destroyed in the battle back then. In the blink of an eye, the malicious ghosts and evil spirits that had surrounded and attacked wildly were all killed. While the ghost eye of annihilation devoured the ghostly mist, Qin Yu tilted his head and looked toward the southeast. The dragon's soul sensed that the terrifying pressure was coming from that direction. Whoosh! Soon, a ghastly ghostly aura, that made people feel cold all over attacked. An extremely powerful ghost general appeared. This is the pressure of the Ghost Clan. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the armored ghost general that had appeared. He had killed countless malicious ghosts and evil spirits along the way, but none of them were from the Ghost Clan. But now, this ghastly ghostly aura was different. This was not a malicious ghost or evil spirit, but a real ghost clan. Strange. The dragon soul that had returned to the divine dragon ancient seal to control the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon after setting up the 5 gods' heaven subduing array. As if he had discovered something, he muttered to himself in a strange manner. He sensed a familiar fluctuation from this ghastly ghostly aura. It seems that the inheritance of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island is indeed related to the Ghost Clan. Qin Yu also sensed something. It was the first time that Qin Yu had seen a real ghost clan. Even in his previous life, Qin Yu had only sensed the aura left behind by the Ghost Clan. The ghostly aura fluctuation of the armored ghost general in front of him was similar to the ghostly aura fluctuation of the people from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Although they were different, they had the same effect. It really is the ghost ancestors divine. After the armored ghost general arrived, he immediately saw the ghost eye of extermination in Qin Yu's eyes. Under the heavy helmet, there was a strong fluctuation of emotion in his grayish-brown eyes. He seemed to be extremely excited. Sensing the appearance of the armored ghost general, the ghost eye of extermination also trembled. He could clearly sense the ghost chi contained within the ghost eyes of extermination against the armored ghost general. He was quite excited, as if he had encountered a powerful opportunity. Boom! Qin Yu sensed the change in the ghost eye of extermination's emotions. Without wasting any time, he immediately activated the 5 gods' heaven subduing array. Immediately, the bottom of the cliff seemed to have an earthquake. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the void shook violently. An ancient formation that covered the sky appeared and sealed the armored ghost general within it. Roar! The dragon soul controlled the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon to appear, and a vast dragon's aura swept across the land. Destroy! Qin Yu rushed out with the death god's ancient banner in his hand. Vast ancient divine power exploded, and his power became even more terrifying. Dragon Clan's divine power, ancient divine power. The armored ghost general's eyes flashed with intense shock, and he instinctively wanted to escape. He could tell at a glance that Qin Yu was using the Dragon Clan's divine power and ancient divine power. Boom! However, before the armored ghost general could react, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's attacks had already swept over. An even more intense battle resounded at the bottom of the cliff. The battle broke out very suddenly, and it also ended very quickly. The armored ghost general's true cultivation was much stronger than the 2 ancient demon clan members. Although he had not yet reached the divine emperor realm, he was far stronger than ordinary peak emperors. However, under the combined power of Qin Yu, the Dragon Soul, the 5 gods' heaven-subduing array, and the ghost eye of extermination, the armored ghost general was killed. That armored ghost general had been forcefully slain. Among the 4 powers, the ghost eye of extermination contributed the most, and it had a strong suppressive effect on the armored ghost general. Chi! After devouring the ghost general's ghostly aura, the ghost eye of extermination immediately changed. Beams of mysterious ghostly light shone from the ghostly patterns. When the ghost eye of extermination closed, the black ghostly light that appeared faintly glowed white. Chapter 5:09. Kacha! In the next moment, a crack appeared on the ghost eye of annihilation. The faint white light in the dark pupil of the ghost eye of annihilation became more and more intense. Soon, the entire ghost eye of annihilation was surrounded by the white light, like a cocoon. Qin Yu, who was using the soul-devouring curse to capture the soul of the armored ghost general, couldn't help but exclaim softly, "The ghost eye of annihilation can still evolve." Qin Yu was quite surprised when he sensed the increasing number of cracks and the white light of the ghost eye of annihilation becoming more and more intense. Qin Yu didn't know much about the ghost eye of annihilation. He only knew that it was a supreme secret technique of the Ghost Clan. The fact that the ghost eye of annihilation could evolve was beyond Qin Yu's expectation. What kind of magical effect will the evolved ghost eye of annihilation have? At the moment when the armored ghost general was killed by Qin Yu, Heaven Territory, Central Continent, Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, Peng, an explosion could be heard coming from an ancient palace. Something happened in the Ghost Clan's sealed realm. An Emperor Realm Master, who was sitting cross-legged in the palace, instantly sensed it. When he looked closely, his face changed drastically. At the end of the palace, there was a statue of a god that was dozens of meters tall. The face of the statue couldn't be seen clearly. It had 6 arms, and in the palm of each arm, there was a ceramic statue. At this moment, one of the 6 ceramic statues had already shattered. Someone invaded the Ghost Clan's sealed realm and killed a ghost general. The Emperor Realm Master immediately came back to his senses and quickly flew away. Soon, there was a commotion among the higher-ups of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Then many core Emperor Realm Masters and elders quietly disappeared from the Holy Island. Ghost Clan's sealed realm. Qin Yu sensed that the ghost eye of annihilation wouldn't end in a short period of time. Qin Yu closed his eyes. Immediately, the ghost eye of annihilation disappeared from his eyes. Immediately after, with a thought from Qin Yu, that ghost general's soul was immediately refined. Qin Yu had always been curious about the mystery of the disappearance of the Ghost Clan. Now that there was a chance, Qin Yu naturally wanted to find out more. Very quickly, Qin Yu obtained the Ghost General's memories. Qin Yu had yet to figure out the mystery behind the disappearance of the Ghost Clan. Qin Yu, on the other hand, knew about the advancement of the Ghost Eyes of Extermination. This Ghost Eye of Annihilation was not formed by an ordinary ghost race master, but by the ghost race's first ghost ancestor. The Ghost Clan called it the Ghost Ancestor's Divine Eye. As for why the Ghost Eye of Extermination would appear in the Sky Dragon continent, it was unknown. However, Qin Yu was greatly tempted by the divine abilities that appeared after the Ghost Eye of Extermination was transformed into the Guizhou Divine Eyes. Ghost Dao Seal. As the name implied, the Ghost Ancestor's Divine Eye not only had the ability to destroy and seal spirits, it also had the ability to suppress all Ghost Dao techniques. In addition, Qin Yu also received an important piece of news. Before the appearance of the Ghost Kingstone, the entrance to the Ghost Clan's secret realm had always been controlled by the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island. He did not know if the disappearance of the Ghost Clan had anything to do with the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island. However, many of the strange divine abilities and secret techniques of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island came from the Ghost Clan, or were derived from the Ghost Clan's secret techniques. Obviously, the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island should have obtained the inheritance of the Ghost Clan in the past. This was also why Qin Yu was tempted. When the Ghost Eye of Extermination was transformed into the Ghost Ancestor's Divine Eye, the many Ghost Dao secret techniques of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island would be completely ineffective against him. The reason why the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island could become a top force in the Central Continent was not only because of the Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's array Dao attainments. Its special Ghost Dao secret techniques were the most troublesome to deal with. Once the Ghost Dao secret techniques were ineffective against Qin Yu, the threat of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island to him would plummet. At that time, After destroying the sacrificial evil god dynasty, Qin Yu would be able to deal with the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. The Ghost Emperor Zhentian's array Dao technique was an important reason why Qin Yu could not escape. Therefore, before he went to deal with Xing Luo, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island must be destroyed. Thinking of this, Qin Yu did not even study the snow immortal imprint carefully for the time being. He went all the way into the depths of the secret realm. In the depths of this secret realm, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island seemed to have been planning something. Although the armored ghost general was a member of the Ghost Clan, he was controlled by the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island with a secret technique. In other words, the armored ghost general was equivalent to the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's guard. However, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's secret technique was very mysterious, and the armored ghost general did not know about it. Qin Yu only knew all of this after breaking the secret technique after soul refining. According to the secret technique, there were 5 other armored generals in the Ghost Emperor mystic realm. The 6 of them guarded the 6 directions of the secret realm and strengthened the barrier of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. The center of the secret realm was hidden in the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's secret, in the Ghost Clan's secret realm. After about half an hour, Qin Yu arrived at the Bone Palace of the Armored General. After entering the Bone Palace, Qin Yu used the Heaven Evasion Thief technique to pass through the barriers set up by the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. That is, after passing through the barrier, Qin Yu stood in place and looked at the void in front of him. The place where Qin Yu was currently at was an endless void. It was like a vast starry sky. In the center of the void, there was an ancient altar that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The altar was surrounded by countless mysterious ancient runes, and it was mysterious and unfathomable. Majestic and pure ghost chi was whistling and gathering. On the ancient altar, there was a skeleton that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was not appropriate to call it a skeleton. At first glance, it looked like a person who was so hungry that he was only skin and bones. The skeleton had 6 arms, and there were faces on the front and back of its head. Although it appeared to be a human, Qin Yu was able to sense a bone-chilling demonic sensation from its body. It was definitely not a human. However, there was no ghost aura on it. At this moment, the skeleton with 2 faces and 6 arms was staring at him. It was dead silent, as it stood on the ancient altar, looking like a corpse. However, Qin Yu could still sense it. There was a weak but extremely tenacious life force within the 2-faced, 6-armed skeleton. On the altar around the skeleton, there were countless ancient divine runes and curse chains. They pierced through the skeleton's body and sealed it. This is the first time I've seen such a creature. Qin Yu's experience in his previous life could be said to be extraordinary. However, he still couldn't tell what kind of creature this skeleton was. This altar seems to be the heaven-suppressing sacred altar, the heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor's natal divine weapon. In the Dragon God Ancient Seal, the dragon's soul slowly said after looking at the ancient altar that was tens of thousands of feet tall, "This is not the heaven-suppressing sacred altar." Qin Yu had fought with the heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor several times in his previous life. He could tell at a glance whether it was the heaven-suppressing sacred altar or not. Because of this, Qin Yu was able to tell. The ancient altar in front of him was not much weaker than the heaven-suppressing sacred altar in terms of power. In other words, this was a true divine weapon that was comparable to the heaven-suppressing sacred altar. What is the purpose of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island? The dragon soul's gaze moved away from the ancient altar and looked at the empty void. No matter what their purpose is, it's right to destroy it first. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face as he looked at the countless divine rune curse chains that pierced through the skeleton on the ancient altar. Chapter 5:10. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu immediately moved. Using the heaven evasion stealing technique, he traversed through many barriers in the void. Soon, Qin Yu arrived in front of the altar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After staring at it for a while, Qin Yu immediately saw through the barriers. The spirit array disc in his left hand trembled slightly, and mysterious ancient runes emerged. Kacha kacha. Not long after, clear and audible cracking sounds could be heard. On the 10,000 feet tall altar, the ancient divine rune chains began to break apart one after another. The heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor's attainments in Array Dao were extraordinary, and Qin Yu's immortal treasury Array Dao was not inferior to his. After the formation Array's barrier was seen through, Qin Yu was able to easily break through it. Every time an ancient rune chain broke, the vitality of the double-faced, six-armed skeleton would become stronger. Chi. After Qin Yu deciphered several hundred divine marks and ancient runes, he suddenly felt a frightening pressure descend upon him. Qin Yu's movements slightly stopped. He raised his head and looked. The right eye of the gigantic skeleton, with two faces and six arms, opened slightly for a split second. A gaze as deep as the starry sky appeared from its left eye and fell on Qin Yu. When their eyes met, Qin Yu felt a terrifying consciousness that was like a physical entity trying to invade his soul sea. The divine dragon ancient seal trembled, and a supreme dragon pressure swept out like a hurricane. That terrifying consciousness was directly shattered before it could enter Qin Yu's soul sea. In his previous life, when he was besieged by Star Luo and the 12 ancient emperors, Qin Yu's soul was able to enter reincarnation because of the help of the divine dragon ancient seal. Although the double-faced, six-armed skeleton's consciousness was frighteningly powerful, it was impossible for it to invade Qin Yu's soul sea. Seeing that his consciousness was directly shattered by Qin Yu, a hint of shock seemed to flash through the deep eyes of the double-faced, six-armed skeleton. What kind of creature is this? Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. The double-faced, six-armed skeleton's cultivation was definitely at the peak of the Saint Grade Emperor realm at its peak. In other words, this was an existence on the same level as his previous life. The Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island had actually sealed such a person. What were their intentions? Seeing the skeleton with two faces and six arms, it didn't take any further action. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and began to crack the barrier again. If they released such a battle force, it would be enough to give the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island a headache. Crack, crack. Under Qin Yu's unceasing attacks, clear and audible cracking sounds were unceasingly being heard. Two of the ancient runes on the skeleton's body had already been unsealed. The aura it emitted was becoming more and more powerful. Moreover, the more ancient divine rune chains were shattered, the faster the skeleton absorbed the ghost energy. He, who was originally just skin and bones, seemed to have been reborn. His body seemed to have become full. After about 3 hours, Qin Yu, who had cracked nearly half of the enchantment, suddenly changed his expression. The barrier was triggered. The dragon's soul also sensed something. At the moment when the intent heaven evasion thief technique passed through the barrier outside, Qin Yu had secretly left behind a detection method. Now that those sensing barriers had been triggered, it meant that someone had come. The double-faced, six-armed skeleton, who was crazily absorbing the ghost energy, opened its eyes slightly again. Obviously, it had also discovered something. Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island. Qin Yu's eyes flashed slightly. At this time, it was most likely the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island who could enter the Ghost Clan's secret realm and come here. There is the fluctuation of a Saint Grade Emperor realm. After the dragon soul sensed it carefully, its eyes became a little solemn. It seems that this place is indeed very important to the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island. If it was a Saint Grade Emperor realm, Qin Yu could only retreat. although with his current means, if he took the initiative, he could already completely kill a top Emperor Realm Master. But a Saint-grade Emperor Realm Master was not comparable to a top Emperor Realm Master. Dragon Soul, get ready! Chinyu said to the Dragon Soul. Don't worry. The Dragon Soul formed a mysterious seal with both hands and fully activated its space-time ability. Xiao. Chinyu did not hesitate at all and flicked his finger. A special array flag from the Spirit Array disc was directly inserted into the double-faced, six-armed creature's forehead. After the double-faced, six-armed creature was slightly stunned, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in its eyes. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Chinyu finished his action, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the vast void. Dozens of figures appeared in this vast void as if they had teleported. Judging from their clothes, they were the Emperor Realm Masters of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. Half of the six-armed demon god seal has been broken. How is it possible? This is the supreme sealing array left behind by the first Ghost Emperor. Damn it, who is that guy? When the Emperor Realm Masters of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island arrived, they saw that half of the seal on the altar had been broken. Their faces changed drastically, as if they had seen something terrible. Even the two divine emperors who were leading the group felt the same way. Space-time turbulence. At this time, the Dragon Soul, who had been prepared, immediately took action. The mysterious and vast space-time force vibrated. The scene was like a stormy sea, and in an instant, the void turned into a world of destruction. All the Emperor Realm Masters of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island were caught in the destructive turbulence. Buzz. Almost at the same time as the Dragon Soul took action, a mysterious spirit array appeared in Chinyu's palm. Oh no, it's the boundary-breaking teleportation array. The two Saint-grade Emperors of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island immediately noticed it. They immediately used their unparalleled power to shatter the space-time turbulence of the Dragon Soul and cast their secret techniques together, trying to stop Chinyu. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Before Chinyu came, he was prepared for the possible danger, so he was already prepared to retreat. A deep void crack appeared in the void around Chinyu. Chinyu's entire body was swept away by the mysterious spiritual array and disappeared into the crack. Don't worry about him. Quickly set up the seal array. No matter what, we can't let the six-armed ghost demon escape. After the two Saint-grade Emperors of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island had gloomy, murderous intent in their eyes, they ignored Chinyu and immediately rushed toward the altar with their people. Boom. However, the sound of the sky cracking could be heard. With the 10,000-foot-tall altar as the center, huge cracks appeared in the void. Bang! Bang! A series of extremely low and soul-crushing sounds could be heard, like the footsteps of a giant. When the Ghost Emperor Sacred Islands people heard this, their faces changed again. Boom! In the next moment, the enormous altar was completely blasted apart. An incomparably domineering figure emerged from the shattered altar. Although only half of the figure's body was left, it was still entangled by countless divine inscriptions and ancient chains. However, the power it exuded seemed to be able to crush the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the void showed signs of collapsing. Finally, he's out. The 6-armed ghost demon, who had been sealed by the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island, stepped out in the air under the horrified gazes of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's people. Go back and inform the Ghost Emperor. When the two Saint-grade Emperors of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island saw this, their hearts sank and their faces turned pale. Chapter 5:11. At this time, Chinyu appeared somewhere in the Ghost Clan's mystic realm. It seems that the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others are being held back. The Dragon Soul looked in the direction of the Bone Palace of the Ghost General who had been killed. Although it was far away and there were countless barriers and barriers. But the dragon soul could still sense that there was an extremely terrifying fluctuation of Tao art emanating from that direction. Obviously, Qin Yu's last resort had freed the double-faced six-armed creature. Now it was fighting with the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and the others. I guess the entire Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, will take action. It's better to leave quickly. After taking a look, Qin Yu immediately left the Ghost Clan's mystic realm, although he didn't know what the double-faced six-armed demon god was. But obviously, it was extremely important to the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. Qin Yu helped it escape, so the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, would definitely take action. Maybe even the Ghost Emperor Zhentian would come in person. Qin Yu didn't want to meet the Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others face to face. Not long after, Qin Yu returned to the ancient altar in the Ghost Clan's mystic realm. After looking at his surroundings, Qin Yu directly flew into the sky and left. Along the way, Qin Yu found that the number of Emperor Realm Masters in the Ghost Clan's mystic realm was far more than when he arrived. When he refined an Emperor Realm Master who wanted to kill him, Qin Yu found out. Before he appeared, a wave of ghost chi similar to the Ghost King Stone appeared in the Ghost Clan's mystic realm. That wave was extremely ancient and obvious. All the Emperor Realm Masters in the Ghost Clan's mystic realm sensed it instantly. This news spread quickly and naturally attracted countless great forces. After refining his soul, Qin Yu, who was about to leave the Ghost Clan's mystic realm, thought about it and decided to stay. In terms of time, when that ancient wave appeared, it just so happened that it was Qin Yu who was breaking the seal of the six-armed ghost god. Since the seal of the six-armed demon god was related to this Ghost Clan's mystic realm, if it completely broke the seal, it would definitely have a huge impact on this mystic realm. Therefore, Qin Yu wanted to see if the Ghost Clan's mystic realm would be exposed. Would Ghost Emperor Zhentian come personally because of this? Rumble. After waiting for more than half an hour, Yi Zichen finally opened his mouth. A series of earth-shattering explosions came from the depths of the dark ghost land. Then, in the deep void of the ghost underworld land, a huge chaotic void appeared. A terrifying six-armed ghostly figure appeared in the chaotic void. Accompanying the appearance of the six-armed ghostly figure were dozens of figures with terrifying auras. Could it be that he's not from the Qingyun realm? Qin Yu's eyes flickered. The strength of the six-armed demon god was indeed formidable. Despite fighting against dozens of Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's top experts, he was not at a disadvantage at all. One had to know that this was because the six-armed demon god had been sealed for who knew how many years. His current cultivation was far from reaching its peak. Even so, he was still able to fight against dozens of Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's experts. If he recovered to his peak, wouldn't it be possible for him to break through to the Emperor realm? Could it be that the six-armed demon god came from the immortal-seeking ancient road? The battle ended very quickly. Although the six-armed demon god was powerful, he had to retreat as more and more experts from the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island came to his aid. Qin Yu did not see Ghost Emperor Zhentian appear, so he did not stay and immediately turned to leave. Qin Yu was very satisfied with this result. As long as the six-armed demon god escaped, he would definitely be a huge threat to the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. Now, Xing Luo was entangled with Sky-Burying Sword Immortal, and he had even joined forces with Dragon Tiger Emperor and Emperor God Tian Yuan. Ghost Emperor Sacred Island had such an existence to deal with. For Qin Yu, who had reached the Emperor realm and would gradually step into the world of top experts in the Qingyun realm, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Because as long as he did not reveal his identity, Xing Luo and the others would not notice him for the time being. That's Qin Yu, who was flying away from the underworld ghost land, saw a group of emperors flying past, and his eyes paused. Heavenly oasis, holy land of the central continent. Is that the blood demon's enemy? The dragon soul also recognized them. During the trip to the blood demon continent, Qin Yu and the blood demon had a verbal agreement that he would help the blood demon destroy his enemy's orthodoxy. Do you want to take action? The dragon soul asked. He knew Qin Yu's principle of doing things, and he would never go back on his word. Qin Yu shook his head slightly and did not want to cause any trouble. He had promised the blood demon that he would destroy the blood demon's enemy forces when his cultivation reached the peak. Moreover, Qin Yu had not confirmed the information about the immortal treasure that the blood demon had told him yet. These things could only be discussed in the future. Now, his main focus was to deal with Xing Luo and the 12 ancient emperors. Once his enemies were killed, it would be easy for him to fulfill his promise to the blood demon. 1.5 months later, Qin Yu passed through the barren state and returned to Heavenly Imperial Palace in the spiritual state. As soon as Qin Yu returned, he immediately sensed the tense atmosphere in Heavenly Imperial Palace. Not long after, Shi Tiangang and the others, who had learned of Qin Yu's return, immediately asked Qin Yu to go to the sacred palace. The sacrificial evil godly dynasty is making a move again. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he read the information that Shi Tiangang had given him. He had returned this time to find an opportunity to ask Heavenly Imperial Palace to attack the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. He did not expect the sacrificial evil godly dynasty to make a move again. Compared to the last time when they were ambushed, Heavenly Imperial Palace immediately knew about the sacrificial evil godly dynasty's movements. That's right. I don't know what method the sacrificial evil godly dynasty used to unite two top forces. Now, the 3 top forces have formed an alliance and are attacking openly. Shi Tiangang nodded slightly and said seriously. This scene surprised many core sovereigns of Heavenly Imperial Palace. Shi Tiangang's attitude toward Qin Yu had undergone a change that even they were able to clearly sense. That change was much greater than when Qin Yu saved Heavenly Imperial Palace and was made the sacred prince. However, when they remembered that Qin Yu could completely control the chaotic sky divine array, they were relieved. Qin Yu, who could control the chaotic sky divine array, was far more powerful than the top sovereigns. Now, Qin Yu was on equal footing with them, whether in terms of status or strength. Palace Master, Heavenly Imperial Palace should also have an alliance with a big force, right? Qin Yu looked away from the information in his hand. Since the last battle, Heavenly Imperial Palace had not been idle at all. While deploying the defense, they had been constantly drawing in the forces of the spiritual state. Of course, this time, the sacrificial evil godly dynasty has joined forces with the ancient Cold Island and the Xianyuan family. We have formed an alliance with the Sage Divine Dynasty and the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Now, the top experts of the 2 sects have arrived. Shi Tiangang did not hide such a secret information. The fact that Qin Yu could control the chaotic sky divine array was a factor that he took seriously. However, more than that, it was because Qin Yu was very likely to be a reincarnator, so he did not dare to underestimate him. In that case, isn't it, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. That's right. Among the 7 top forces of the spiritual state, except for the most powerful Wanwu sect, which has remained neutral. The 6 of us are divided into 2 factions, the East and the West. Sun Yunlang said, Chapter 5:12. There were 7 top forces in the 4 regions of the spiritual state. Now, they were divided into 2 factions with the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the Sacrificial Evil Court as the center. The outcome of this battle would completely change the power structure of the spiritual state. Shenfeng, You'll be in charge of the chaotic sky divine array this time. Of course, after what happened last time, they'll definitely target you. So, you'll focus on defense and support. You don't need to take the risk of attacking. Shirtian Gang said, Palace Lord, have you ever thought about completely destroying the sacrificial evil court to get rid of all future troubles? Chinyu said slowly after thinking for a while. Of course, I've thought about this, but the sacrificial evil court's foundation is not below ours. Just like how they can't destroy us, we can't destroy them completely either. Shirtian Gang said, if I have a way to completely destroy the sacrificial evil court's imperial palace, would you like to give it a try? Chinyu said through voice transmission. His words were shocking. Hearing this, Shirtiangang's eyes flashed with extreme shock. Fortunately, he was also a scheming person, so he didn't lose his composure in public. We've almost finished discussing the details. Now, let's go and prepare. Shirtiangang looked deeply at Chinyu and said to the other core sovereigns and elders in the hall. Those sovereigns and elders left to make their own preparations, leaving only Chinyu behind. But soon, Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang came back quietly, although Shirtiangang had concealed the shock in his eyes very well. But he still couldn't escape the eyes of Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang. They knew that something must have happened for Shirtiangang to be so shocked. Shenfeng, you said that you have a way to destroy the sacrificial evil court's imperial palace. What do you mean? Shirtiangang looked at Chinyu with a rather solemn expression. The sacrificial evil court's imperial palace was equivalent to the heavenly imperial palace. Once the imperial palace was destroyed, the sacrificial evil court would lose its foothold. The sacrificial evil court's territory would immediately be invaded by other forces and become the eye of the storm. At that time, even if the experts of the sacrificial evil court survived, they would be like stray dogs, greatly weakened. In a top force, the most powerful sovereign master was of paramount importance. However, the foundation of their existence was equally important. This was because their new forces and backup resources were all left in their headquarters. For any faction to have a long legacy, new forces and cultivation resources were of the utmost importance. Just like the previous war between the three sects, the Jixia celestial dynasty wanted to break into the heavenly imperial palace and kill everyone in the heavenly imperial palace, causing a gap in the heavenly imperial palace's inheritance. He can destroy the imperial palace of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang, who had just arrived, couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they heard Tai Mangan's words. No wonder Shirtiangang was so shocked before this. This news also caused them to be extremely shocked. Sun Jiuxia and Sun Yunlang exchanged glances with each other while they were still in shock. Qin, you actually said that he had a way to destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial palace. This made them even more suspicious of Qin Yu's samsara identity. The sacrificial evil court has joined forces with two top forces to invade again. This means that they are quite confident that they can completely destroy us. Therefore, the sacrificial evil court will definitely move out in full force this time. As long as all the experts of the sacrificial evil court are mobilized, I am confident that I can sneak into the sacrificial evil court and destroy the imperial palace from the inside. Qin, you still didn't know that Shirtiangang and the other two had already begun to suspect that he was a samsara traveler. However, even if he knew, Qin didn't care much. As long as he didn't expose the true identity of the dragon god sovereign, Qin wasn't worried about Sky Emperor Palace's guesses. Sky Emperor Palace wouldn't do anything to him before he refined the immortal Emperor elixir. Shenfeng, what do you think of the chaotic sky divine array in our palace? Shirtiangang looked at Qin seriously for a while before he spoke slowly. It's very powerful. If a top sovereign master controls it, it can definitely fight a divine sovereign. Qin said without hesitation. Qin had personally experienced the power of the chaotic sky divine array, so he still had some reservations about this statement. If he had the cultivation of a top sovereign master, he wouldn't need to rely on other means. Just the chaotic sky divine array alone would be able to kill a divine sovereign. Then, do you know that the sacrificial evil court also has a great protective array called the Evil Emperor Divine Realm? The Evil Emperor Divine Realm was left behind by the first God Emperor of the sacrificial evil court. It is said that it evolved from the immemorial divine array. In terms of power, it is no weaker than the chaotic sky divine array. Shi Tiangang said seriously. His words were the truth of the sacrificial evil court, and also the intention to test Qin. If Qin knew and had a way to break it, then it was basically certain that Qin was a samsara traveler. The evil Emperor Divine Realm was as troublesome to deal with as the sacrificial evil court feared the chaotic sky divine array. It was also because of this that Sky Emperor Palace had launched several attacks on the sacrificial evil court. Every time, they stopped in front of the evil Emperor Divine Realm. I have heard of it. Qin was naturally familiar with the evil Emperor Divine Realm. In his previous life, the sacrificial evil emperor had used it. Since you have heard of it, do you think you can destroy the sacrificial evil court's imperial palace? Shi Tiangang and the other two stared at Qin. You seriously? Of course, because I have a way to break the evil Emperor Divine Realm. Qin said directly. This guy, the corner of Shi Tiangang's eye twitched, and the shock in his eyes deepened. What kind of existence is this samsara? Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang were even more shocked. If what Qin said was true, then his identity as a samsara traveler couldn't be wrong. The evil Emperor Divine Realm. Even in the sacrificial evil court, only the god emperors of each generation can fully activate it. Other than that, even the members of the imperial family don't know about it. Are you sure you can break it? Shi Tiangang asked directly. I received a formation inheritance in the past, and it just so happens that it contains the method to break the evil Emperor Divine Realm, said Qin indifferently. He also knew that Shi Tiangang and them would definitely become suspicious after hearing what he said. However, the perfect opportunity to destroy the sacrificial evil court was right in front of them. It was necessary to reveal some of his trump cards. Tell me about your plan. Shi Tiangang didn't pursue the matter, but he was a little excited. If Qin, you could really break the evil Emperor Divine Realm, it would be a great opportunity for them. The sacrificial evil court was a huge threat to the heavenly imperial palace, so Shi Tiangang naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. My plan is as follows. As long as we can confirm that the sacrificial evil court is mobilizing all of their forces, we will split into two groups. Let's split into two groups. One group will keep them busy, while the other will attack the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Once we destroy the imperial palace, the news will spread. At that time, the alliance between the three sects of the sacrificial evil court will be shaken. As long as everything goes well, we can attack from both sides and destroy the sacrificial evil court in one fell swoop. If there's a chance, the sacrificial evil court's allies might even turn against us. Before going to the Dark Ghost Land, Qin had infiltrated the sacrificial evil court many times, so he had a specific plan in mind. Chapter 5:13. The premise of Qin plan was that he had to know the foundation of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Only by knowing the foundation of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty could he be sure that they would not go all out. Otherwise, even if they could break the evil Emperor Godly Realm, they would not be able to completely destroy the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. If they were held back like last time by Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would be pincered by the army of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. We do know the foundation of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Sure, Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, and Sun Yunlang looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Although Heavenly Imperial Palace did not know the foundation of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty very well, it was at least much better than the other factions. Of course, even if the sacrificial evil godly dynasty went all out, Qin Yu's plan was still very risky. After all, not only could Qin Yu not control the chaotic sky divine formation, but he also had to go to the sacrificial evil godly dynasty personally. For Heavenly Imperial Palace, Qin Yu's safety was the most important thing. After all, they had already found 3 of the 4 divine herbs and news of the immortal spirit grass. If the sacrificial evil godly dynasty had not suddenly joined forces with the other 2 factions, Heavenly Imperial Palace would have already gone to find the immortal spirit grass. Palace Master, if the sacrificial evil godly dynasty really goes all out, then this will be a great opportunity. Not only will we be able to destroy the sacrificial evil godly dynasty, but we will also be able to intimidate the other factions. Once this chaos is over, no one will be able to shake our position in the spiritual state. Seeing that Shi Tiangang and the other 2 were deep in thought, Qin Yu spoke again. Shi Tiangong's eyes flashed as he was tempted. Heavenly Imperial Palace's situation in the spiritual state had become more and more delicate. That was why they were so anxious to reignite the bloodline of the 3 sovereigns. If they could really destroy the sacrificial evil godly dynasty, then it would be a great opportunity to establish their authority in the spiritual state. Shenfeng, are you the only one who can break the evil emperor godly realm? Sun Yunlang said when he heard Sumo's words. Heavenly Imperial Palace did not have an emperor-grade alchemist. Sun Yunlang and Elder Pang, one was an emperor-grade alchemist, and the other was an emperor-grade array master. If Qin Yu told them the method, they might be able to master it. This way, Qin Yu wouldn't have to take the risk. Elder Sun, if you had enough time, it would not be difficult for you and Elder Pang to master it. However, I'm afraid you don't have the time now. With that, Qin Yu waved his hand, and an ancient scroll appeared, which flew towards Sun Yunlang. Sun Yunlang took the ancient scroll. His sovereign spirit surged as he sensed the scroll. Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao also looked at Sun Yunlang. It's an immemorial divine rune. After a while, Sun Yunlang, who had broken the seal on the scroll, was shocked. The primordial divine rune was a divine rune unique to the primordial era. It contained the divine charm of the primordial era. This was the reason why the immemorial divine arrays far surpassed the spiritual arrays of today. I'll need at least 3 months to completely master these primordial divine runes. Sun Yunlang said to Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao. As he spoke, the shock in his eyes grew even more intense. Qin Yu said that there was a way to break the evil emperor god realm. This meant that Qin Yu's current array Dao attainments had reached the level of an Emperor Great Array Inscription Master. In fact, he was not inferior to Elder Pang and him. If that's the case, let's get started. Shi Tiangang was also a decisive person. Since he knew that this was a great opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Immediately, the 4 of them discussed the specific details of the plan. This time around, Qin Yu was not the only one who was going. Heavenly Imperial Palace needed to send at least 4 top emperors. Only then could they quickly destroy the Imperial Palace of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty before the army of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty could react. They would completely destroy the new strength of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. With 4 top emperors and Qin Yu, Heavenly Imperial Palace's top combat power would be reduced by nearly half. if they hadn't joined forces with the Saint Divine Dynasty and Heavenly Sun Holy Land. This plan would have been impossible to implement. With Heavenly Imperial Palace's strength, it was impossible to divide so many top emperors. Soon, the four of them finished their discussion, and Qin Yu left the temple. Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, and Sun Yunlang began to discuss again. Not only did they discuss Qin Yu's plan, but they also discussed Qin Yu's identity as a reincarnator. This plan requires us to act together with the Heavenly Emperor Palace and others. I'm afraid that we will expose our trump cards. They might even suspect your identity. After Qin Yu returned to his residence, the dragon's soul immediately appeared from the divine dragon ancient seal. In fact, when Qin Yu proposed the plan to Heavenly Imperial Palace, the dragon's soul felt that something was wrong. The dragon's soul still felt that the best time to deal with the sacrificial evil god dynasty was when Aod arrived and went to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Because as long as Qin Yu obtained an opportunity in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, his strength would rise to another level. At that time, Qin Yu would have a much greater chance of success. We can't miss this opportunity. If we miss this chance, we will have to redeploy our forces and create an opportunity to destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty again. As for Heavenly Imperial Palace, even if they have doubts, they don't have to worry. At least we have the same goal as them when it comes to the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Qin Yu said, but this way, when the immortal emperor pills are successfully refined, there might be trouble. This was what the dragon soul was worried about. As Qin Yu said, Heavenly Imperial Palace now needed Qin Yu to refine the immortal emperor pills. Therefore, even if they had doubts, they would not do anything now. However, once the 4 divine herbs were found and the immortal emperor pills were successfully refined, Heavenly Imperial Palace would not be so easy to deal with. No faction would allow someone who they didn't know to stay in their territory forever. We can only talk about this when the time comes. Qin Yu had naturally thought about this, but now he was no longer the weak cultivator who had just arrived at the spiritual state. Therefore, no matter how Heavenly Imperial Palace would react in the future, Qin Yu now had to borrow the power of Heavenly Imperial Palace to destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty. After talking for a while, Qin Yu began to make preparations. Even if the sacrificial evil god dynasty really came out in full force, they would definitely not hold back. Qin Yu could not predict what kind of accident would happen at that time. Therefore, before taking action, Qin Yu had to make comprehensive preparations. Only when he was completely prepared did Qin Yu take out the Snow Fairy imprint. After returning from the underworld ghost land, Qin Yu was called by Shi Tiangang for a discussion, and only now did he have time to investigate. After carefully probing, Qin Yu found a wisp of extremely familiar soul power fluctuation from the Snow Fairy imprint. That wisp of soul power fluctuation was the Snow Lotus Fairy's origin soul power. After sensing this wisp of soul power fluctuation, Qin Yu, who was originally a little worried, immediately relaxed. As long as nothing happened to this wisp of origin soul power, it meant that the Snow Lotus Fairy was safe. Of course, while feeling relieved, Qin Yu also felt a little regretful. This Snow Fairy imprint did not have any clues about the world of ice and snow. It seemed that he could only wait until his cultivation was completely recovered in the future, and then Qin Yu would think of a way to find out what that world of ice and snow was. Chapter 5:14. As the 6 top forces formed an alliance, the atmosphere became tense. During this period, the entire spiritual state became extremely oppressive, as if a destructive storm was about to strike. The other forces that had been fighting chaotically all quieted down at this moment. All the forces were waiting for the result of the 6th sect war. Many of the major forces were ready to make a move. The Great War of the 6 sects was an excellent opportunity for them to rise. No matter which side lost, they would benefit from it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dong, dong, dong. On this day, the sky had just brightened when a long bell rang in the Sky Emperor Palace. Powerful, murderous auras soared into the sky like prehistoric beasts that were about to awaken. Only the Emperor realm experts of the 3 top forces and 2 super forces were left in the Sky Emperor Palace. The rest of the people, who were below the high-level martial Emperor realm, had all left. No one knew what the outcome of this war would be. The Sky Emperor Palace naturally had to be prepared to prevent the worst from happening. Rumble, a shocking power that seemed to be able to crush the void, like a tsunami, came whistling from the distant horizon. Soon, a dense crowd of figures appeared in front of the tens of thousands of experts in the Sky Emperor Palace. In the Sky Emperor Palace, Shi Tiangang, the Holy Master of the Tianyang Holy Land, and the Divine Master of the Saint Dynasty stood side by side. Looking at the army of martial artists, Shi Tiangong's eyes narrowed as he sized them up. His attention fell on the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. He really isn't here. After sizing them up for a while, a strange look flashed in Shi Tiangong's eyes. The sacrificial evil god dynasty had sent out all their forces. However, they did not see the sacrificial evil god emperor in the Sixth Sect War. The sacrificial evil god dynasty was confident in the previous war between the 3 sections. Even without God Emperor Jixie's intervention, he could still destroy their heavenly imperial palace. The battle between the 6 sects this time was completely related to each other's life and death. If the sacrificial evil god emperor was here, there was no reason for him not to show up. Could it be, as Shen Feng said, that the sacrificial evil god emperor is no longer in the sacrificial evil god dynasty? In Shi Tiangong's mind, he couldn't help but recall the important information that Qin Yu had told them a few days ago. The Jixie godly emperor had only appeared when the Jixie godly dynasty moved to the northern region of the spirit state. At that time, for some unknown reason, God Emperor Jixie's cultivation had fallen from Divine Emperor to Peak Emperor. This was also the main reason why the heavenly imperial palace had dared to go against the sacrificial evil deity dynasty even after the Divine Emperors had disappeared. However, ever since God Emperor Jixie had stabilized his position, God Emperor Jixie had never appeared. Previously, Shi Tiangang thought that God Emperor Jixie was recovering his cultivation. Now, it would appear that it was truly as Qin Yu said. Palace Master Shi, don't you think there are too few top emperors in Sky Imperial Palace? At that moment, the Holy Master of the Sky Sun's sacred land retracted his gaze and looked at Shi Tiangang. The Divine Lord of the Saint Divine dynasty also looked at Shi Tiangang with a slight frown. According to their intelligence, there were at least 10 top emperors in Heavenly Imperial Palace. Now, however, there were only 6 top emperors in Heavenly Imperial Palace. They were 4 less. The combat strength of 4 top emperors played a decisive role in a battle of this level. It might even decide the outcome of the battle. They did not know what Shi Tiangang was up to when the Heavenly Imperial Palace had not come out. Although the 3 major forces had joined forces, it did not mean that they were willing to fight for the Heavenly Imperial Palace. They were involved in the battle because if the Heavenly Imperial Palace was destroyed, their future in the spirit state would be difficult. If the Heavenly Imperial Palace wanted to scheme against them, they would definitely leave immediately. Brother Tang, please calm down. In fact, we have already launched a strict plan against the Jixie godly dynasty. Shi Tiangang naturally knew what the Sky Sun's sacred land and the Saint Divine dynasty were thinking and smiled slightly. Immediately, Shi Tiangang informed them of the plan to split into 2 groups via voice transmission. Except for Qin Yu, Shi Tiangang did not hide the rest of the plan to calm the hearts of the 2 major forces. After all, The heavenly imperial palace needed the help of the Sky Sun Sacred Land and the Saint Divine Dynasty at this time. Otherwise, the Jixia Godly Dynasty would join forces with the two top forces and the several superforces. The heavenly imperial palace alone could not stop them. Isn't this plan a little risky? The divine lord of the Saint Divine Dynasty had a look of surprise in his eyes. The battle was imminent, and they did not have time to blame Shi Tiangang for not communicating with them in advance. What they considered were the pros and cons of the plan. It is indeed very risky, which is why I only sent out the people of the heavenly imperial palace. This way, even if there is any danger, we will bear it alone. However, if the plan succeeds, then we can destroy the Jixia Godly Dynasty in one fell swoop. At that time, we can divide the resources of the Jixia Godly Dynasty. Therefore, this risk is worth taking. Shi Tiangang said. If that's the case, does that mean we have to change our battle plan? The Lord of the Sky Sun's Sacred Land and the Divine Lord of the Saint Divine Dynasty pondered for a moment and guessed Shi Tiangong's next strategy. That's right. Whether the plan goes smoothly or not, we have to focus on defense for the time being. Shi Tiangang nodded. If the attack on the Jixia Godly Dynasty went smoothly, then they had to hold them back with all their strength. If they encountered any obstacles, then they had to wait for Sun Jiuxiao and the others to return before they could carry out the original plan. Shi Tiangang, we meet again. At this moment, the Jixia Godly Dynasty, the Xianyuan family, and the ancient Cold Island. Tens of thousands of martial artists from the three top forces approached the heavenly imperial palace with a vast pressure. Kong Shaxiong, the Jixia Godly Emperor, who was wearing a gray robe with black stripes and holding a skeleton staff, stepped forward. He took a step forward and stared at Qinyu with an extremely gloomy gaze. "Ha ha, I let you escape by luck last time. This time, I won't give you such a chance." Shi Tiangang sneered. "Escape by luck? You really dare to boast shamelessly," Kong Shaxiong said sinisterly. "You should know whether I am boasting shamelessly or not. Speaking of which, I am quite curious why the Divine Lord of the Jixia Godly Dynasty has not shown himself. Could it be that he has met with some mishap?" The sneer on Shi Tiangong's face deepened. He deliberately said this to the Xianyuan family and the ancient Cold Island. As long as they were suspicious, their combat strength would be affected. Hearing Shi Tiangong's words, the top sovereigns of the Jixia Godly Dynasty changed their expressions slightly. Shi Tiangang actually knew about this matter. This greatly exceeded their expectations. The heavenly imperial palace is now in decline. There is no need for the Divine Lord of the Jixia Godly Dynasty to deal with you. The corner of Kong Shaxiong's eyes twitched, and the sinister killing intent in his eyes became more terrifying. However, he was also a veteran of many battles, so he could naturally deal with it skillfully. However, he still noticed that the sovereigns of the ancient Cold Island and the Xianyuan family had a strange look in their eyes. Chapter 5:15. Of course, ancient Frost Island and the Xianyuan family were only slightly surprised by Shi Tiangong's words. Before the three sects formed an alliance, Kong Shaxiong had already said that God Emperor Jixia was in seclusion, trying to break through to the divine sovereign level, so he wouldn't be involved in this war. It was for this reason that ancient Frost Island and the Xianyuan family had chosen to ally with the Jixia Godly Dynasty. In the current spiritual state, none of the 7 top forces and 10 super forces had a divine sovereign level. Once God Emperor Jixia succeeded in breaking through to the divine sovereign level, the Jixia Godly Dynasty would become the overlord of the spiritual state. If that happened, they, who had allied with the Jixia Godly Dynasty, would obtain great resources and benefits in the future. Cut the crap. Sure, Tiangang. It's time for me to repay the blood debt of God Emperor Jixia's younger generation. Kong Shashio's murderous intent surged, and evil ancient runes appeared on his skeletal staff. The might of a peak Emperor Venerate was clearly displayed from Kong Shadding's body, making one's heart tremble. Yes, it's time for us to settle the grudge between our sects today. Shi Tiangong's eyes were cold as an ancient token appeared in his hand. Immediately, the sky disorder divine array above Imperial Palace trembled, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. When Kong Shang, who was filled with killing intent, saw this, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. This time, Imperial Palace didn't let Qin Yu control the divine array. This was beyond his expectations. Whoosh, whoosh. Shi Tiangang didn't give Kong Shashio any time to react, and he immediately controlled the divine array to attack. Beams of destructive divine light shot out from the sky disorder divine array, like 10,000 arrows, tearing the void apart. The sovereigns of the Jixia godly dynasty all looked grave. The power of the sky disorder divine array was still deeply etched in their minds. No, it seems to be stronger. Soon, the Jixia godly dynasty discovered that the power of the sky disorder divine array was much more terrifying than before. Kill. Kong Shashio's cold murderous gaze didn't change at all. He immediately ordered coldly. As the void trembled violently, great desolate beasts appeared among the Black Army. These great desolate beasts charged through the air, charging toward the sky disorder divine array, without fear of death. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle broke out in an instant. Violent and destructive fluctuations swept out like a hurricane. For a time, space shattered while mountains and rivers collapsed. It was like the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, in the depths of the Sky Emperor Palace, in an ancient building, 5 figures were quietly teleporting away. The 5 of them were none other than Qin Yu, Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, Sun Yunlang, and Shi Tianyun. Shi Tianyun was the younger brother of Shi Tiangang. If there were no accidents, he would be the next emperor of the Imperial Palace. After Shi Tiangang confirmed that the sacrificial evil godly dynasty's main force had been mobilized, the primordial evil godly dynasty's main force had been mobilized, Qin Yu and the other 4 immediately teleported away. This was a plan for a 10,000-mile-long raid. Regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, it had to be done quickly. Therefore, other than Qin Yu's group of 5, they didn't bring anyone else. Too many people would be a burden. In a barren mountain somewhere in the northern region of the spiritual state, after the formation trembled, Qin Yu and the other 4 appeared in the air. This is the Black Devil Mountain range of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Sun Jiuxiao flew to the top of the barren mountain. After looking around, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The Black Devil Mountain range was located in the center of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. It was very close to the imperial palace of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Normally, this mountain range was the training ground for the descendants of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Qin Yu said that he had already left a teleportation array in the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. However, Sun Jiuxiao didn't expect that Qin Yu would leave a teleportation array in the center of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Other than the imperial palace in the center of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty, the 12 surrounding royal cities all have barriers set up. It could be said that the 12 royal cities themselves were a huge barrier. The purpose is to protect the imperial palace in the center. Therefore, we have to use a secret technique to escape underground and avoid the barriers of the 12 royal cities. This way, we can avoid the detection of the people of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty and quietly sneak into the imperial palace. Qin Yu took out a map of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty, the imperial palace, and the 12 royal cities and explained in detail. I heard that the barriers of the 12 royal cities are extremely powerful. If we leave them alone, we will encounter a strong resistance when we leave, Shi Tianyun said. Don't worry. I've already thought of a countermeasure for this. Not only will the barriers of these 12 royal cities not obstruct us, but they can even be used by us. Qin Yu's tone was very confident. He had a detailed plan to destroy the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. He had already taken the barriers of the 12 royal cities into consideration. If that's the case, let's move out. Sun Guxing said immediately after seeing that the divination didn't show any danger. Regardless of whether this plan succeeded or failed, they couldn't afford to drag it out. Let's go. Without hesitation, the 5 of them immediately burrowed into the ground. Under Qin Yu's lead, they easily passed through the barriers of the 12 royal cities and arrived outside the imperial palace. A ring of red divine light enveloped the entire imperial palace. That ring of red divine light was the sacrificial evil godly dynasty's great protective formation, the evil emperor god realm. The evil emperor god realm wasn't just a simple formation. It was a divine formation that merged formations and barriers. In other words, the sacrificial evil godly dynasty's imperial palace was visible to the naked eye, but in reality, it was located in another spatial barrier. Deep underground, Qin Yu and Sun Yunlang split up. Qin Yu started to break through the evil emperor god realm, while Sun Yunlang secretly set up a formation. Their goal this time was to completely destroy the sacrificial evil godly dynasty's imperial palace. Therefore, they would not let anyone from the imperial city go, in case any of the imperial family members escaped. Apart from that, the heavenly imperial palace wouldn't let the 12 royal families of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty go either. Only by destroying the imperial palace and the royal families would the sacrificial evil godly dynasty be completely destroyed. Of course, there was a priority to everything. Qin Yu and the others' current goal was still the sacrificial evil godly dynasty's imperial palace. Only after the imperial palace was destroyed would they deal with the 12 royal families. The 12 royal cities were quite far from the sacrificial evil godly dynasty's imperial palace. If the plan went smoothly, they could destroy the imperial palace before the 12 royal cities could react. Crack! Less than half an incense stick's worth of time later, Qin Yu broke through the evil emperor god realm's barrier. At the same time, Sun Yunlang also set up a sealing barrier. The sacrificial evil godly dynasty's imperial palace was like a turtle in a jar. There was nowhere to run. Attack! Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, and Shi Tianyun were excited when they saw Qin Yu break through the evil emperor god realm's barrier. Without the evil emperor god realm, the imperial palace was like a fierce beast without claws and fangs. It was at their mercy. The moment the barrier was broken, the 3 of them followed Qin Yu into the evil emperor god realm. Sun Yunlang stood guard outside the evil emperor god realm. He was controlling the sealing enchantment to prevent the people of the imperial city from breaking through the enchantment and escaping. Chapter 5:16. Boom. Soon, an earth-shaking explosion came from the imperial city of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Chaotic and destructive fluctuations swept across the land. But under Sun Yunlang's barrier, the outside world could not hear anything. Is this a top emperor realm master? What happened? How did they pass through the evil emperor god realm? The evil emperor god realm is an ancient divine array. They can't break through the barrier silently. Quick, take control of the evil emperor god realm and summon the god emperor Dharma idol to suppress them. No, the evil emperor god realm is out of control. Damn it, quickly inform the great prince. With the invasion of Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, and Shi Tianyun, the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial city was in chaos. Although there were nearly 100 Emperor Realm Death Guards in the imperial city, the difference in cultivation was too great. Under the joint attack of Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, and Shi Tianyun, the three top Emperor Realm Masters, the Emperor Realm Death Guards who tried to stop them were killed one after another. The last time the Heavenly Imperial Palace was in danger, the Divine Guards were able to stop the sacrificial evil god dynasty. It was because of the chaotic heaven god array, which affected the combat power of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and Five Ghost sect. Moreover, Sun Guxing was also present at that time, so he could barely stop the invasion of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. But now, the evil emperor god realm was broken through by Qin Yu, and Sun Guxing, Shi Tianyun, and Shi Tianyun were all top emperor realm masters. The battle prowess that the three of them could unleash when they joined forces was definitely enough to destroy the world. Therefore, even if the death guards of the sacrificial evil god dynasty tried their best to resist, it was useless. As for Qin Yu, when he entered the barrier, he quietly separated from Sun Guxing and the other two. At this time, Qin Yu had already entered the depths of the imperial city and was searching the imperial palace. Just like the heavenly imperial palace had the ancestral realm, the sacrificial evil god dynasty should have a similar place. The most likely place was the imperial palace in the imperial city. After all, this was where the imperial family of the sacrificial evil god dynasty resided. When he sneaked in, Qin Yu also summoned the skeleton ghost king. The skeleton ghost king caused destruction in the imperial city to attract the attention of the sacrificial evil god dynasty cultivators. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he was able to sneak into the imperial palace after using the heaven-evading thief technique, protect all members of the royal family, and enter the ancestral shrine. The enemies who attacked this time were all peak emperors. Those below the emperor realm have all entered the ancestral temple. In the imperial palace, the news of the invasion of three top-notch sovereigns made everyone panic. Everyone was moving in a certain direction. After secretly killing a member of the royal family, he disguised himself as Qin Yu. He followed the royal family members to the ancestral shrine of the evil-worshipping god dynasty. Several breaths later, Qin Yu arrived at the depths of the imperial palace, in front of a stone hall that was only several dozen zhang in size. The stone palace was built with ordinary stones, and there was nothing special about it. However, in this incomparably glorious imperial city, it was extremely eye-catching. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, just as Qin Yu was about to step into the stone hall, a voice rang out. An evil and terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the stone palace. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated. Bang! At this moment, an extremely terrifying evil force suddenly blasted the place where Qin Yu was standing. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and wreckage littered the ground. The people of the evil-worshipping god dynasty were affected, and they were directly smashed to pieces by the terrifying evil force. Oh no, an enemy has invaded. This sudden change scared the members of the royal family of the evil-worshipping god dynasty out of their wits. The Emperor Realm Guards of the evil-worshipping god dynasty also reacted immediately and rushed out to kill. Roar! Qin Yu did not even look at them, and a dragon roar rang out. The Emperor Realm Masters who had rushed over were all blasted into dust. It was the attack of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon controlled by the dragon soul in the ancient dragon god seal, but it did not show up. It was better not to expose his trump cards, if he could. This stone palace is a little strange. The dragon's soul also sensed the situation of the stone palace while controlling the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. In the stone palace, there was an extremely pure evil spirit qi emitting. The purity was even higher than that of the evil-worshipping god emperor. Could it be that the evil spirit of the evil-worshipping god dynasty still exists in this world? After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu's figure flickered slightly, and he rushed towards the stone palace again. At the moment when he rushed out, Qin Yu formed hand seals with both of his hands. Evil shattering finger. When the vast evil force came crashing down again, Qin Yu suddenly pointed out with both hands. The terrifying finger broke through the air and directly tore apart the terrifying evil force. Bang! Then Qin Yu's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the stone palace, and a blood-red sword light flashed in the void. The god-slaying sword appeared, and it slashed out a series of destructive sword lights and directly shattered the stone palace. The power of an ancient divine weapon was undoubtedly displayed. In the next moment, a chaotic, destructive shockwave burst out like a tsunami and swept over. More than half of the palace was destroyed in an instant. It was exactly as Qin Yu had anticipated. That stone palace was a secret realm. Now that the stone palace was destroyed by Qin Yu, the power of the secret realm completely erupted at this moment. That is, Qin Yu, who was surrounded by the eternal Stone Emperor's seal and blocked the chaotic, destructive shockwave, had a strange look in his eyes. In the shattered stone palace, a black figure more than 10 feet tall appeared. It was not a human figure, but a huge ancient vine. No way! The evil spirit of the evil-worshipping god dynasty is still alive. Seeing this, the dragon soul was in disbelief. The huge ancient vine was the first-generation evil spirit of the evil-worshipping god dynasty. The path of the evil-worshipping god dynasty's sacrificial spirit was passed down by this first-generation evil spirit. This is not the original body. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. If it was really the evil spirit of the primordial era, Qin Yu would be in great trouble now. According to various ancient records, the evil spirit of the evil-worshipping god dynasty was born in the primordial era, and it was very likely that it had comprehended primordial immortal power. Primordial immortal power was strong enough to crush martial path, true origin power. The huge ancient vine in front of Qin Yu should only be a branch of the primordial evil spirit. Bang! Bang! When the huge ancient vine appeared, many of the surviving members of the evil-worshipping god dynasty's royal family exploded instantly. The bloodline of the evil-worshipping god dynasty's royal family members was completely devoured by the huge ancient vine. They could clearly feel that the evil spirit power of the huge ancient vine was becoming stronger and more terrifying. The evil spirit has appeared. This is great. The people of the evil-worshipping god dynasty who had gathered were all excited when they saw the huge ancient vine. The evil-worshipping god dynasty's guardian spirit rarely appeared when the country was offering sacrifices. They did not expect it to appear at such a critical moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Gushing, Sun Jiuxiao, and Shi Tianyan also sensed it and immediately flew over. The evil-worshipping god dynasty's guardian spirit, Sun Gushing, and the other two looked a little serious when they saw the huge ancient vine. The aura emitted by the huge ancient vine caused them to feel a little fearful. Elder Sun, this should be the last trump card of the evil-worshipping god dynasty. I'll leave it to you. When Sun Gushing and the other two arrived, Qin Yu did not attack and immediately retreated. Chapter 517. Whoosh! That enormous ancient vine guardian spirit seemed to have its eyes on Qin Yu. Accompanied by a strong wind like a tornado, a pitch-black vine shadow broke through the air and flew out. Qin Yu only felt his entire body tighten. At this moment, the void was oppressing him, leaving him with nowhere to run. Slash! Just as the dragon soul was about to use its space-time divine ability to help Qin Yu escape, a loud roar rang out. Then a beam of dazzling starlight pierced through the void and pierced through the vine shadow. Whoosh! Qin didn't hesitate. His figure flashed, and he immediately flew away. Rumble! Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, and Shi Tianyun immediately entangled the giant, ancient vine guardian spirit that attacked again. The battle prowess of the giant, ancient vine guardian spirit was no weaker than a peak emperor. Even when surrounded by Sun Guxing and the other two, the ancient vine guardian spirit did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The four of them fought in the void. Violent and destructive shockwaves swept across the world. The cultivators around the sacrificial evil god dynasty were caught in the crossfire and died before they could even escape. Qin Yu, who had retreated from the chaotic battle, took the chance to kill a member of the royal family of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. After soul-searching and soul-refining, Qin Yu headed towards a certain place in the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial city. A short while later, Qin Yu arrived at a secret realm in the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial city. In that secret realm, there was a vast ocean of rare treasures. This was a secret realm where the imperial family members of the worshipful evil god dynasty stored their cultivation resources. This was one of the reasons why Qin Yu wanted to destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty. To the current Qin Yu, cultivation resources were exactly what he lacked. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with joy. The purple lightning divine dragon had already reached the peak of martial emperor. As long as he could refine the thunder-crossing immortal pill, he would be able to steadily advance to the emperor realm. However, the golden flame, heaven-burning dragon's cultivation was too weak. Right now, he was only a rank 4 martial emperor. However, with such vast resources, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the emperor realm. Immediately, Qin Yu's thoughts moved, and the divine dragon ancient seal appeared. The cultivation resources in the secret realm were immediately stored into the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Although this secret realm was extremely large, it paled in comparison to the divine dragon ancient seal. Soon, all the resources in the entire mystic realm were collected by Qin Yu. Just as Qin Yu was about to leave the secret realm with a bountiful harvest, he suddenly sensed something and exclaimed softly, "What did you find?" Seeing this, the dragon's soul immediately sensed it, but it did not sense anything unusual. There is an extremely weak fluctuation of the ancient immortal token. Qin Yu was a little bewildered. He immediately took out the ancient immortal token that Blood Devil had given him. The ancient immortal token's ripple, which was originally undetectable, suddenly became clear. Qin Yu immediately flew over. He found a sealed ancient immortal token in a mysterious illusory formation in the secret realm. That's 3 ancient immortal badges. The dragon soul's eyes shone with joy. According to the Blood Devil, to break the immortal energy seal at the center of the immortal treasure, he had to find all 8 ancient immortal tokens. Qin Yu had obtained the ancient immortal token from the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor in the Sky Dragon continent. The Blood Devil had given him another one in the Blood Devil continent. Now, with this one, Qin Yu had nearly half of the 8 ancient immortal tokens. Of the remaining 5, one was taken by Xing Luo in the Wildlands, and the other 4 were missing. Of course, if Qin Yu was focused on searching, he could still sense them with the ancient immortal token given by the Blood Devil. However, Qin Yu's current focus was not on the ancient immortal tokens. Qin Yu's plan was to recover his cultivation and get his revenge before he went to find all the ancient immortal tokens. This is a pleasant surprise. Qin Yu put away the ancient immortal command plate. After wandering around the secret realm once, he turned around and left. Rumble! At this time, the battle between Sun Guxing and the ancient vine guardian spirit had come to an end. The ancient vine guardian spirit had devoured the bloodline of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial family. In a short time, it had gained strength comparable to a peak sovereign, but it was still an external force. As the battle dragged on, the gap between it and Sun Guxing's group was gradually revealed. Soul of Death. Finally, under Sun Guxing's secret divination skill, the ancient Vine Guardian Spirit was smashed into countless pieces. At this point, the sacrificial evil god dynasty's final trump card had been completely destroyed. Without any resistance, Sun Guxing's group of 3 worked together to use a supreme secret technique. The void of the imperial city was torn apart, and a destructive spatial storm was summoned. In the blink of an eye, the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial city, which had been mostly destroyed, was completely destroyed by the spatial storm. In fact, that spatial storm even contained destructive might as it swept forth in all directions. With the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial palace as the center, the entire evil emperor god realm was gradually being ravaged by the destructive storm. The sacrificial evil god dynasty's martial practitioners who had wanted to escape the evil emperor god realm when they saw the unfavorable situation. In the face of the destructive storm, their souls were completely scattered. After such a big commotion, the 12 royal cities can't have received the news already, right? Sun Guxing's group of 4 looked at Qin Yu after seeing all the martial practitioners of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial city dead. They were not at all moved by the death of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's martial practitioners. In the world of martial practitioners, there was no such thing as good or evil. There was only the strong and the weak. For example, if the heavenly imperial palace was no match for the 6 great sects, it would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. On the contrary, they were worried that Sun Yunlong's sealing barrier would not be able to conceal the huge commotion caused by the destruction of the imperial city. The sealing boundary that Sun Yunlang had set up was mostly used to seal the fluctuations in the void. Any major force with a bit of foundation would have a spirit artifact that could sense life and death. Sun Yunlong's sealing barrier was to prevent the deaths of those martial practitioners from being discovered by Kong Xiaxiu and the others. Therefore, the 12 royal cities were very likely to notice the huge commotion in the imperial city. Don't worry. Even if they receive the news, they won't be able to escape the barrier they set up. Qin Yu smiled confidently. The barrier he set up was not that easy to break. It was even impossible to send out the news. Sun Guxing's group of 3 was relieved to hear Qin Yu's words. After the previous operation, they were very confident in Qin Yu's words. The 3 of them still found it hard to believe that the imperial family of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had been destroyed so easily. After all, this was something that the heavenly imperial palace had dreamed of for hundreds of years, but had not been able to do. Other than being shocked, they also became even more fearful of Qin Yu. In fact, they even became alert. Qin Yu's means were too terrifying. If they were enemies, they would not be able to live a day in peace. The situation was just as Sun Guxing's group of 4 had feared. The 12 royal cities had indeed received the news. The experts of the 12 royal families who had left with Kong Xiaxiu were all in a panic. Countless martial practitioners wanted to escape from the 12 royal cities. Unfortunately, the barriers they set up in the 12 royal cities were controlled by Qin Yu. The territory of the 12 royal cities immediately became an absolute isolation zone. There was nowhere to run. Chapter 518. Qin Yu was in charge of the boundaries of the 12 royal cities. Sun Guxing, Sun Yunlang, Sun Jiuxiao, and Shi Tianyun were engaged in a bloody massacre in their respective royal cities. In less than an hour, the 12 royal families of the sacrificial evil god court had been massacred. No one was left alive. At this point, the risky operation of the heavenly imperial palace had come to an end. Of course, this was only the first phase of the plan. The royal families of the sacrificial evil god court were still attacking the heavenly imperial palace. Therefore, the second phase of Chinyu's plan was to kill as many people of the sacrificial evil god court as possible. Although it was not possible to kill all of them, it would be best to kill as many as possible. Send an order back to the palace and inform the palace master. When we teleport back, we will attack from both sides. Sun Jiuxiao said to Sun Yunlang immediately after the 12 royal cities had been destroyed and they had regrouped. Understood. Sun Yunlang was already prepared, and he quickly executed his Array Dao secret skill. Xinfeng, when we return to the palace, you will control the chaotic heavenly divine array. Sun Guxing said to Qinyu as they flew towards the teleportation formation of the Black Demon Mountain Range. Attacking the army of the sacrificial evil god court from both sides was not as easy as attacking the royal cities of the sacrificial evil god court. The royal cities were destroyed, and the royal families were killed. This would definitely be a devastating blow to the martial artists of the sacrificial evil god court. On the other hand, the people of the sacrificial evil god court might go berserk and even burn their boats. The heavenly imperial palace would have to pay a high price to kill as many people of the sacrificial evil god court as possible. Therefore, there was no need for Qinyu to get involved in such a large-scale battle. Qinyu's priority now was to control the chaotic heavenly divine array and protect the heavenly imperial palace. All right. Qinyu nodded and did not get involved in the battle. After this battle, the sacrificial evil god court would be removed from the heaven domain. For Qinyu, one of the 12 orthodoxies of the ancient emperors had been destroyed. As for how many of the remnants of the sacrificial evil god court would escape, Qinyu did not care. Qinyu's current state was enough to kill the top sovereigns. When he became even stronger in the future, those who escaped would not be able to pose any threat to him. At this moment, in the imperial palace of heaven, rumble! The battle that shook the entire spiritual state was still going on, with the chaotic sky divine formation as the boundary, the heavenly imperial palace, the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the ancient cold island, the heavenly sun holy land, the Xianyuan family, and the sage god dynasty. Over 100,000 experts from the 6 major forces engaged in a frenzied battle. There were countless casualties on both sides. Originally, it was because of the departure of Sun Jiuxiao and the other 3 peak emperors. The Sky Emperor Palace was at a disadvantage in this battle. However, the Heavenly Sun Holy Land and the Saint Sage Divine Dynasty had each sent a top emperor to support them. The main forces involved in this war were the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Therefore, the Heavenly Sun Holy Land, the Sage Divine Dynasty, the Ancient Cold Island, and the Xianyuan family did not go all out. Just in case, each of their forces had left their top experts behind to guard their bases. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was at this moment that Shi Tiangang, who was controlling the chaotic heaven god formation to suppress the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and the others suddenly felt his right hand tremble. Did you succeed? Shi Tiangong's eyes suddenly brightened. The array pattern on his right hand trembled. This meant that the plan to ambush the sacrificial evil god dynasty had been successfully completed. This naturally made Shi Tiangang extremely excited. Now that the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial palace had been destroyed, the next step was to deal with Kong Shang and the others. Shi Tiangang immediately sent a voice transmission to inform the Heavenly Sun Holy Lord and the Sage Divine Lord. In order to prevent spies from leaking the information, Shi Tiangang only told the masters of the 2 major forces about the operation of Sun Guxing, Qinyu, and the others. Apart from that, Shi Tiangang did not even tell the descendants of the Sky Emperor Palace's 3 sovereigns. Hearing Shi Tiangong's voice transmission, the Heavenly Sun Holy Lord and the Sage Divine Lord's expressions brightened. The destruction of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial palace was not only great news for the Sky Emperor Palace, it was also good news for their 2 major forces. This meant that their 2 forces would not only receive the benefits that the Sky Emperor Palace had promised them, they would also receive a huge amount of resources from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Now that the Sky Emperor Palace had completely destroyed the sacrificial evil god dynasty, it would be difficult for them to monopolize the northern region as they had been in the past. Therefore, they would definitely receive a huge benefit from this. This benefit would allow their forces to greatly increase. Everyone get ready. Execute Plan B. After another incense stick of time, Shi Tiangang immediately sent an order to the martial practitioners of the Sky Emperor Palace. Immediately, the Sky Emperor Palace's allied army, which had been madly fighting with the experts of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's 3 sects, began to retreat. They fought as they retreated toward the chaotic sky divine formation. You want to escape? Hold them back. When Kong Shashio saw this, the murderous intent in his eyes soared as he immediately gave the order. He did not know why the Sky Emperor Palace's allied army had suddenly been destroyed. However, this was naturally a good opportunity for the sacrificial evil god dynasty's 3 sects who wanted to attack the Sky Emperor Palace. As long as they could hold back the Sky Emperor Palace's 3 sects, the Sky Emperor Palace's chaotic sky divine formation would be restricted. The Sky Emperor Palace would not go so far as to kill their own martial practitioners. As long as they passed through the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the Sky Emperor Palace would be right in front of them. The situation was as Kong Shashio and the others had expected. As they held back the Sky Emperor Palace's forces, Shi Tiangang did his best to control the chaotic sky divine formation. However, he was still unable to stop them. In an instant, more than 100,000 martial practitioners swarmed into the chaotic sky divine formation. Kong Shashio could tell from the previous battle the power of the chaotic sky divine formation had indeed increased a lot. However, in terms of control, Shi Tiangang was far inferior to Qin Yu. Just as the sacrificial evil god dynasty's 3 sects charged into the chaotic sky divine formation, an intense battle was about to begin again. Many emperor realm masters of the 3 sects' allied army seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look. An array Dao barrier? Kong Shashio also sensed it instantly and hurriedly turned his head to take a look. He saw ancient spirit runes and divine runes floating in the void a few thousand meters away, intertwining in the void. In the blink of an eye, a huge ancient spirit array appeared in the void a few thousand meters away from the Sky Emperor Palace. It was like a divine barrier that enveloped the entire Sky Emperor Palace. The Sky Emperor Palace's second plan was to lure the enemy in. The sacrificial evil god dynasty's 3 sects' allied army had fallen into a 2-sided pincer attack. What's going on? Is this the Sky Emperor Palace's ambush? Could it be that the Sky Emperor Palace's 3 sects want to swallow us whole? This sudden turn of events caused a huge disturbance in the allied army of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's 3 sections. The martial practitioners who were entangled with the Sky Emperor Palace's forces could not help but stop and gather together. Don't panic. They are just bluffing. Kong Shashio immediately spoke to calm the army's morale. Although he said so, Kong Shashio still had an extremely bad premonition in his heart, especially when he saw the Sky Emperor Palace's 3 sects cultivators who were retreating stay in the void. When they did not take even half a step back, the bad feeling in his heart became even stronger. At this moment, Kong Xiaoxiu could not help but think of Sun Guxing and the other three who had not shown up before. Chapter 519. Just like how Heavenly Imperial Palace knew Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty, Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty knew Heavenly Imperial Palace's top masters like the back of their hand. During the previous battle, Kong Xiaoxiu had been quite concerned about the disappearance of Sun Jiuxiao and the other three, so he had been on guard. Now, it seemed that Heavenly Imperial Palace was really preparing something in secret. However, even if Sun Guxing and the other three appeared, it would not change the current situation. A battle on the level of the six great sects was not something that could be changed by a few mere top emperors. Bluffing? Ha! Kong Xiaoxiu, from today onwards, your Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty will be completely erased from the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain. Shi Tiangang sneered when he saw the sky covering a ray. The Heavenly Sun Holy Master and Sage Divine Master also appeared beside Shi Tiangang. Humph, with just you? Shameless boasting. Kong Xiaoxiu's heart sank slightly, but he still snorted coldly, not backing down at all. At this moment, 4 figures appeared from the giant ancient formation that shrouded the heavens and earth. It was Sun Guxing and the other 3. Let me show you something good. Sun Guxing and Shi Tiangang looked at each other and flicked their fingers, sending a white light into the chaotic sky god array. In the next moment, the white light exploded, and various scenes were revealed. Those scenes were the destruction of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty's imperial city and the 12 king cities. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. What happened? The Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty's people were shocked when they saw the imperial city destroyed by the space storm. The Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty's imperial family and royal family were destroyed by Heavenly Imperial Palace. The Emperor Realm Masters of Ancient Cold Island and Xianyuan family were also shocked when they saw the scenes on the light screen. They were still here, desperately besieging Heavenly Imperial Palace. They did not expect Heavenly Imperial Palace to turn around and destroy the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. Humph! My Divine Dynasty's imperial city is protected by the Evil Emperor Realm. Even if a Divine Emperor comes personally, he can't break it. Do you think that you can deceive us with a mere illusion? Kong Xiaoxiu's face changed drastically, and a sinister sneer appeared on his face. He did not believe that their Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty's imperial family would be destroyed. Patriarch, a spirit secret technique. Island Master, the High Priestess sent a message. However, just as Kong Shi finished speaking, the Xianyuan family's patriarch and the Ancient Cold Island's Island Master both received a secret letter. The enchantment of the imperial city of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty has been broken. The royal family has been annihilated. The evil Sacrificial God Dynasty once released a vast amount of evil energy into the world, but it disappeared soon after. No one from the evil Sacrificial God Dynasty survived. I suspect that the evil Sacrificial God Emperor has met with misfortune, and the Heavenly Imperial Palace is being supported by a super expert after the Master of the Xianyuan family and the Master of the Ancient Cold Island received their respective secret letters. Their expressions changed. It seemed that the imperial city of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty had really been destroyed by the Heavenly Imperial Palace. According to Kong Xiaoxiu, God Emperor Jixia, who was recovering his cultivation in seclusion, might have already died. The confirmation of this news was an earthquake for the Xianyuan family and Ancient Cold Island. Could it be true? Noticing the expressions of the people of Ancient Cold Island and Xianyuan family, Kong Xiaoxiu's heart sank. He once again looked at the imperial city that had been destroyed by the spatial storm, and his eyes were still filled with extreme disbelief. The evil Emperor God realm had protected the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty for countless years, and it had never been breached since the Eastern continent. Even he, who knew the structure of the evil Emperor God realm, couldn't break through it as long as there was an emperor guarding it. How could the heavenly imperial palace have done it? Of course, after disbelief, anger and sorrow quickly filled Kong Shashio's heart. Looking at the destroyed imperial city, Kong Shashio's sinister eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. The imperial family had been destroyed, and the imperial city had been destroyed. The sacrificial evil god dynasty was truly going to fall from grace. It would take at least 1,000 years to nurture the foundation of an everlasting dynasty. Master of the Xianyuan family, master of the ancient cold island. This battle is purely between the heavenly imperial palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty. There's no need for your two sects to get involved, is there? As long as you leave with your people, I can guarantee that today's matter will never happen. What do you think? Shi Tiangang ignored Kong Shashio, who was filled with killing intent, and looked directly at the ancient cold island and the Xianyuan family. The reason these two forces learned of the destruction of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's imperial city so quickly was because of Schwering. Sun Gushing and the other three had purposely leaked the news to the two forces before they returned. If they hadn't confirmed it with their own eyes, the Xianyuan family and ancient cold island wouldn't have retreated so easily. If the Xianyuan family and ancient cold island still joined forces with the sacrificial evil god dynasty and fought to the death with them, if they wanted to destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty's army, they would have to pay a huge price. Hearing Shi Tiangang's words, the master of the ancient cold island and the master of the Xianyuan family fell silent. Since the sacrificial evil god dynasty's base had been destroyed, this alliance naturally had no meaning. One could imagine that the resources of the sacrificial evil god dynasty would soon become a new storm zone. Even if Kong Shashio and the others' main forces were still intact, they wouldn't be able to stop such a situation. Moreover, the three sects of the heavenly imperial palace were still eyeing them. It was hard to say whether Kong Shashio and the others could leave successfully. Brother Xianyuan, Brother Gu, we've already broken into the heavenly imperial palace's divine formation. We just need to take one more step, and we'll be able to destroy it completely. Are you going to give up so easily? As long as you help me destroy the heavenly imperial palace. When this battle is over, I'll give you double the conditions I promised before. Whether it's the heavenly imperial palace or my dynasty, I'll give them to the two of you. I won't take any of them. How about it? Seeing this, Kong Shashio's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he hurriedly sent a message to discuss. Hearing this, the Xianyuan family and ancient cold island's expressions changed. Kong Shashio's conditions were indeed very tempting. The current sacrificial evil god dynasty had no way out. They could only fight with all their might. At this time, the morale of the sacrificial evil god dynasty would probably be much higher than before. Coupled with the trump cards prepared by the sacrificial evil god dynasty, it was indeed possible to break the chaotic sky god array and destroy the heavenly imperial palace. If an emperor realm master wanted to self-destruct, even a high-level cultivator would find it difficult to stop him. And if a peak emperor realm master self-destructed, the heavenly imperial palace would be destroyed without a doubt. If the heavenly imperial palace lost its foothold, it would end up like the sacrificial evil god dynasty. These two top forces would be removed from the spiritual state. The resources and benefits they could obtain would naturally be more shocking. You too still have the mood to play here. Just as the Xianyuan family and ancient cold island were tempted, a chuckle sounded. It was Shi Tianyun. What do you mean? Hearing this, the expressions of the Xianyuan family and ancient cold island couldn't help but change slightly. No matter how one looked at it, Shi Tianyun's smile seemed to hide a deep conspiracy. You brought so many masters out. Aren't you worried that something bad will happen to your two sects? Sure, Tianyun said with a smile. Chapter 520. The moment Shi Tianyun said that the Xianyuan family and ancient Frost Islands faces changed drastically, since Heavenly Imperial Palace could silently destroy the divine world barrier of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and destroy the imperial family and the 12 royal families in such a short time. There was no way they could do it. If there was a way to wipe out the two main sects, it wouldn't be impossible for them to do so. Let's go. Thinking of this, the greed in the hearts of the two sects immediately dissipated, and they left with their people, apart from the Xianyuan family and ancient Frost Island. The other superforces that were involved did not dare to stay any longer and immediately left. Heavenly Imperial Palace naturally would not stop them at this time. In fact, Shi Tiangang even controlled the chaotic sky divine formation to open up an empty path, allowing them to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the army of more than 100,000 cultivators was cleared out. The people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty looked at the army of the three sects with ashen faces. When the Xianyuan family and ancient Frost Island retreated, the cultivators of Heavenly Imperial Palace's three sects silently surrounded them. Big brother, what do we do now? Didn't you say that there were reinforcements in the dark? Why haven't they appeared yet? A peak emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty appeared before the gloomy Kong Shashio and discussed with him. The current situation was that the sacrificial evil god dynasty had fallen into a desperate situation. If they did not think of a way to escape, they would have to stay here forever. Can we still count on them to help at this time? Kong Shashio smiled bitterly. His gloomy and sharp eyes seemed to have aged countless years at this moment. Originally, they were determined to destroy Heavenly Imperial Palace. In the end, they were suppressed by Heavenly Imperial Palace and forced into such a desperate situation. Kill. Shi Tiangang did not give Kong Shashio and the others time to discuss, and immediately ordered coldly, "Rumble!" An earth-shattering battle broke out again. Even the sky chaotic divine array could not completely conceal the destructive power of the battle. Although the battle was intense, it was no longer a battle of mutual slaughter. Now, it was a one-sided slaughter. The combined forces of the three peak forces and several superforces were enough to completely crush the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Shi Tiangang and the other peak emperors kept Kong shatting, and the others busy, while suppressing the cultivators of the sacrificial evil deity dynasty with their superior numbers. The sacrificial evil god dynasty that was fighting and retreating at the same time was in a more and more difficult situation. If you want to keep us here, we'll have to see if you can bear the consequences. Kong Shang's expression grew even more ghastly and terrifying when he saw this. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The ancient scroll opened, and a boundless divine might descended. That divine might was so terrifying that it was like an ancient god had descended, and it seemed capable of destroying everything. Primordial divine power. All the emperor, realm masters present turned pale with fright. They had also fused with the primordial divine power. However, the ancient era's divine power that they had fused with their true origin was far from comparable to the terrifying pressure emitted by the ancient scroll in Kong Shatting's hand. This is within the Sky Emperor Palace. Qin Yu, who was not involved in the battle, had a change in expression. Kong Shatting's ancient scroll actually contained the ripples of a divine power imprint within the primordial divine power it emitted. Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through Qin Yu's mind as he vaguely guessed the intentions of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Immediately, Qin Yu's figure flickered as he charged out of the void. Burn! After opening the ancient scroll, Kong Shatting's face revealed a hideous and terrifying expression. Immediately after, flames erupted from all over his body as his true origin, and Dao arts burned madly. In the flames, one could see the primordial divine power that had been separated from the primordial divine power burning. In other words, it was the burning of those primordial divine power that had ignited Kong Shatting's true origin and Dao arts. What is he trying to do? Seeing this scene, Shi Tiangang and the other Peak Emperor realm masters became extremely vigilant. The flames burning on Kong Shatting's body were simply too terrifying. The divine abilities and secret techniques they used were instantly incinerated the moment they came into contact with those primordial divine power flames. Originally, Shi Tiangang and the other cultivators of the three sects thought that Kong Shatting wanted to self-destruct. However, judging from the current situation, it was not as simple as self-destruction. Divine power sacrifice. Seeing Shi Tiangang staring at him with extreme vigilance, the madness in Kong Shatting's eyes became even more intense. As he formed a seal with his hands, he shouted loudly. Wisps of divine flames shot out from his body towards the Emperor realm masters of the three sects' allied forces. Those divine power flames seemed to have the ability to pierce through the void. All attacks and secret techniques passed through them. A hair-raising feeling of impending death appeared in the hearts of Shi Tiangang and the other Peak Emperors. Xiu, 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 xiu. Just as those divine power flames were about to reach Shi Tiangang and the other Emperor realm masters, dazzling divine light descended from the sky, transforming into divine light barriers that blocked those divine power flames. Shenfeng? Seeing the changes in the chaotic heaven divine array, Shi Tiangang immediately reacted. In the entire heavenly imperial palace, only Shenfeng could control the chaotic heaven divine array so thoroughly. Seal. With a low shout, the space within the chaotic heaven divine array suddenly surged like a torrent. Immediately, the divine light barriers, with Kong Shatting at the center, began to shrink rapidly. Before Kong Shatting could react, the divine power flames that shot out were all compressed into his body. Hong Long. With a heaven-shaking explosion, Kong Shatting's entire body exploded. Violent tsunami-like divine power shockwaves swept through the world, wreaking havoc and destruction. The divine light barrier created by Qin Yu directly shattered. Unfathomably deep void cracks appeared in the void. What terrifying power! Shi Tiangang and the other Peak Emperors could not help but change their expressions when they saw this scene. The fluctuations from the explosion of ancient divine power were too terrifying. If they were hit head-on, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Let's go. However, Kong Shatting, who everyone thought was dead for sure, actually did not die in the midst of those violent divine power fluctuations. In fact, Kong Shatting even took advantage of these violent shockwaves. He immediately led the sacrificial evil god dynasty and charged into the pitch-black void crack. Shi Tiangang and the other Peak Emperors of the three sects were inside the chaotic heaven divine array. Outside the chaotic heaven divine array, the ancient array set up by Sun Gushing and the other three Peak Emperors were eyeing them covetously. Their only chance at survival was to escape into the chaotic void. Trying to run, Qin Yu, who was controlling the chaotic heaven divine array, had a cold glint in his eyes when he saw this. He formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, a terrifying space-time energy fused into the chaotic heaven divine array. The chaotic heaven divine array shook violently. Beams of light containing the power of space and time continuously shot into the pitch-black spatial rifts. One could clearly see that the void crack had become incomparably chaotic. In an instant, thousands of sacrificial evil god emperor and the other Peak Emperors were killed in the chaotic void crack. Their bodies and bones were shattered. Chapter 5:21. However, at the last moment, Kong Shashio had risked his life to use a secret technique. He had teleported the other martial artists of the sacrificial evil god dynasty away from the chaotic void and disappeared into the spatial crack. After sensing that the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had completely disappeared, Chinyu stopped and dispersed the chaotic sky divine array. At this point, the battle between the 6 top forces that had shaken the entire spiritual state had come to an end. In the end, the Xianyuan family and ancient Frost Island had left in a sorry state. More than half of the experts of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had been killed. It was only a matter of time before the dynasty was wiped out from the heaven realm. After the battle, the heavenly imperial palace, the heavenly sun's sacred land, the sage divine dynasty, and several other superforces were extremely excited. Although they had all suffered great losses in this battle, it was still a huge loss. Compared to the benefits they were about to obtain, it was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, after the battle, Shi Tiangang and the other leaders gathered together. After a short discussion, they all started to act. It was only a matter of time before the results of the battle spread. Therefore, before the other forces acted, they had to firmly control the resources of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. They did not want the spoils of war that they had worked so hard to obtain to be taken by someone else. Chinyu did not act again. After the battle, he returned to the palace where he lived. The sacrificial evil god dynasty had been destroyed, and his goal had been accomplished. However, the secret technique that Kong Shashio had used at the last moment to ignite the ancient divine power had caught Chinyu's attention. The ancient scroll that Kong Shashio had taken out did contain a trace of the divine power mark. Although it could not be compared to the divine power mark, it probably had some of its abilities. More importantly, when Kong Shashio had used those divine power flames, Chinyu felt that the ancient divine power in the divine power mark had faintly gone out of control, as if it was about to spontaneously combust. From the previous battle between the 3 sects, there was definitely the shadow of the extraterritorial demon race behind the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The extraterritorial demon race could suppress the ancient divine power in a martial artist's body. This was something that Chinyu had long known. However, directly igniting the ancient divine power in a martial artist's body was greatly beyond Chinyu's expectations. Currently, almost all the powerful sovereigns in the heaven realm had merged with the ancient divine power. If the extraterritorial demon race invaded, the consequences would be immeasurable. As for the sacrificial evil god dynasty, he had escaped into a crack in space, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. The heavenly imperial palace and the 3 sects sent countless experts to worship the evil god dynasty in an ancient stone palace in the northern region of the spiritual state. There were tens of thousands of cultivators with powerful auras watching the battle that had just ended. I didn't expect Sky Emperor Palace to have such a hidden card. A deep voice sounded. A middle-aged burly man whose aura was so oppressive that the void exploded muttered to himself in bewilderment. If the masters of the spiritual state were here, they would definitely recognize him. These people were the leader of the 7 top forces in the spiritual state, the Wanwu sect. The muscular man holding the divine spear was the 10,000 martial sect's divine master, Wanwu Zun. Indeed, even with our foundation, it's impossible for us to breach the defenses of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's evil emperor god realm in a short period of time. We need to re-evaluate the strength of Sky Emperor Palace. A white-bearded old man wearing battle armor said, "Let's talk about this later. Are we not going to interfere with the resources of the sacrificial evil god dynasty?" A white-robed youth with weathered eyes next to the white-bearded old man spoke. "Of course we're going to interfere. We've prepared for so long, we can't leave empty-handed." the 10,000 martial sects divine master spoke. Their original goal was to use Kong Shatting to perform a divine power sacrifice and ignite the ancient divine power in the bodies of the sovereigns. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and capture them all in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that Sky Emperor Palace would have the means to destroy the imperial city of the sacrificial evil god dynasty? This unforeseen event completely disrupted their plans. Speaking of which, don't you think it's strange? Kong Shatting clearly performed a divine power sacrifice, so why didn't he ignite the ancient divine power of the others? The white-robed youth's hoarse voice was filled with intense confusion. I remember that Sky Emperor Palace took control of the divine formation at the last moment and interrupted Kong Shatting's divine power sacrifice. The white-bearded old man said, "That's the strangest part, isn't it? The sacred ancestor once said that once a primordial divine power sacrifice is made, it can't be stopped. All the primordial divine power within the range of the sacrifice will automatically be sacrificed." The white-robed youth's words were astonishing. Does this mean that Sky Emperor Palace's Shi Tiangang has a way to stop the divine power sacrifice? The white-bearded old man's eyes flashed with a strange light. No, if Sky Emperor Palace really did have a way to stop the divine power sacrifice, then the one stopping it wouldn't be Shi Tiangang. But as the 10,000 martial sects divine master spoke, he flicked his finger. The scene of Kong Shatting performing a divine power sacrifice, but being suppressed by the barrier of divine light, appeared once more. The gaze of the 10,000 martial sects divine master was focused on the faintly discernible Qinyu within the chaotic heaven divine array. There was no doubt that Shi Tiangang was not the one controlling the chaotic sky divine formation at the last moment. This boy again? The white-bearded old man and white-robed youth raised their eyebrows. They were no stranger to Qinyu. Back in the spiritual state war, he had crushed the strongest prodigy of the 10,000 martial sect. When the sacrificial evil god dynasty joined forces with the five ghost sect, Qinyu had turned the tide. And now it was Qinyu again. This boy Shenfeng isn't simple. We need to investigate his background. The 10,000 martial sects divine master stared at Qinyu and spoke slowly. "I will take care of this matter." The white-bearded old man nodded. "Sect master, when will we act in the fight for the resources of the sacrificial evil god dynasty?" The white-robed youth asked the 10,000 martial sects divine master. "In this battle, the Xianyuan family and ancient Frost Island both suffered heavy losses. They won't let it go so easily. We will act after they are involved. No matter what, we can't let the resources of the northern region fall into the hands of the three factions of Sky Emperor Palace." The 10,000 martial sects divine master said, after some thought. After the discussion, the tens of thousands of experts of the 10,000 martial sect silently disappeared from the stone palace, just as Shi Tiangang had expected. The result of the battle between the six factions quickly spread throughout the spiritual state. The spiritual state and heaven region were shocked. The sacrificial evil god dynasty was destroyed. The Xianyuan family and ancient Frost Island fled. The battle between the six top forces ended with Sky Emperor Palace's complete victory. This result was completely out of the expectations of all the forces of the spiritual state. All the forces were shocked by Sky Emperor Palace's ruthlessness, destroying a top force in one move. But no one knew that the person who had truly destroyed the sacrificial evil god dynasty was hiding quietly under the awe-inspiring name of Sky Emperor Palace. This was also the reason why Qin-Yu had chosen to continue hiding in Sky Emperor Palace. It wasn't until Sky Emperor Palace and the other allied forces crazily seized the resources and territories of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The major forces of the spiritual state finally reacted. Unfortunately, in front of the allied forces of Sky Emperor Palace. Even the Xianyuan family and ancient Frost Island could only temporarily avoid them. Chapter 5:22. The situation of the three sects' raging resources was only broken by the neutral 10,000 martial sect. But at this time, the territory of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had already been occupied by the three sections. And after this war, with the heavenly imperial palace, the heavenly sun holy land, and the sage divine dynasty as the leaders, 4 superforces, and more than 20 mid-level forces, an alliance was formed. This was called the Northwest Martial Artist Alliance by the spiritual state. However, the 3 leading forces did not announce a complete alliance to the outside world. Therefore, all kinds of rumors spread in the spiritual state. This situation also directly caused the forces in the eastern and southern regions of the spiritual state to become more active. Half a month later, in the spiritual state, northern region, heavenly imperial palace. Qin Yu, who was cultivating in seclusion in the palace, opened his eyes. AOD sent news? The dragon soul in the dragon god ancient seal also sensed something. A talisman appeared in Qin Yu's hand. He crushed the talisman, and AOD's voice came. We will meet in the ancient barbarian martial world in 3 days. Qin Yu heard this and quickly found out. The ancient barbarian martial world was located in the sacrificial evil god dynasty. It was originally a subsidiary martial world of the 12 royal cities. It's finally here. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a bright light. In the past half a month, he had cultivated under the dragon soul's tenfold speed. Qin Yu's cultivation had already reached the peak of the second grade Emperor realm from the early stage. If the news of an Emperor realm cultivator having such a cultivation speed spread out, it would probably shock countless people. However, it was still too slow for Qin Yu. Even if he had cultivated the Emperor realm Dao art once in his previous life, it was still very difficult. Now that he had cultivated it again, it was still quite difficult. Therefore, finding the dragon race and refining the dragon blood was the right path for Qin Yu. Of course, there was another reason why Qin Yu was excited about AOD's appearance. As the plan to destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty was deployed by Qin Yu, it gradually spread among the upper echelons of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Now, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Emperor Palace had an obvious change of attitude towards Qin Yu. Sure, Tiangang and the others were fine, but the other Emperor Realm Elders were extremely strange. Many people were talking about Qin Yu behind his back. The after effects that the Dragon Soul had predicted before this operation had now appeared. Qin Yu believed that Shi Tiangang and the others were already suspicious of him and had long suspected his identity. It was only because of the Immortal Emperor pills that he didn't reveal it. Therefore, in order to deal with any possible unfavorable situations, Qin Yu felt that he had to find the Dragon Clan as soon as possible. During this half a month, other than cultivating, Qin Yu had been cultivating. He had also used the resources he had plundered from the sacrificial evil god dynasty to refine countless pills. These spiritual pills were enough to support the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon and the Golden Flame Heavenly Incinerating Dragon's cultivation for a long time. The Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon had already entered seclusion. Once his seclusion ended and he reached his peak state, he would be able to use the Lightning Crossing Immortal Pill to completely transform into a dragon. The Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon's cultivation had also improved tremendously. From rank 4 Martial Emperor, he had reached rank 8 Martial Emperor. Although the Dragon Clan required countless cultivation resources to break through to the next level. Correspondingly, if they had endless cultivation resources, the Dragon Clan's cultivation speed would far surpass that of humans. One must know that the Dragon Clan was definitely a peak existence among all the innate life forms. There was no need to mention their aptitude and other factors. One day later, in the heavenly imperial palace, in the residence of the descendants of the generals, is there news from the sacred region of the central province? A human figure rushed into an ancient palace in a hurry. This person was none other than the descendant of the Azure Ghost Battle General, Qing Jinzhong. There were 4 people gathered in the ancient palace. They were Qi Shiri, the descendant of the Scarlet Lightning Battle General, Gu Wuxing, the descendant of the Mad Demon Battle General, Qi Shuanghai, the descendant of the Heavenly Flames Battle General, and Mu Qingyun, the descendant of the Spiritual Wood Battle General. That's right. Qi Shiri nodded slightly with a somewhat serious expression. In the ancient martial star, Qi Shuanghai and Mu Qingyun also had serious expressions. Exactly what are they looking for in the sacred region of the central province? Seeing the serious expressions of Qi Shiri and the others, Qing Jinzhong had an ominous feeling in his heart. Immortal spirit herbs. Qi Shiri said one word at a time. They had long noticed that Shi Tiangang had secretly sent people to the sacred region of the central province. Furthermore, they had been secretly investigating the matter the entire time. Thanks to the war started by the sacrificial evil god dynasty, Shi Tiangang had recalled all the sovereigns he had sent out. When the war ended and Shi Tiangang sent them out again, they had followed the clues and investigated the matter. Immortal spirit herbs. Qing Jinzhong's eyes twitched violently with a shocked expression. Isn't that what our ancestors said back then? That's right. Now, we can be sure that they have found a way to reignite the bloodline of the 3 emperors. The immortal spirit herbs should be the most crucial divine medicine. Qi Shiri said, solemnly, we must stop them from obtaining the immortal spirit herbs. Qing Jinzhong's expression also became extremely serious. The current heavenly imperial palace was still dominated by the descendants of the 3 emperors led by Shi Tiangang. However, the descendants of the generals had already obtained close to half of the control. In some areas, they had even surpassed the descendants of the 3 emperors. What they were waiting for now was for the bloodline of the 3 emperors to wither completely. At this time, they absolutely could not allow the bloodline of the 3 emperors to be reignited. They could no longer be trampled under the feet of the descendants of the 3 emperors like before. Instead of guarding against thieves for 1,000 days, why don't we capture the thieves and eliminate them once and for all? Qi Shiri's eyes were filled with sinister viciousness and intense greed. Capture the thieves? Eliminate the thieves. Once and for all. What do you want to do? Qing Jinzhong, ancient warrior planet, Qi Shuanghai, and Mu Qingyun were all shocked. Why did AI Shiri's words sound as if he wanted to directly eliminate the core descendants of the 3 emperors? Qi Shiri said, ruthlessly, this risk is too great. Qing Jinzhong pondered for a moment and said, indeed, with our current foundation, we only have a 40% chance of winning if we fight with them. Ancient warrior planet also slowly shook his head. Not to mention other things, just the chaotic sky god array alone was in the hands of the descendants of the 3 emperors. Although they also had many trump cards, their chances of winning were still too small. If they fought and both sides suffered losses, there would be internal strife. With the current situation of the spiritual state, it would only attract a pack of vicious wolves that would devour the Sky Emperor Palace. This would not benefit them at all. They had endured for so many years because what they wanted was a complete Sky Emperor Palace. Have you already thought of a countermeasure? Qi Shuanghai looked at Mu Qingyun, who did not say anything, and asked Qi Shiri, of course, I am confident that I can suppress Shi Tiangang and the others. If the plan goes smoothly, then we will be able to silently and completely control the Sky Emperor Palace. Intense greed surged in Qi Shiri's eyes. Some ambitions once born could not be erased. They would even grow bigger and bigger. Are you colluding with external forces? This thought suddenly appeared in Qin Jinzhong's mind, and he jumped in fright. If they wanted to silently suppress Shi Tiangang and the others, no matter how well prepared they were, they would need double the number of peak sovereigns. Other than relying on external forces, Qin Jinzhong could not think of any other way to do it. Chapter 5:23. There are gains and losses. If we don't want to give anything, we will always be trampled under their feet. AI Shiri said in a deep voice, Qi Lei Supreme Emperor is right. Anyone who wants to achieve great things will have to bear risks. As soon as AI Shiri's voice fell, a robust voice suddenly rang out. Who is it? Azurite Bell, Ancient Martial Star, Qi Shuanghai, and Mu Qingyan were all shocked and emitted terrifying Dao techniques. The cultivation of the person he was talking about was probably not any weaker than theirs. More importantly, that voice was definitely not from the Sky Emperor Palace. Under the gazes of Azurite Bell and the others, a person in a black robe slowly stepped out. As the black hood on the person's head was taken off, a majestic face was revealed. You are 1,000 Martial Sects, Divine Master, Wan Wu Supreme Emperor. Azurite Bell and the others were in disbelief when they saw the black-robed person's true appearance. The person who appeared was actually the sect master of the 1,000 Martial Sect, one of the top venerable emperors in the spiritual state, Wan Wu Supreme Emperor. Among the top venerable emperors in the spiritual state, there were two who were most likely to reach the divine level. One was Shi Tiangang, and the other was Wan Wu Supreme Emperor. Azurite Bell and the others didn't expect that the force that AI Shiri joined forces with would be the 1,000 Martial Sect. No wonder AI Shiri was so confident that he could suppress Shi Tiangang and the others. What do you think of my previous proposal? The ambition and greed in AI Shiri's eyes expanded like a prairie fire. If we have Wan Wu Supreme Emperor's help, we can indeed easily suppress the descendants of the three emperors. But before Mu Qingyan finished speaking, he used a secret technique to transmit his voice. Forgive me for being blunt, Elder AI, but what's the difference between your action and inviting a wolf into the house? If Elder Mu is worried that Wan Wu Supreme Emperor will attack us after this, you don't have to. Mu Qingyan transmitted his voice using a secret technique, but AI Shiri spoke directly. Oh, then I'm curious. What is Wan Wu Supreme Emperor's purpose in helping us? Mu Qingyan's eyes flashed, and he didn't transmit his voice, but asked directly. He absolutely didn't believe that the 1,000 Martial Sect had no ulterior motives and would help them for free. For a major force like them, the starting point of everything. Even if Emperor 10,000 Martial had some sort of personal relationship with Qi Shiri, he would definitely not act for free. It's simple. I'll help you deal with the descendants of the three sovereigns. When you take complete control of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, you have to help me deal with the Heavenly Sun Holy Land and the Saint Sage Divine Dynasty. Once the matter is settled, the northern region will be the territory of your sect. Wan Wu said straightforwardly. Mu Qingyun, Azurite Bell, the ancient martial planet, and Qi Shuang looked at each other in shock. They understood what the 10,000 Martial Sect was plotting. They wanted to take advantage of the alliance between the Heavenly Sun Holy Land and the Sage Divine Dynasty to wipe out the two top forces. After the war between the six factions and the destruction of the sacrificial evil godly dynasty, the situation in the spiritual state had gradually turned into a stalemate in the northeast. The 10,000 Martial Sect, the Xianyuan family, and the ancient Cold Island were the leaders of the two prefectures. The two prefectures in the north and west were naturally the alliance of Heavenly Imperial Palace, Heavenly Sun Holy Land, and Saint Sage Divine Dynasty. It was obvious that the innumerable martial faction wanted to unify the spiritual state. Qing Jinzhong and his crew were even more worried. When the innumerable martial factions swept away the other forces in the spiritual state and unified the spiritual state, would they still tolerate their existence? Of course, if they chose to submit, they might survive. But what was the difference between that and the current situation? It might even be worse. I know what you're all worried about. In order to show our sincerity, I'm willing to work with you. To show our sincerity, Emperor 10,000 Martial Emperor has made a heart demon oath and is willing to plant the mad demon curse. In addition, more than half of the younger generation of the innumerable martial faction, including the descendants of Emperor 10,000 Martial Emperor, will stay with us in the future. Qi Shi glanced at Qing Jinzhong and his crew and spoke slowly. Heart demon oath. Mad demon curse. Hearing Qi Shi's words, Qing Jinzhong and his crew's expressions changed. For top emperors like them, the heart demon oath was not something they could make casually. It was especially so for Emperor 10,000 Martial Emperor, who could break through to the divine emperor level. If they were not careful, it would breed a heart demon and even cause chi deviation. As for the mad demon curse, it was the origin power of the former mad demon general, a supreme curse technique. Anyone who was cursed would die a violent death for no reason. In contrast, Emperor 10,000 Martial Emperor sent more than half of the younger generation of the innumerable martial faction as hostages, which was not so important. If that's the case, then we can give it a try. Qing Jinzhong and his crew looked at each other and communicated with each other. After a while, they finally made a decision. If they had such leverage on Emperor 10,000 Martial Emperor, they were relieved. Then, wish us success in advance. Emperor 10,000 Martial Emperor laughed. A conspiracy that could sweep the entire spiritual state was formed in this small stone palace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the appointed day with AOD arrived, Qin, you quietly left the imperial palace and came to the ancient barbarian martial world. The ancient barbarian martial world was now in the territory of the imperial palace, so Qin Yu directly teleported there. In the ancient barbarian martial world, Qin Yu broke through the void and arrived at the top of a towering mountain. There was already a figure on the mountain. It was AOD, who he had not seen for several months. After seeing AOD, Qin Yu was slightly surprised. AOD's breath was a little chaotic, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Long time no see. Sensing Qin Yu's arrival, AOD removed the restriction around him. What happened? Qin Yu asked directly. Of course, he was not worried about AOD, but about the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Someone sneaked up on me. I'm afraid my trip to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor will be delayed. AOD did not hide anything and said directly, Then why did you ask me to come here today? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Apart from joining hands to go to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, he and AOD were enemies. The person who sneaked up on me previously already knew the approximate location of the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Of course, except for me, no one can summon AOD's tomb. However, it is very likely that the person who sneaked up on me has been lurking outside the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, this is the restriction of the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. See if you can break it in the shortest time possible. As AOD spoke, he handed an ancient crystal to Qin Yu. Primordial Immortal Force Restriction. Qin Yu took the crystal. After sensing it for a while, he recognized it. Although the Primordial Immortal Force Restriction was extremely rare, it was not Qin Yu's first time seeing it. On the contrary, in his previous life, he had specially searched for and broken many of them. As for the reason It was naturally because he hoped that one day he could break the immortal force restriction deep inside the immortal treasure. If you want to enter the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, you have to break this primordial immortal force restriction. But the situation now is that if the person who sneaked up on me has been lurking outside the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, even if I use the secret technique of the Dragon Tribe, I can only delay them for 10 breaths of time. Therefore, you have to break the primordial immortal force restriction within 10 breaths of time so we can get rid of them. AOD explained. Chapter 5:24. I need some time. Chinyu said after sensing with his mind. Given enough time, he could definitely figure out a way to break the seal within 10 breaths. Just in time. I also need some time to prepare. AOD said. Did you just say that the people who ambushed you were them? Is there more than one person? Chinyu asked when he saw AOD was about to leave. 3 peak sovereigns. AOD's eyes flashed with a sinister light. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been ambushed by the other party. Could the people who ambushed you be the ancient evil nether dragon, who controlled the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon in the immortal Phoenix Valley? Chinyu's eyes flashed. Chinyu was quite interested in the ancient evil nether dragon. If the ancient evil nether dragon came to the heavenly domain, it would be exactly what he wanted. It's not just the ancient evil nether dragon. The other 2 sovereigns are also transformed dragons. Hearing that, AOD took a glance at Chinyu and said without changing his expression, 3 of the dragon clan? The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal was so excited that its eyes were shining. Chinyu's heart also trembled. He had been searching for dragons in the heavenly domain, but to no avail. Who would have thought that AOD would be able to provide him with information about 3 metamorphosed dragons? Including AOD, there were 4 transformed dragons in total. It seemed that he had to go to the extraterritorial region after he recovered his cultivation. If he wanted to create the eternal dragon nation, he had to keep up with the number of dragons. After chatting for a while, Chinyu flew away. AOD watched Chinyu disappear with a sinister light in his eyes. Since those guys had expelled him and made AOD their master, they wanted to get rid of him completely. Then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless and recruiting a peerless, ruthless person for them. If Chinyu was really the reincarnation of the dragon god, it would be a disaster for the extraterritorial dragon tribe. Even the old dragon, who had reached the divine, heavenly sovereign realm, might be in trouble, even if Chinyu was not the dragon god Emperor Samsara. With Chinyu's dragon god sovereign ability, it was enough to give the extraterritorial dragons a headache. Roar! Chinyu, who was flying toward the Sky Emperor Palace, suddenly sensed the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's deafening roar. The dragon's soul also sensed this and immediately appeared, opening the origin chaotic dragon world. Rumble! The moment the chaos dragon realm opened, a torrent of purple lightning erupted. In an instant, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was covered by purple lightning. An incomparably huge dragon shadow was rolling in the purple lightning sea. Above the 9 heavens, there was an incomparably vast divine might of thunder. Although the purple lightning divine firmament dragon's origin ability was the apocalyptic divine lightning, the divine firmament dragon's origin ability was the apocalyptic divine lightning. However, in front of the divine might of lightning that was being emitted, they still felt frightened. The transformation, lightning tribulation of the dragon clan could be said to be a tribulation of life and death. In the history of the sky region, countless dragons had died under the shape-shifting lightning tribulation. Back then, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon was lucky enough to be saved by Fairy Shualan, who went to find Chinyu. His body and soul would have been destroyed by the shape-shifting lightning tribulation. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sensing the monstrous fluctuations of the lightning tribulation, Chinyu looked at it and waved his left hand. Array flags immediately flew into the sky and merged into the void within a radius of 1,000 miles. In an instant, the void covered by the array flags was covered by the ancient array formed by the array flags. Although the terrifying lightning tribulation fluctuations could not be completely concealed, it was not as frightening as before. Crack! There was a deafening explosion of thunder, and a faint black lightning struck down from the void. The sky was like a piece of cloth torn by a sharp blade, and an immeasurably deep spatial crack appeared. With the sound of flesh and blood exploding, a huge bloody hole appeared on the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's body. Dragon scales splattered everywhere, and purple dragon blood poured out of the void as if it was raining blood. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, the black thunderbolts continued to bombard the area like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's sea of purple lightning was annihilated by the black lightning. The power of the two lightning was on a completely different level. In other words, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's apocalyptic sacred lightning was completely restrained by the black lightning tribulation. After all, it was a lightning tribulation that specifically targeted the dragon race. It had an innate suppressive effect on the dragon race. Chinyu looked at the purple lightning falling from the sky and did not immediately give the purple thunder divine firmament dragon a lightning-crossing immortal pill. If the dragon race wanted to shapeshift, they had to absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. Therefore, Chinyu would only help the purple thunder divine firmament dragon when it reached its limit and could not hold on. It's the Taigu immortal lightning tribulation. In the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul's eyes flashed with shock. The shape-shifting lightning tribulation of the dragon race was not uniform. The stronger the dragon race was, the stronger the lightning tribulation would be. This also meant that the dragon race had greater potential. Judging from the primordial immortal lightning tribulation, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon had the potential to become an immortal beast. It was no wonder that AOD did not hesitate to come from the outland to subdue the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. Crackle! As time passed, the black lightning falling from the sky became more and more terrifying, be it in terms of quantity or power. If it was a violent storm before, it was now a tornado. The land within 1,000 miles was completely destroyed and turned into nothingness. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon had also completely disappeared under the black lightning. Even the dragon's roar had disappeared. If Chinyu could not sense the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's aura, he would have thought that its soul had completely dissipated. AOD is here. Many cultivators in the surroundings have been attracted over. When Chinyu was fully focused on the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's situation, the dragon's soul sensed something. Don't worry about them. Chinyu's expression did not change at all. Even he was not confident that he could withstand the power of the shape-shifting lightning tribulation of the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. If the other Emperor Realm Masters did not know what was good for them and barged in, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Lightning tribulation. Immortal pill, after enduring for more than 2 hours under the destructive power of the lightning. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon's weak consciousness finally appeared in Chinyu's mind. Swoosh! Chinyu, who was already prepared, did not hesitate at all. He immediately flicked his finger. A jade box surrounded by mysterious lightning runes shot out. With a bang, the lightning rune jade box exploded, and a 7-colored lightning immortal pill that was about 10 feet in size appeared. After a flash in the void, the seven-colored lightning immortal pill immediately entered the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's body. Immediately, the seven-colored lightning, which was as dense as a rainbow, covered the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, which was badly mutilated and had a weak aura. The primordial immortal lightning tribulation, which had caused devastating damage to the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, was immediately neutralized by the seven-colored lightning. Only a trace of pure black lightning mist entered the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's body. That was the origin source of the primordial immortal lightning tribulation. If the purple thunder divine firmament dragon wanted to shapeshift and transcend the tribulation, it had to absorb the origin energy of the primordial immortal lightning tribulation. As the power of the lightning tribulation immortal pill enveloped the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, huge bloody holes appeared on its body. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon's body immediately recovered at an astonishing speed. Not long after, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon recovered to its original state. Not only that, but the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's body was also several times stronger than before. The newly grown purple lightning dragon scales also looked like steel that had been tempered thousands of times, shining with divine light. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon's aura rose at an astonishing speed. Chapter 5:25. Roar. When the purple thunder divine dragon's aura reached its limit, it suddenly let out a loud dragon roar. In the next moment, a torrent of purple lightning appeared. The purple torrent was like an endless void black hole, swallowing up all the Taigu immortal lightning tribulation. Crack! Crack! The purple thunder divine dragon emitted rich and dazzling purple lightning. Then, the sound of bones colliding could be heard. The purple thunder divine dragon quickly shrank. The smaller its body, the more dazzling the purple lightning around it became. In the end, it became a purple lightning ball. The Taigu immortal lightning tribulation passed so easily. In the void hundreds of miles away from Chinyu, AOD looked at the dissipating Taigu immortal lightning tribulation with a strange light in his eyes. His transformation tribulation was the Taigu immortal lightning tribulation. At that time, he had paid a huge price to pass the tribulation successfully. After passing the tribulation, it took a few years to gradually recover its vitality, and only then did it fully transform. However, the purple thunder divine dragon not only passed the tribulation, but also took advantage of the tribulation's power to transform. This naturally made AOD extremely surprised. He didn't believe that Chinyu didn't help it pass the tribulation so easily. Now, AOD finally understood. Why did the purple thunder divine dragon choose to submit to Chinyu, who was only at the martial emperor realm? Crack! The purple lightning ball became more and more condensed. When it was only a few feet wide, a huge crack appeared on it. Then more and more cracks appeared, covering the entire lightning ball. After a loud explosion, the purple lightning ball suddenly exploded. A burly figure appeared. It was the purple thunder divine dragon after its transformation. The purple thunder divine dragon had a strong body and a rough face. He wore a purple battle robe that was condensed from lightning, and he held a purple lightning spear in his hand. A mighty dragon's might radiated from him. I finally succeeded. Chinyu looked at the transformed purple thunder divine dragon with a smile on his face. After passing the transformation tribulation, he only needed to use resources to improve his cultivation in the future. There was finally a real emperor dragon, an eternal dragon. My king! The purple thunder divine firmament dragon strode over and knelt on one knee before Chinyu with a respectful expression. What's your real name? Chinyu asked with a smile. Every dragon, when born, would have the name of the origin that was born with the origin ability, just like how Aod, Aoba, Aogio, and the others all had their own names. However, for the human race, they would usually call the dragons by their names and would rarely ask for their real names. However, things were different when it came to Chinyu. In the future, he would subdue more and more dragons, and dragons of the same race would appear. Naturally, he would need to know the true names of the dragons. Lei Kuang, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, stood up and said respectfully, "There are quite a few people coming. Let's go." Chinyu nodded and put Lei Kuang into the origin dragon world before disappearing into the void. Half an hour later, Chinyu, who was flying towards the heavenly imperial palace after taking a big detour away from the thunder tribulation area, suddenly exclaimed softly. Immediately after, Chinyu immediately restrained his aura and disappeared into the void. Why are there so many Emperor Realm Masters? Did the heavenly imperial palace and the three sects do something again? The dragon soul looked at the 700 or so Emperor Realm Masters in the distance, and a glint flashed in its eyes. No top force in the spirit state could produce so many Emperor Realm Masters. They were definitely allied forces. No, they are not from the heavenly imperial palace and the three sects. Chinyu focused his eyes and took a look. He was able to tell. Those Emperor Realm Masters were not from the heavenly imperial palace, heavenly sun holy land, or Saint Divine dynasty. They were not even from the Xianyuan family or ancient Cold Island. Qin, you had seen the cultivators of the six sects during the sixth sect war some time ago. He knew clearly about the cultivation inheritance they each cultivated. This also caused Chinyu to be extremely astonished. Other than these few great forces in the spirit state, there should be no other force that could produce so many Emperor Realm Masters. Even the 10,000 Martial sect, which claimed to be the strongest of the seven great forces, could not have so many Emperor Realm Masters. Could it be that an external force intervened in the spirit state's situation? That direction. Are they heading towards the heavenly imperial palace? Chinyu's eyes flashed with a look of contemplation. The bird that sticks out gets shot. During this period, the heavenly imperial palace was indeed in the limelight. First, it was the six sects that destroyed the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Then, it was rumored that they took the lead and formed the Northwest Martial Artist Alliance. This also caused the heavenly imperial palace's every move to be seen by countless forces. It was very likely that the heavenly imperial palace was targeted by the other powerful forces of the 9 continents of the heaven domain. Of course, this so-called 9 continents of the heaven domain were most likely the 2 continents of the human race. Next was the northwest spirit state of the monster race. As for the central continent, it was unlikely that they would take a fancy to the spirit state. The barren state and the divine land had never intervened in the affairs of other continents. Thinking of this, the spiritual array disk in Chinyu's hand trembled slightly, and a mysterious ancient incantation burned out. Although he did not know what had happened, it was better to inform the heavenly imperial palace first and make preparations. After the ancient incantation burned, a teleportation array appeared in Chinyu's spiritual array disk and disappeared in an instant. Just in case, Chinyu left a teleportation array inside and outside the heavenly imperial palace at any time. The reason why he was in a hurry before was because he did not want the teleportation array to be discovered by the heavenly imperial palace. At the same time, in the heavenly imperial palace, in the sacred palace, Shi Tiangang, Shi Tianyun, Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, Sun Yunlang, and the other core Emperor Realm Masters were gathered together. The descendants of the 12 battle generals, Ai Shiri, Qing Jinzhong, and the other core Emperor Realm Masters were also gathered. Elder Qi, Why did you summon us in such a hurry? Did something big happen? Looking at the grave expressions of the descendants of the battle generals, Shi Tiangang also became a little serious. All the top emperor realm masters were gathered. Could it be that another major force had invaded? But why did they not receive any news? Palace Master, please look at this. AI Shiri's expression was extremely grave as he took out a spiritual rune crystal. This is, Shi Tiangang took a look and broke the seal, revealing a scene. It can't be. Seeing the scene, Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three battle generals were shocked. Did the 10,000 martial sect and the Heavenly Sun's sacred land secretly form an alliance? The scene was of the 10,000 martial sovereign, the Heavenly Sun's sacred master, and the high-level emperors from both sides talking and laughing. Shi Tiangong's brows furrowed tightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the scene on the spiritual rune crystal was not an illusion. The Heavenly Sun's sacred land was one of the three strongest forces in the Northwest Martial Arts Alliance. Meeting the divine master of the 10,000 martial sect at this time naturally made their imagination run wild. If the Heavenly Sun's sacred land really formed an alliance with the 10,000 martial sect, it would definitely be bad news for the Heavenly Imperial Palace. This is no small matter. We must test the Heavenly Sun's sacred land's attitude before making a decision. Sun Yunlang said with a grave expression, if this matter was not handled well, it would turn their originally favorable situation upside down. Elder Qi, how did you get this information? Sun Jiuxiao asked AI Shiri directly after pondering for a moment. He had always been in charge of the intelligence of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. The fact that the descendants of the battle generals knew about this information in advance made Sun Jiuxiao feel that something was wrong. Chapter 526, Shi Tiangang, and the others also turned to look at Qi Shi. Within the Heavenly Imperial Palace, the situation between the descendants of the three emperors and the generals had always been quite subtle. At the critical moment, they would work together to fight against the external enemies. But over the years, the gap between the two sides had grown bigger and bigger, and they were wary of each other. Do you still remember that we had a fierce conflict with the Heavenly Sun, Holy Land, more than 20 years ago? At that time, I sent someone to hide in the Heavenly Sun, Holy Land, just in case. Originally, because of the recent alliance, I was going to call him back to avoid any misunderstandings. But who would have thought that the spy would send such a secret message just now? And after the secret message was sent, he was killed by the Heavenly Sun, Holy Land, and the 10,000 martial emperor. Qi Shi said solemnly, with a trace of anger and murderous intent in his voice. So the news is true. The Heavenly Sun, Holy Land, and the 10,000 martial sect must be up to something. Are they targeting us? It's not impossible. After all, more than half of the Northern Territory has fallen into our hands. It's inevitable that they will covet it. Among the descendants of the three emperors, there were many high-level emperors, and they were all discussing with a solemn atmosphere. Wang. Just as Shi Tiangang was deep in thought, the jade pendant at his waist trembled slightly. Then, an ancient rune appeared on the jade pendant. Shun Feng's urgent secret order? Seeing this, Shi Tiangang immediately merged the power of his emperor's spirit into the ancient rune. In the next moment, Shi Tiangang's face changed. He stood up abruptly and immediately took out an ancient token. As the runes on the ancient token trembled, the chaotic heaven divine array immediately activated its highest level of defense. Palace Master, what's wrong? Seeing this, the people of the Heavenly Imperial Palace all looked at Shi Tiangang, not knowing what had happened. Shun Feng sent a secret message. There are at least 700 Emperor realm masters rushing towards us. Shi Tiangang said slowly, his voice extremely solemn. 700 Emperor Realm Masters. Shi Tiangang's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the gathered core emperors of the heavenly imperial palace to pale in disbelief. 700 Emperor Realm Masters. With such a foundation, at least 3 top forces had formed an alliance. Besides the Heavenly Sun Holy Land and the 10,000 Martial Sect, which other top force had formed an alliance to deal with them. The expressions of Ai Shuri and the other descendants of war generals changed. They looked at each other in shock. They had just started planning, and the 10,000 Martial Sect and the others had already been exposed. Palace Master, what do we do now? Where is Shenfeng now? 2 voices rang out at the same time. It was a 3 emperors, high-level emperor, realm venerable, and Sun Gushing. However, their focus was completely different. The high-level emperor, realm master, was concerned about how to deal with the current situation. As for Sun Gushing, he was worried for Qin Yu's safety. Out of the 4 great godly herbs, only the immortal spirit grass was missing. Now, the news of the immortal spirit grass appearance was very likely to be true. At this time, as long as they could get through this crisis and obtain the immortal spiritual herbs, they would be able to concoct the immortal emperor pills. Hence, even if the safety of the Emperor Palace was important, Qin, you couldn't be lost. Shenfeng has returned. Now, we have to act according to the most serious situation. Open the ancestral realm first. Just as Shi Tiangang was giving orders to arrange everything and prepare to deal with the great enemy that was about to arrive, his voice suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on the divine incantation that had appeared at some point above the sacred hall. Those divine incantations were ancient and mysterious. They were like strange flowers blooming, giving off a demonic feeling. However, what shocked Shi Tiangang was that, even with his cultivation, he didn't notice when those ancient divine incantations had appeared. Rumble! Almost at this instant, a wave of destructive power suddenly attacked Shi Tiangang and the others. Layers of explosions occurred in the void, and the sacred hall shook violently. If it weren't for the barrier formed by those ancient divine incantations, the sacred hall would have been completely destroyed. The ones who attacked were the 12 Emperor Realm Venerable Generals led by Qi Shi. Caught off guard, more than 10 Emperor Realm Venerable Generals among the descendants of the 3 emperors were killed, and dozens more were seriously injured. Fortunately, Shi Tiangang and the other top Emperor Realm Venerable Generals reacted quickly and were not injured. While defending, they also protected the other Emperor Realm Venerable Generals from the 3 emperors. After the sneak attack, Qi Shi and the other Emperor Realm Venerable Generals' descendants didn't attack again. They just stared at Shi Tiangang and the others. Qi Shi, what are you doing? A seriously injured high-level Emperor Realm Venerable roared at Qi Shi and the others. However, the gazes of Qi Shi and the others were cold and gloomy. Cold smiles filled with killing intent appeared on their faces. It seems that the one who colluded with the 10,000 Martial Sect is not the Heavenly Sun Holy Land, but you? Shi Tiangang looked deeply at Qi Shi and the others. If he still didn't understand by now, he would have lived in vain. Palace Master is indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, it's too late to understand now. Qi Shi sneered coldly. According to the plan, they used the possibility of the Heavenly Sun Holy Land and the 10,000 Martial Sect as an excuse to gather Shi Tiangang and the other higher-ups of the 3 emperors. The original plan was quite smooth, but the 10,000 Martial Sect's actions were detected by Qin Yu, so they had to act in advance. Why are you doing this? Shi Tiangang glanced at Qi Shi and the other Emperor Realm Venerable General's descendants and asked slowly, Why? The reason is simple. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. We are no weaker than you. Why should we let you step on our heads? The greed and fanaticism in Qi Shi eyes was difficult to hide. What good do you think you will have in the future by inviting the wolf into the house? Shi Tiangong's expression and tone gradually calmed down. But those who knew him knew that Shi Tiangang was now in a state of complete fury. Even when the sacrificial evil god court joined forces with foreign enemies to invade, Shi Tiangang had never been so furious. Sometimes being betrayed by one's own people was more chilling than being invaded by foreign enemies. In these years, the gap between the descendants of the three emperors and the emperor realm venerable general's descendants had been growing. But in Shi Tiangong's heart, the descendants of the emperor realm venerable generals were still people of the heavenly imperial palace. Even if they reignited the bloodline of the three emperors, it would only stabilize the position of the descendants of the three emperors. They would not kill the descendants of the emperor realm venerable generals. But they did not expect that the descendants of the emperor realm venerable generals would collude with foreign forces in order to seize power. Moreover, the force they colluded with was the 10,000 martial sect. This was no different from inviting the wolf into the house. Even if they joined forces, it would be difficult to resist the 10,000 martial sect, not to mention the power of the descendants of the emperor realm venerable generals alone. One could imagine that the heavenly imperial palace would definitely be unable to escape the fate of being annexed by the 10,000 martial sect. Thinking that the inheritance of the heavenly imperial palace from ancient times would be ruined by their hands. The killing intent in Shi Tiangong's heart towards Qi Shi and the others became more and more intense. He wanted to grind their bones and scatter their ashes. Palace Master, at this time, you should be worried about your own fate. As for us, we naturally have our own plans. You don't need to worry about it. Qi Shi smiled eerily. Although they did not manage to sneak attack Shi Tiangang and the others, they trapped them here. Their plan was equivalent to success. Chapter 5:27. You can't be so naive as to think that your scheme will succeed by trapping us here, right? Shi Tiangong's voice was still extremely calm, even indifferent. Sun Gushing, Shi Tianyun, and the others were filled with killing intent. They were waiting for Shi Tiangong's order to kill them immediately. Haha, you don't know yet, right? The moment the barrier of the sacred palace appeared, all the descendants of the three emperors outside would fall into our control. If you don't want your bloodline to be completely cut off, I suggest that you don't make any moves. AI Shiri's smile became even more complacent. The scheme that he had prepared for so many years was finally going to succeed. This made him unable to suppress his excitement. You, Sun Gushing, and the other descendants of the three emperors changed their expressions greatly. They were anxious because they were worried about the other clansmen outside. Although they were trapped here, their lives weren't in danger. On the contrary, the clansmen outside didn't know anything about the situation here. AI Shiri and the others had been scheming for a long time. They were afraid that they had really fallen into the hands of AI Shiri and the others. AI Shiri, do you really think that we didn't notice your ambition at all? Only Shi Tiangong's expression didn't change. Humph, so what have you noticed? It's too late now. AI Shiri was very unhappy that he didn't see the panic on Shi Tiangong's face. He snorted coldly. Since you've already noticed, then you'll naturally be prepared. A smile appeared on Shi Tiangong's face. Sun Gushing and the others couldn't help but look at Shi Tiangang. They didn't know what Shi Tiangang had secretly prepared. However, looking at Shi Tiangong's appearance, it seemed that he didn't need to worry about the safety of the clansmen outside. Humph, at this time, you can only talk big. AI Shiri glanced at the confused Sun Gushing and the others, and the sneer on his face became even more obvious. It was normal for Shi Tiangang to hide it from them, but he didn't believe that he would hide it from Sun Gushing and the other descendants of the three emperors. Evidently, Shi Tiangang was merely bluffing right now. However, this was exactly what he wanted, because when the 10,000 martial sect's army arrived, it would be easy to suppress Shi Tiangang and the others. Bluff? See if you can contact your clansmen outside. Then you'll know if I'm bluffing. The smile on Shi Tiangang's face became increasingly relaxed. AI Shi re-narrowed his eyes, his gloomy gaze flickering. Azurite Bell, Gu Wuxing, Qi Shuanghai, and the others looked at each other calmly. Mu Qingyun immediately used a secret technique to contact the Emperor Realm Master outside the temple. A moment later, the expression of Mu Qingyun, who was using a secret technique, changed. What happened? AI Shiri noticed the change in Mu Qingyun's expression, and his heart sank. Green Golden Bell and the others communicated with each other using a secret technique. All the clansmen outside, including the Emperor Realm Elders, can't be contacted. Mu Qingyun's expression was extremely ugly. The barrier around the temple was something they had carefully laid down. It was able to prevent Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three sovereigns from sending out any news. However, they possessed the corresponding secret techniques, which allowed them to enter and exit, as well as use secret techniques to sense the outside world. Once the 10,000 martial sect's army arrived, they would be able to coordinate with the outside and forcefully suppress Shi Tiangang and the others. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for them to trap themselves here. Now, although the secret technique he used was transmitted, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. None of the clansmen in the outside world responded. It was obvious that something big had happened. The other Emperor Realm Masters also used their secret techniques to sense the outside world. The more they sensed, the more flustered they became. In order to prevent Shi Tiangang and the others from noticing their plan, their families and confidants weren't protected in advance. Now that they couldn't sense them and couldn't use their secret techniques to communicate, they were naturally flustered and had a bad premonition. What did you do? The complacent sneer on AI Shiri's face completely disappeared as he stared at Shi Tiangang sinisterly. Didn't I say just now? I just made some preparations. By the way, you just said that in order to prevent the bloodline from being severed, you advised us not to move recklessly, right? Now, I will also give you a suggestion. As Shi Tiangang spoke, the smile on his face turned cold. If you don't want your bloodline to be severed and your clansmen to die, immediately disperse the barrier around the temple. When Shi Tiangang's words came out, the expressions of the descendants changed again. The descendants of the three sovereigns relaxed a lot. The initiative of both sides immediately changed. Originally, AI Shiri and the others planned to use the three sovereigns as bargaining chips to threaten Shi Tiangang and the others. However, they didn't expect Shi Tiangang to control their clansmen, putting them in a difficult position. Elder Qi, something must have happened outside. Why don't you send me out? The Azure Gold Bell secretly transmitted its voice to AI Shiri. No, this is very likely his scheme. AI Shiri directly interrupted the Azure Gold Bell's transmission. They had trapped Shi Tiangang and the others with great difficulty. How could they rashly open the barrier just because they weren't sure if Shi Tiangang's words were true or false? If they let Shi Tiangang and the others escape, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Don't make me say the same thing again. Now, open the barrier immediately. Shi Tiangang's ice-cold voice sounded as if he was issuing a final warning. Do you think you can scare me with just a few words? We have made thorough preparations in the outside world. No matter what preparations you made, it is impossible for you to catch all of us in one go. AI Shiri's eyes twitched. After his face twitched, he spoke sinisterly. If you don't believe me, then there is nothing I can do. However, that is a secret technique left behind by the three emperors. It is so powerful that even I can't resist it, nor can I control it completely. After a long time, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to collect the corpses of your clansmen. Sure Tian-Gang's fearless look made the descendants of the generals even more restless. If the bloodline of the 12 generals was cut off, then what was the use even if they succeeded in seizing the throne? Not good. While Ai Shiri and the others couldn't make up their minds, the faces of the Emperor Realm descendants of the generals changed drastically. Ai Shiri and the others looked over and saw that the Emperor Realm Masters all took out a jade pendant. A crack appeared on the jade pendant. Ai Shiri and the others' faces changed. They could tell that those jade pendants were blood source jades. Now that the jade pendants had cracked, it meant that several descendants of the generals had died. What happened? Sure Tian-Gang's eyes flickered. He was a little surprised. Although he had set up a backup plan, it was impossible for him to kill all the descendants of battle generals. Now that the descendants of the generals had died, it was too much of a coincidence. Of course, this coincidence was a good thing for them. It would become the fatal straw that crushed the descendants of the generals. However, at this time, who would kill the 12 war generals? In the outside world, there were no more powerful emperors among the descendants of the three emperors. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Shi Tiangong's mind. Shenfeng, Chapter 5:28. Elder Qi, let's open the barrier first. Anyway, the people of 10,000 martial sect should be here already. Even if we open the barrier now, the result won't change. At this time, many descendants of great generals had already sent messages to Qi Shi Ri. If what Shi Tian-Gang said was true, the descendants of their great generals would all be wiped out. If that was the case, their plan would be meaningless. This senior has already solved the problem that everyone is worried about, so there's no need to worry. Just as Qi Shi Ri was about to give in, a chuckle suddenly came from a corner of the temple. This voice, Shi Tian-Gang, and the others heard this, and their faces changed as they looked over. A figure appeared in the corner of the temple. It was the Holy Master of 10,000 martial sect, Supreme Martial Emperor. Rewind time a little. Heavenly Emperor Palace, in the glorious palace. Wang. Qin Yu, who had just teleported back and was about to find Shi Tian-Gang. He immediately felt a vast divine pressure emanating from the chaotic sky divine array that enveloped the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The divine pressure was so strong that it directly suppressed the space of the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace. It was as if even the air had been completely sucked out at this moment. The people in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, from weak to strong, were all suppressed in place under the terrifying divine pressure, unable to move at all. In an instant, the Heavenly Emperor Palace became dead silent, as if time had stopped. What's going on? Qin Yu, who was surrounded by space force and broke free from the divine pressure that suppressed the space, frowned slightly. There was no doubt that the vast divine pressure was emitted by the chaotic sky divine array. Even Qin Yu couldn't control the chaotic sky divine array to achieve that kind of divine pressure. This must be the extraordinary secret technique of the chaotic sky divine array that Shi Tian-Gang and the other descendants of the three emperors had mastered. But the problem was that he had already sent back a message using the secret technique. Shi Tian-Gang and the others should have received the news by now. But why didn't any of the core high-level emperors appear? Instead, all the people of the Heavenly Emperor Palace were suppressed. As Qin Yu pondered, he began to walk toward the sacred palace. Once something big happened in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, everyone would gather in the temple to discuss it. But just as he passed through two palaces, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. In front of them, 8 Emperor Realm Elders were desperately resisting the vast divine pressure. In front of such a terrifying divine pressure, even Emperor Realm Masters like them could only struggle, unable to completely escape. But what surprised Qinyu was that beside the 8 Emperor Realm Elders were Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the other younger generation descendants of the 3 emperors. Looking at the state of Sun Shiyu and the others, before they were suppressed by the pressure, they were all shocked. Obviously, he had been imprisoned by the 8 Emperor Realm Elders, and his face was filled with fear and anger. It can't be. Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Qinyu's mind, and his gaze fell on the 8 Emperor Realm Masters. After sensing a little, Qinyu's guess was confirmed. The 8 venerable sovereigns all had the blood of descendants of battle generals running through their veins. Obviously, these 8 Emperor Realm Masters were all descendants of the 12 war generals. At this time, the civil war between the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and the 12 war generals broke out. Or could it be that the 700 Emperor Realm Masters coming towards the Emperor Palace were related to the descendants of the 12 war generals? Thinking about it was one thing, but Qinyu's movements were not slow at all. His figure flickered, and he directly appeared in front of the 8 Emperor Realm Elders. The 8 of them were all 5th grade Emperor Realm Masters. With Qinyu's current means, and under such circumstances, he was able to easily suppress them. With ease, Qinyu directly suppressed them. After a little soul-searching and refining, Qinyu's guess was confirmed. The descendants of the 12 war generals were indeed preparing to rebel, Shirtian Gang, and the others were already trapped in the temple. According to the original plan, what they were supposed to do was to capture all the descendants of the 3 emperors as bargaining chips. But they did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur in the chaotic sky god array during the operation. Under such a vast divine pressure, it was extremely difficult for them to resist, and it was impossible for them to complete the plan of imprisoning all the descendants of the 3 emperors. Xiao. While Qinyu was soul-searching and refining, beams of divine light descended from the sky within the chaotic sky god array. Ancient and mysterious spirit runes spread out from those divine lights, intertwining with each other. Whether it was those divine lights or ancient spirit runes, they were not physical. They were like the moon in the water, and even ripples would occasionally appear. But after those divine lights and spirit runes spread out, the entire space of the Emperor Palace froze. That's right, it froze. Qinyu was able to clearly sense that the entire void of the Heavenly Imperial Palace seemed to be about to be imprisoned. The people in the Emperor Palace seemed to be teleported to another space-time. Qinyu thought for a moment and released a burst of space-time force. Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the other juniors were immediately taken into the 3 layers of universe rings. Qin, you still did not know whether Shirtian Gang and the others were the ones controlling the chaotic sky god array. So, Qinyu did not let Sun Shiyu and the others be imprisoned in that space. Swish, swish, swish. After Qinyu took Sun Shiyu and the others, those divine lights descending from the sky suddenly retracted. Those ancient spirit runes that were intertwined with the divine lights also flew up. Along with them, the people in the Emperor Palace were all brought up into the sky by the spirit runes. The Emperor Palace actually had such a hidden technique. Seeing the densely packed people being brought into the chaotic sky god array, the dragon soul's eyes flashed with shock. Among those people, there were more than 100 Emperor Realm Masters, although their cultivation was below the 6th or 7th grade Emperor Realm. However, to be able to confine so many sovereigns in an instant was already shocking enough. Imprison! Just as Qinyu was thinking about whether to follow those divine lights and spirit runes and rush into the chaotic sky god array to find out what was going on, a low roar of extraordinary power suddenly exploded in the void of the Sky Emperor Palace. Then, a vast and unparalleled Tao technique power crossed the void. More than half of the divine lights and spirit runes that had entered the chaotic sky god array were directly suppressed in the void. Naturally, those from the Emperor Palace who had not had time to enter the chaotic sky god array were also sealed in midair, unable to move. Top Emperor Realm Master. The moment the roar appeared, Qin Yu instantly noticed it and immediately withdrew his aura and hid in the void. While hiding, Qin Yu also looked at the person who appeared in midair above the Emperor Palace. That's the 10,000 martial sect's Holy Master. After taking a look, Qin Yu immediately recognized him. This caused Qin Yu to be rather bewildered. Although he had just soul-searched and refined those 8 people, he did not obtain any confidential information. He did not know much about the overall plan of the descendants of the generals. However, now that the sect master of the 10,000 martial sect had appeared here, many doubts in Qin Yu's heart gradually became clear. If there was no internal support, the 10,000 martial sect's holy master would never have been able to sneak into the Emperor Palace silently. So, the only possibility was that the 12 generals and the 10,000 martial sect had joined forces. Looking at the 10,000 martial emperor, who was constantly using secret techniques to completely seal those divine lights and spirit runes in the void, Qin Yu did not appear. He wanted to see what kind of plan 10,000 martial emperor and the descendants of the generals had. Chapter 529. After using the secret technique to seal it, Wan Wudi looked at the chaotic sky divine array, as if he wanted to break it. After all, the entire space of the heavenly imperial palace was sealed by the chaotic sky divine array, and even the teleportation formation could not be used. Wan Wudi had been brought in advance. But when he was still deploying the teleportation formation, Shi Tiangang immediately activated the divine array and sealed the entire heavenly imperial palace. This also caused the 10,000 martial sect army that was about to arrive to be unable to come in. Unfortunately, the chaotic sky divine array that Shi Tiangang had turned into a defense was like a huge turtle shell. Even if it was destroyed from the inside, it could not be destroyed. In other words, there was no way to start. It seems that I can only use divine power to suppress it. After looking around the divine array, Wan Wudi seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in the direction of the sacred palace. Immediately, Wan Wudi's figure flashed through the air and quickly broke through the void toward the sacred palace. Only after the 10,000 martial emperor left did Qin Yu quietly appear. Looking in the direction of the sacred palace, Qin Yu thought for a moment and did not chase after him. Instead, he flew toward the divine light spell that Wan Wudi had sealed in the void. Shi Tiangang and the others as top sovereigns would not be in danger for a short period of time, even if they were trapped. Therefore, at this time, the most important thing to do was to ensure the safety of the descendants of the 3 emperors. When there were no worries, Shi Tiangang and the others would not be threatened. Similarly, when the descendants of the 12 generals fell into their hands, they would have a bargaining chip to deal with the sovereigns of the 12 generals. Therefore, Qin Yu immediately used the heaven evasion stealing technique to directly pass through the chaotic sky divine array and Wan Wudi's restriction and enter the divine light spell. At this time, in the sacred palace, 10,000 Mountain Cauldron, looking at Wan Wudi, who was slowly walking out with a mighty aura, Shi Tiangang's eyes surged with killing intent. No wonder AI Shi and the other descendants of the 12 generals were so confident in attacking them. It turned out that the force they were colluding with was Wan Wudi. If it were normal times with the chaotic sky divine array and the Northwest Martial Arts Alliance, the heavenly imperial palace's forces were not afraid of Wan Wudi. However, in this situation where they were colluding with the outside, their situation was extremely bad. The only thing Shi Tiangang was thankful for now was the timely message from Chinyu. He immediately sealed the Chaotic Heavens divine formation, and even activated the Chaotic Heavens divine formation's greatest secret technique. Otherwise, the 10,000 Mountain Cauldron would have brought in the entire 10,000 martial sects martial artist army. Long time no see, sovereign heavenly firmament. Wan Wudi revered the myriad Mountain Cauldron and greeted Shi Tiangang with a smile. It has indeed been a long time. The last time we met was during the Battle of Lingyue Mountain 70 years ago. I haven't heard from you for so long that I thought you were dead. Shi Tiangong's voice was somewhat cold. The descendants of the 12 battle generals might have had the intention to rebel long ago. However, without the instigation of the myriad Mountain Cauldron and the myriad martial sect, they definitely wouldn't dare to rebel. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. That battle back then allowed me to gain some enlightenment. I've been in seclusion all these years, but unfortunately, I still haven't managed to become a divine emperor. The myriad Mountain Cauldron didn't mind Shi Tiangong's attitude and chuckled. How could such a despicable person possibly become a divine emperor? Shi Tiangang smiled coldly. Previously, he had been quite confident when facing off against the descendants of the 12 battle generals. However, with the addition of the myriad Mountain Cauldron, the situation was different. More importantly, the time the myriad Mountain Cauldron spent in the sacred palace was enough for him to do many things. Shi Tiangang was a little worried about the safety of his clansmen outside. Despicable? Brother Shi, I didn't expect you to say such childish things after living for so many years. On the path of martial arts, as long as one's mind is clear and there are no demons in one's heart, what difference does it make whether one acts despicable or righteous? Speaking of which, the reason you think I'm despicable is because I interfered with the internal strife of your heavenly imperial palace. However, you should know that the world of martial arts has always been one where the strong are respected. Since your bloodline is no longer strong enough to lead the heavenly imperial palace, it's naturally time for you to give up your position. The myriad Mountain Cauldron was still smiling. What a good! The strong are respected. Today, I'd like to see how much stronger you are compared to before. The unmovable stone emperor seal around Shi Tiangang trembled slightly as if it had materialized, and its divine power was vast and mighty. Sun Jiuxiao and the others also used the three sovereigns' secret techniques. Their auras violently surged, and even the void trembled. Lord Myriad Martial Emperor, how is the situation of my clansmen outside? Seeing that Shi Tiangang and the others were about to erupt with their auras, Ai Shiri and the others all became vigilant. However, while they were on guard, Ai Shiri and the others were also quite worried about what Shi Tiangang had said before. Don't worry, your clansmen are safe and sound. When this is over, I naturally have a way to let your clansmen escape safely. As the myriad Mountain Cauldron spoke, it flicked its finger. As light flickered, a scene appeared in the sacred palace. It was the scene of the myriad Mountain Cauldron suppressing the divine light incantations in the air. What is that? Seeing the divine light incantations appear in the chaotic heavens' divine formation, Ai Shiri and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time they knew that the chaotic heavens' divine formation had such an ability. It should be a sealing secret technique. However, I've already tested it, and it only has the power of sealing, the myriad Mountain Cauldron said. Damn it, I was a step too late. Seeing this, Shi Tiangong's gaze became even more sinister and terrifying. The final trump card that he could use to threaten the descendants of generals was actually interrupted by the myriad Mountain Cauldron. This way, neither side had any worries nor any weaknesses that could be used against the other. Whether they lived or died, it would all depend on their own methods. Of course, in truth, they were still at a disadvantage. Indestructible stone Emperor seal. Heaven's War Emperor transformation. Three Emperors world suppression. Shi Tiangang looked at Sun Jiuxiao and the others discreetly. Sun Jiuxiao and the others understood and suddenly attacked. Violent and destructive Tao arts and divine abilities that could destroy the heavens and earth were blasted out. However, they did not attack separately. As they intertwined and cooperated, the indestructible stone Emperor seal and Heaven's War Emperor transformation overlapped and formed an ancient statue. A terrifying pressure that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths was emitted from the statue, as if it wanted to shatter everything in the world. Although AI Shiri and the others had the help of the myriad mountain cauldron, the difference in their battle prowess was enormous. However, if they really fought with their lives on the line, they were absolutely confident that both sides would suffer great losses. If it really reached that stage, Shi Tiangang would definitely drag the myriad mountain cauldron down with him. Azure Ghost Divine Power, Scarlet Sky Lightning, Berserk Demon Spirit, Heavenly Fire Power, Myriad Wood Heavenly Prison, the Azure Golden Bell, AI Shiri, the Ancient Martial Star, Qi Shuanghai, Mu Qingyun, and the other descendants of generals also used their own divine abilities and secret arts. Rumble, the divine abilities and secret arts of both sides, were like a mountain torrent crashing into a tsunami. Both sides were sent flying hundreds of feet away. Their auras were incomparably chaotic. Chapter 5:30. What kind of barrier is this? Shi Tiangong's eyes flashed with disappointment as he looked at the violently shaking sacred palace. Originally, he wanted to use the explosions of the two sides' attacks to break through the sacred palace's barrier, but his plan had failed. While he was disappointed, he was also shocked. He didn't know what kind of barrier the ancient runes that filled the sacred palace were. It only shook after withstanding the shock waves of so many sovereigns' attacks. In fact, even the void was not shattered by the impact. From a certain perspective, this defensive power had already surpassed the chaotic sky divine formation. After all, although the chaotic sky divine formation had the power to disrupt space, it could not completely seal it. This won't do. If you all die, the rest of the plan will be ruined. Just as Shi Tiangang and AI Shiri were about to fight again, the myriad mountain cauldron laughed. Does this guy still have some tricks up his sleeve? Seeing the relaxed expression of the myriad mountain cauldron, Shi Tiangang and the others became extremely cautious. Previously, when they fought with the descendants of the generals, the myriad mountain cauldron did not make a move. Shi Tiangang thought that the myriad mountain cauldron wanted to protect itself, but now it seemed that it had other plans. While Shi Tiangang and the others were on guard, the myriad mountain cauldron suddenly waved its right hand, and a divine stone carved with strange spiritual inscriptions appeared. After the spirit rune stone trembled violently, it suddenly exploded with a bang. Specks of divine light scattered and filled the entire sacred palace. The divine light seemed illusory as it directly penetrated the indestructible stone emperor seals around Shi Tiangang and the others. Even the true Yuan shields and divine abilities and secret techniques could not stop it. Shi Tiangang and the others, who had nowhere to hide, were all infected by the divine light. Not only Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the 3 emperors, but also AI Shiri and the other descendants of the 12 generals. This is seeing the smile on the myriad mountain cauldron's face become even wider. Shi Tiangong's heart sank. He had an ominous feeling. After carefully sensing it, shock flashed in his eyes. Primordial divine power. The divine light that infected them, unable to be expelled or purified, was actually primordial divine power. Not good. The instant the divine light of primordial divine power entered their bodies, the divine power of all the sovereigns in the Sky Emperor Palace, which had fused with their true yuan, began to boil. It felt as if the primordial divine power in his true yuan was about to explode. They could only use their Tao arts and true essence to desperately suppress the rampaging primordial divine power in their bodies. Could it be? Shi Tiangong's mind involuntarily surfaced. Qin Yu had once said that the extraterritorial devil race could suppress the ancient divine power in their bodies. Just like the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the myriad martial sect also had the shadow of the extraterritorial devil race behind them. Or could it be that the 10,000 martial sect had already thoroughly studied the ancient divine power and could completely control the extraterritorial devil race? What do you want? Compared to Shi Tiangang, who had some clues, AI Shi, and the others were completely shocked. This unforeseen event was not part of their plan. Could it be that the myriad mountain cauldron wanted to eliminate them as well? What do you want? Isn't that obvious? The myriad mountain cauldron's face turned cold. Of course I'm going to kill you all. Hearing the words of the 10,000 mountain cauldron, the expressions of AI Shi and the other descendants of battle generals changed greatly. Not only did the myriad mountain cauldron want to use their hands to deal with Shi Tiangang and the others, but it also wanted to kill them. He actually wanted to eliminate them as well. This greatly surpassed their expectations. At this time, Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three sovereigns did not have the time to gloat. They were all using all their strength to suppress the rampaging primordial divine power in their bodies. If they were to fight in their current state, they would not be able to unleash their full power. They could not even unleash 20% of their strength in battle, and could only be slaughtered by the myriad mountain cauldron. You dare to break the heart demon oath. AI Shi's pupils shrank, and a chill rose in his heart. Not only did the myriad mountain cauldron swear the heart demon oath, but it was also hit by the mad devil curse. More than half of the younger generation of the 10,000 martial sect were suppressed in their secret realm. The myriad mountain cauldron actually dared to betray them. This made AI Shi feel incredulous. Mad devil curse. The ancient martial star reacted instantly, and his hands formed a seal, activating the mad devil curse in the myriad mountain cauldron. A low explosion came from within the myriad mountain cauldron, causing its body to tremble violently. However, as Peng Bai's divine power boiled, the myriad mountain cauldron's pale face immediately regained its color. The mad devil curse in its body emitted a violent destructive aura that was forcefully suppressed. How could this be? This scene caused the ancient martial star to be stunned. Even AI Shi, Shi Tiangang, and the others were stunned. The power of the mad devil curse went deep into the bone marrow and merged with the soul. Even a peak sovereign venerable would be severely injured, if not killed by this curse. However, the myriad mountain cauldron was completely unharmed after withstanding the power of the mad devil curse. Moreover, it suppressed the mad devil curse in an instant. Such a method was completely beyond their understanding. The power of this curse is quite strong. I don't want to endure it again. The myriad mountain cauldron looked at the ancient martial star whose hands had changed again, and suddenly attacked. A vast divine power swept over. It suppressed the rampaging primordial divine power while suppressing the mutated ancient martial star. It was too late to react, and could only watch as the myriad mountain cauldron's killing move came crashing down. Rumble! Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three sovereigns, as well as AI Shi and the other descendants of battle generals, joined forces to block the myriad mountain cauldron's divine power. At this time, Shi Tiangang and the others did not care about the betrayal of AI Shi and the others. Their biggest enemy now was the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. If they could not destroy the Myriad Mountain Cauldron, all of them would die. Pucci. Unfortunately, even if everyone from the heavenly Imperial Palace joined forces, with their current combat strength, they could not withstand the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's attack. After one move, they were all severely injured and flew backward, while vomiting blood. Explode! The ancient martial star took the opportunity to unleash the mad devil curse again. However, the result was the same. Swoosh! The ancient martial star's actions seemed to have completely angered the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. Its figure flickered, and like a ghost, it appeared in front of the ancient martial star in an instant and pointed a finger. The ancient martial star's head exploded before he could react. His flesh and blood were instantly annihilated, and his emperor's soul was completely destroyed. The ancient martial star was dead. I told you not to use it again. Why didn't you listen? The Myriad Mountain Cauldron calmly retracted its hand, and its expression did not change. Killing a peak sovereign, venerable, seemed to be a piece of cake for it. I'll kill you. Ai Shuri and the other descendants of battle generals were on the verge of tears. Among the descendants of the mad demon battle general, a high-level sovereign venerable roared and rushed toward the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. As he rushed out, an incomparably destructive fluctuation of Dao art spread out from his body. Shi Tiangong's expression changed. He immediately ordered the descendants of the three sovereigns to retreat and strengthen the defense of the indestructible stone emperor seal. In front of me, you can't even self-destruct. What Shi Tiangang could see, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron could naturally see as well. With a casual wave of its hand, the descendant of the mad demon battle general, who rushed out stiffened and fell from midair, crashing heavily on the ground. Chapter 5:31. Divine runes that resembled steel wires appeared on the skin of the descendant of the berserk demon war general, wrapping around him. These divine runes emerged from his flesh, bones, and organs. Although the berserk demon general's descendant was still alive, he looked no different from a cripple. Bang! The Myriad Mountain Cauldron stomped down and crushed the berserk demon general's descendant, causing blood to splatter everywhere. If you don't want to die, I advise you to behave. After killing two sovereigns, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's eyes became somewhat indifferent and impatient. What? Didn't you want to kill us and then annex my Sky Emperor Palace? Shi Tiangang asked coldly, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. If not for the ancient divine power in his true essence being difficult to suppress, Shi Tiangang would have attacked long ago. I'll give you two choices. First, hand over your origin soul energy and serve me from now on. Then I can spare your lives. As for the second, I'll kill you now and then exterminate your clansmen so that your two branches of Sky Emperor Palace will completely disappear from this world. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron did not reply to Shi Tiangang and spoke indifferently. As it spoke, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron opened its right hand and a pitch-black and evil ancient talisman appeared. Everyone from Sky Emperor Palace paled at the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's words. Of the two choices the Myriad Mountain Cauldron spoke of, choosing the former meant becoming a slave or servant. Choosing the latter meant exterminating their clansmen. But to Shi Tiangang and the others, while these seemed like two paths, they actually had no choice. No matter which one they chose, they would undoubtedly die. Even if they chose the first path, Shi Tiangang and the others did not believe that the Myriad Mountain Cauldron would allow their clansmen to live. After using them, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron would probably slaughter them to prevent any future troubles. What? Is it very hard to choose? If it's hard to choose, I'll help you. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron slowly opened its right hand and destructive divine power gathered in its palm. Everyone from Sky Emperor Palace felt their hearts palpitate and their hairs stand on end. Wait! At this moment, a hoarse voice rang out and a figure stepped forward. When Shi Tiangang and the rest of the three sovereigns heard that hoarse voice, their expressions changed slightly as they tilted their heads to look. The person who stood out was none other than Sun Gushing, Big Brother. Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang couldn't believe it. Sun Gushing had actually submitted to the 10,000 Mountains Cauldron. Palace Master, do you really want the great work of our ancestors to be ruined in our hands? Sun Gushing did not pay any attention to them. He only stopped when he walked past the stone hall. However, after saying that, Sun Gushing once again walked towards the Myriad Mountains Cauldron. Shi Tiangang looked at the calm Sun Gushing and seemed to have thought of something. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. This is my origin, soul power. Sun Gushing strode towards the 10,000 Mountains Cauldron. Starlight flickered between his eyebrows as his face paled. A wisp of origin soul power surrounded by starlight appeared and floated toward the pitch-black, evil, ancient talisman in the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's palm. That's right, Feng Weijun. You know how to adapt to circumstances. A smile appeared at the corners of the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's mouth. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying will descended with a loud rumble, causing the pitch-black, evil, ancient talisman to explode. Puff, puff, puff. 9 starlight spears appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the Myriad Mountain Cauldron with destructive power. Puff. At the same time, the pale-faced Sun Gushing could no longer be bothered to suppress the ancient divine power in his body. He formed a seal with his hands. Immediately after, he slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fused into the 9 starlight spears. As the essence blood fused into the 9 starlight spears, a terrifying soul power appeared within them. In an instant, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's limbs and bones were sealed, making it impossible for him to break free. After doing all this, Sun Gushing fell to the ground with a thud. His aura became indistinct. Big Brother! Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang's expressions changed drastically as they immediately rushed towards Sun Gushing. Whoosh! However, there was someone who was even faster than them. Almost at the same time that Sun Gushing withdrew his origin soul power, Shi Tiangang suddenly rushed out. A divine talisman appeared in his hand, and he slapped it onto the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's forehead. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Immediately, an extremely fierce divine fire burned from the divine talisman and instantly engulfed the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. Amidst a miserable howl, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron was completely burned to ashes by the divine fire. Its body and soul were completely destroyed. Phew! After succeeding, Shi Tiangang let out a huge sigh of relief. What Sun Gushing had used before was a supreme secret technique that only diviners could pass down. It contained the wills and seals left behind by generations of diviners in the Sky Emperor Palace. The power of that attack was so great that even a divine emperor would not be able to break free from it. Of course, the price was also extremely high. One could tell from Sun Gushing's appearance. In the Sky Emperor Palace, other than the diviner Sun Gushing, only the palace master, Shi Tiangang, knew about this secret technique. Therefore, when Sun Gushing stepped out, Shi Tiangang had already guessed Sun Gushing's intentions. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron is dead. We are safe. This is great. This sudden series of changes caused the others in the Sky Emperor Palace to be unable to react at all. It was only when they saw the Myriad Mountain Cauldron burn to ashes that they came to their senses. A strong feeling of surviving a calamity appeared in their hearts. In that instant, they really thought that they were going to die. Fortunately, Sun Gushing had mastered such a secret technique that could instantly kill a peak sovereign like the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. Otherwise, the Sky Emperor Palace would have died at the hands of the Myriad Mountain Cauldron alone. How is the situation? Shi Tiangang immediately rushed to Sun Gushing's side. After carefully sensing his condition, his eyes dimmed. Although Sun Gushing was still alive, nearly half of his origin source soul power was destroyed. He was now on the brink of death. Whether or not he could survive was still unknown. Damn it! Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang had already sensed Sun Gushing's condition. While suppressing the rampaging primordial divine power in Sun Gushing's body, they also stared at AI Shi and the others with murderous intent. If AI Shi and the others had not rebelled and led a wolf into the house, they would not have fallen to such a state. As expected of the descendants of the three ancient sovereigns, they really cannot be underestimated. Just as Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang's murderous intent soared, and they could not wait to attack the descendants of the 12 war generals. A cold voice suddenly sounded from a corner of the sacred palace. How is this possible? Hearing that voice, the bodies of everyone in the Sky Emperor Palace stiffened. Shi Tiangang slowly tilted his head and looked at the figure that stepped out from the corner of the barrier. His eyes were almost lifeless. That person was the Myriad Mountain Cauldron that had been burned to ashes. Chapter 5:32. If it weren't for the divine ancestors' order to warn me of the dangers of this plan, I might have really died at your hands. The 10,000 mountain cauldron's eyes were cold and indifferent. A set of heavy armor appeared on its body, and it held a giant saber in its hand. That's fake. Shi Tiangang looked at the ground that had been burned to ashes by the divine talisman, and his eyes froze. Sun Gushing went all out, even sacrificing his own life to create an opportunity for them to succeed. It wasn't the 10,000 mountain cauldron's true body. I originally wanted to keep you alive so that you could be of some use, but now you can all die. As the 10,000 mountain cauldron spoke, the giant saber in its hand filled with divine inscriptions and a vast divine might. Shi Tiangang and the others, who were suppressing the rampaging divine power in their bodies, paled and could only do their best to resist. Whoosh! But suddenly, an almost undetectable sound broke through the air. Who is it? The 10,000 mountain cauldron, who had been swinging its saber, changed its attack and turned around to slash out. With a bang, a chaotic and terrifying shockwave exploded and swept out in all directions. Whoosh! A figure flashed through the air, and a three-colored light appeared. Immediately, the people of Sky Emperor Palace in the sacred palace all disappeared. When the chaotic shockwave dissipated, a figure appeared in front of the 10,000 mountain cauldron. Hand over Sky Emperor Palace and the others, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Seeing Shi Tiangang and the others disappear, the 10,000 mountain cauldron's face darkened as it coldly stared at the person who had appeared. Leave my corpse intact? Ha! If it's you, you're still lacking. The only person who could rush over at this time was naturally Qin Yu. In fact, when Sun Gushing had used the secret technique, Qin Yu had already used the heaven evasion technique to pass through the barrier. However, because he saw that the 10,000 mountain cauldron wasn't its true body, he couldn't find it. Thus, Qin Yu restrained himself and didn't attack. You're courting death. The 10,000 mountain cauldron was enraged. It stepped forward and slashed out with its giant saber. A dazzling saber light tore through the air and slashed at Qin Yu. Halfway through the attack, the saber light immediately split into several rays, forming an encirclement attack. Break! Qin Yu was not afraid at all. Divine light flickered in his hand, and a pitch-black divine spear appeared. Shortly after, the dragon patterns in his body spread to his flesh, blood, and bones. Vast divine power surged out of his body as he charged forward. Rumble! With a stab of his spear, the several destructive blade lights were shattered by Qin Yu before they could even get close to Qin Yu. As the void trembled, the pitch-black spear pierced through the air like a shinran, viciously stabbing toward the myriad mountain cauldron. He actually has such a vast amount of divine power. The 10,000 Mountains cauldron was shocked by Qin Yu's burst of divine power, but its reaction was also very fast. The treasured saber in its hand slashed out like a hurricane. The flickering of the saber lights dazzled everyone's eyes. There were too many to count. Moreover, every single blade light contained the might of a Tao art that caused one's heart to tremble. Qin Yu's gaze sharpened. All the destructive saber lights were blocked. Not a single one managed to land on Qin Yu. Dang, 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 dang. Within the spacious sacred hall, Qin Yu and the myriad mountain cauldron engaged in an intense battle. Both sides used their most powerful killing moves, divine powers, and secret arts, vowing to kill the other party. This person's battle power is probably not below Shi Tiangong's. The heavenly imperial palace is indeed hiding an expert. The longer the battle dragged on, the more shocked the myriad mountain cauldron became. Qin Yu was not using Shunfeng's appearance right now. He had disguised himself as an ordinary-looking man and used the combination of the chaotic sky divine array, ancient divine power, and the battle dragon secret art. The myriad mountain cauldron naturally could not recognize Qin Yu. Humph, if it were any other time, I would not be able to take you down in a short amount of time, but now. A cold smile appeared on the myriad mountain cauldron's face. After another fierce clash, the ancient and profound divine power of the primordial era flashed from his body. Specks of divine light swept through the world and merged into Qin Yu's body. Divine chaos! Seeing this, the cold smile on the myriad mountain cauldron's face deepened. Its war saber floated in the air as its hands rapidly formed a hand seal. Immediately, a powerful chaotic ripple spread from Qin Yu's body. That Qin Yu, who was rushing over explosively with his vast divine energy, suddenly stiffened. Then he fell from the sky. Die! The myriad mountain cauldron laughed maniacally as it charged forward with its saber in hand. That incomparably frightening might seem to be able to split even the heavens. Destroy! But suddenly the chaotic divine power ripple on Qin Yu's body disappeared. Qin Yu, who had fallen from the sky, suddenly shot up into the sky without any warning. This sudden change caused the myriad mountain cauldron to turn pale with fright. Puchi! A pitch-black spear light flashed through the void, and the myriad mountain's cauldron was pierced through by the pitch-black spear light. A huge bloody hole appeared in the myriad mountain cauldron's chest. If it had not used its divine powers and secret arts to move to the side at the last moment, it would have been its head that had been blasted. You can actually control the ancient divine power? Who are you? The moment it was attacked, the myriad mountain cauldron immediately retreated. It sensed that the chaotic ancient divine power ripple on Qin Yu's body had disappeared, and its pupils shrank in shock. The ultimate move of the Heaven Realm's Dizun, which had been tested time and time again, was actually ineffective against Qin Yu. This was completely out of the myriad mountain cauldron's expectations. That was why it was unable to defend in time, and was hit by the heavy cannon, almost dying at the hands of Qin Yu. I'm the one who will kill you. Qin Yu's eyes were cold as he charged forward with his spear without any hesitation. Do you really think that you can fight me after injuring me by luck? The myriad mountain cauldron was furious, and its face twisted. The bloody hole in its chest quickly healed by using a secret art. Qin Yu's combat strength was indeed comparable to Shi Tiangong's. However, it could clearly sense that Qin Yu had used the chaotic sky divine array and the ancient divine power to have such combat strength. Without the two, Qin Yu's combat strength was far inferior to theirs. Therefore, even though the myriad mountain cauldron was heavily injured, it was not afraid of Qin Yu even if it did not interfere with the ancient divine power in Qin Yu's body. After all, their cultivations were all obtained through steady cultivation. Compared to Qin Yu, who relied on external forces, their foundation was much more stable. Now, no one in the Sky Emperor Palace could help Qin Yu. As long as it was not careless, the myriad mountain cauldron did not believe that it could not take down Qin Yu. Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not reduce his speed at all, and instead charged forward at an even faster speed. 9 slashes of the God King, shattering heaven and destroying earth. The myriad mountain cauldron clenched the hilt of his saber with both hands and used the 1,000 martial sect's former God King's ultimate move. As the divine master of the 1,000 martial sect, the God King bloodline in the 1,000 mountain cauldron's body was naturally not weaker than Wan Wuya's. Therefore, the God King's 9 fists had been modified by the myriad mountain cauldron, and its power had increased. As the blade slashed out, 9 dazzling blade lights shot out like 9 ferocious dragons. They bared their fangs and claws as they pounced at Qin Yu, as if wanting to tear Qin Yu to pieces. Wherever the 9 sharp blade lights passed, the space around the sacred hall, which was filled with barriers, seemed to be torn apart by the blade lights. From this, one could see how terrifying this move of the myriad mountain cauldron was. Chapter 5:33. Don't think that you're the only one who can mess with divine power. The cold smile on the face of Qin Yu, who was thrusting out with his spear, grew even more intense. A mysterious ripple spread from the divine power imprint. Rumble! An extremely chaotic divine power ripple came from the 10,000 mountain cauldron. The 10,000 mountain cauldron could control ancient divine power because it had ancient divine power in its body. Moreover, the 10,000 mountain cauldron's ancient divine power far surpassed Kong Shadding's in both quantity and power. Thus, when Qin Yu controlled the divine power imprint to mess with the ancient divine power in the 10,000 mountain cauldron, half of the 10,000 mountain cauldron's body exploded. More than half of the myriad mountain cauldron's body exploded, and blood spurted out. Oh no! The 10,000 mountain cauldron's eyes widened, and a strange ripple appeared in its emperor's soul. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu's figure flashed through the air and shattered the terrifying 9 slashes of the God King. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 10,000 mountain cauldron and pierced its head with his spear. Sealing divine light spread, and the soul-devouring curse gathered. The 10,000 mountain cauldron's emperor's soul was immediately suppressed and sealed. How did you do it? As a peak emperor expert, the 10,000 mountain cauldron's head was pierced and its emperor's soul was suppressed. It still had a shocking amount of life force and had not completely died. However, at the moment of its death, the 10,000 mountain cauldron's eyes were filled with endless confusion. The reason why Qin Yu was able to ignore the interference of his divine power before was because he had completely refined the ancient era's divine power. Just now, Qin Yu had clearly done the same thing and could interfere with other people's divine power. This was not refining, but completely controlling. After all, suppressing ancient divine power, interfering with ancient divine power, and burning ancient divine power. This was a supreme secret technique that only the high-level experts of the Outerium Devil race were able to grasp. Now, Qin Yu could also do this, which shocked the 10,000 mountain cauldron. Soul-devouring curse. Soul-refining. Even though Qin Yu was about to die, he was not stupid enough to reveal his trump card. The moment he suppressed the 10,000 mountain cauldron's emperor's soul, Qin Yu immediately used the soul-devouring curse to search the 10,000 mountain cauldron's soul. Judging from the myriad mountain cauldron's appearance, it was clearly related to the extraterritorial devil race. This time, the myriad martial sect was preparing to invade the heavenly imperial palace. It was definitely related to the extraterritorial devil race's overall plan. Therefore, Qin Yu wanted to take this opportunity to figure out the extraterritorial devil's intentions. However, Qin Yu's soul-searching seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. Pitch-black, evil demonic flames appeared in the sovereign spirit of the Myriad Mountains cauldron, and the entire cauldron burned. Even Qin Yu's soul-devouring curse was ignited. This was a flame born from ancient divine power. Even the golden heaven incinerating fire could not devour it. In an instant, the Myriad Mountain cauldron's sovereign spirit was burned to ashes. Even its physical body was burned to ashes. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, Qin Yu had vaguely seen the Myriad Mountain cauldron within the blazing demonic flames. It was looking at him from an extremely far distance, completely unharmed. Could it be that this isn't the main body? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The Myriad Mountain cauldron was known as one of the top sovereigns of the spiritual state. However, judging from its previous combat strength, it really did not have the strength of a top sovereign spirit of the spiritual state. Of course, it could also be because of the suppression and interference of the ancient divine power, causing it to be unable to display its strength at all. It was the same as Shi Tiangang and the others. Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from Qin Yu's Sumeru ring. As the Myriad Mountain cauldron was killed, the chaotic, ancient divine power in the bodies of the people of the Sky Emperor Palace calmed down. The two sides, which were originally absorbed into the three universe rings at different levels, directly shattered, and the three universe rings appeared. The moment the Myriad Mountain cauldron's sovereign spirit self-ignited, spiritual state, Myriad Martial Peak. The Myriad Martial Sect, one of the 7 top forces of the spiritual state, was located on this giant peak. In a palace in the core area of the Myriad Martial Sect, a figure suddenly opened his eyes, and a vast divine power spread out. This person was the Saint Master of the Myriad Martial Sect, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. The situation was as Qin Yu had expected. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron that he had killed was not the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's true body. However, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's current divine power could not hide its weakness. If I hadn't cultivated the 5 elements divine clone, I would have died in the Sky Emperor Palace. Where did that person come from? The Myriad Mountain Cauldron swallowed several ancient spirit pills, and its expression was extremely gloomy. It wanted nothing more than to grind Qin Yu's bones to dust. The 5 elements divine clone was an extremely powerful divine power that was condensed from the ancient divine power. When cultivated to the peak, one could condense 5 clones. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron had been destroyed by Shi Tiangang, was the 5 elements divine clone. Similarly, Qin Yu had also killed the 5 elements divine clone. The only difference was that the clone used to deal with Shi Tiangang, and the others was the 5 elements divine clone. However, when fighting with Qin Yu, it was the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's true body. However, the instant Qin Yu interfered with his ancient divine power, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron felt an intense sense of danger. Therefore, he immediately used a forbidden technique and swapped places with the 5 elements divine clone in the Myriad Martial Sect, although he had to pay a huge price to use this forbidden technique. However, compared to losing his life, this price was much better. The Sky Emperor Palace plan is cancelled. After thinking for a moment, an ancient jade stone appeared in the Myriad Mountain Cauldron's hand. After saying this, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron directly crushed the ancient jade stone. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron was informing the hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters who were heading to the Sky Emperor Palace. Qin Yu could completely control the ancient divine power, and the hundreds of Emperor realm masters had also fused with the ancient divine power. If he were to be plotted against by Qinyu, he would most likely end up with a 90% chance of dying. It was not easy to nurture so many Emperor realm masters in the heaven domain, and they could not throw them all away before they had achieved anything. Not long after the 10,000 mountain cauldron gave the order, two figures barged into the cauldron. Holy Master? The two people who came in were the white-bearded old man and the white-haired young man. They were originally puzzled, but when they saw the heavily injured Myriad Mountain Cauldron, their faces changed. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron was actually so heavily injured. Could it have encountered a divine Emperor Realm Master? Immediately send a secret message to the divine ancestor. The plan to invade the heaven domain is temporarily suspended. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron sat cross-legged and said while refining the spirit pill in his body, "Holy Master, what happened?" The white-bearded old man and the white-haired young man were both shocked. They could only cooperate with the divine ancestor's plan. As for stopping it, they did not have the right. If they acted rashly, the divine ancestor would blame them, and it would be difficult for them to even die. There is already someone in the heaven domain who can completely control the ancient divine power. His control is enough to crush me. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron said solemnly, "It can't be. How is that possible?" The white-bearded old man and the white-haired young man both turned pale and were shocked. Controlling the ancient divine power was a supreme secret technique that the divine ancestor and the others had comprehended after countless years of research. How could the heaven domain completely control the ancient divine power in such a short period of time? Is it someone from the heavenly imperial palace? The white-haired young man looked at the heavily injured Myriad Mountain Cauldron and asked hurriedly, "This person indeed knows the divine ability of the heavenly imperial palace, but the other means he has are not the secret techniques of the heavenly imperial palace. We need to investigate carefully," the Myriad Mountain Cauldron said, as Qin Yu's disguised appearance was revealed. Chapter 534. Could it be that the news from the central continent of the heaven region is true? The white-bearded elder seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "What news?" The Myriad Mountain Cauldron and the white-shirt youth both looked over. Rumor has it that there is a force in the middle continent that has been secretly studying the primordial divine power. However, that was a few years ago. The divine ancestor didn't mention the primordial divine power project, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The white-bearded elder said, "The middle continent? Which force is it?" The Myriad Mountain Cauldron looked very serious. This was no small matter. The middle continent was the place where the top experts of the Qingyun realm gathered. Although there were many forces and clans there, the spiritual state couldn't compare at all. They still hadn't found out how deep the middle continent's waters were. At that time, I only heard some rumors and didn't find any clues. At that time, I thought it was just a rumor. Now that I think about it, it's very likely that someone wiped out the source of the news. The white-bearded elder shook his head slightly. If he had found out, he would have reported it to the divine ancestor. It was because he couldn't find any clues that he didn't take this matter seriously. Let's send this news back as well. The divine ancestor's plan in the Qingyun realm is far beyond our imagination. There should be a way to find out the origin of this person and whether the news is true or false. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron said. The white-bearded elder and the white-shirt youth left quickly after hearing this. At the same time, in the heavenly imperial palace in the northern region of the spiritual state, the people of the Myriad martial sect really withdrew their troops and left. At the peak of the heavenly imperial palace, Shi Tiangang heaved a sigh of relief after receiving news of the Myriad martial sect's movements from the spies. Shi Tianyun, Sun Jiuxiao, and the other core sovereigns also relaxed. Although they were all people who had experienced life and death battles, today's unforeseen event was still terrifying. Even now, they still felt fear in their hearts, as if they had survived a calamity. If it wasn't for the mysterious person's sudden appearance, all of them would have died at the hands of the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. Palace Master, who is that person? After the danger was resolved, the attention of many descendants of the three emperors had descended onto Qin Yu, who disguised himself. Not only did he save Sun Shiyu and the other members of the three royal families, but he also captured the clansmen of the 12 war generals. More importantly, the Myriad Mountain Cauldron seemed to have been forced back by him. This made everyone from the Sky Emperor Palace curious about Qin Yu's background. He's a good friend of mine. Don't reveal anything about him to anyone else. Otherwise, I'll punish you severely. The other three empresses did not know, but Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, and Sun Yunlang could roughly guess. Under such circumstances, who else in the Sky Emperor Palace could appear at such a critical moment and have the strength to repel the Myriad Mountain's cauldron? Other than Qin Yu, they really couldn't think of a second person. And Qin Yu was nowhere to be seen until now, which further confirmed their guesses. Then, how should we deal with the 12 generals and the others? When the descendants of the three emperors heard this, they thought that Qin Yu was someone important and did not inquire further. Instead, they asked a more difficult question. I'll deal with this matter. You guys are in charge of the defense of the palace to prevent others from taking advantage of the loopholes. After Shi Tiangang gave his orders, he descended from midair. The other members of the Sky Emperor Palace went to make preparations. The Sky Emperor Palace had just experienced a great battle between the 6 sects launched by the evil sacrificial god court, and had suffered a lot of losses. This time, the descendants of the war generals had colluded with the Myriad Mountain Cauldron. Not only was Sun Guxing's life uncertain, but the battle strength of the 12 generals could no longer be used. The Sky Emperor Palace could be said to be extremely weak now. Once the 10,000 martial sect spread the news, it was very likely that there would be a great upheaval, and the ones that they needed to guard against the most were the Tianyang, Holy Land, and the Sage Divine Dynasty. The world of martial artists practiced the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. A lion would only see a rabbit as food and would not join forces with it. If the Tianyang Holy Land and the Sage Divine Dynasty knew that the strength of the Sky Emperor Palace had been reduced by half, what would they do? They could not predict what they would do. Therefore, the treatment of the descendants of the 12 generals had always been a big problem in their minds. Of course, other than the 12 generals, there was another big problem, which was the primordial divine power that had been integrated into the true Yuan. They had to think of a way to completely purify the primordial divine power. The Myriad Mountain Cauldron had only used Ji Jing to trap them, but all of them were no match for the Myriad Mountain Cauldron alone. The suppression of the primordial divine power and the threat of chaos were like a sharp blade hanging over their heads that could kill them at any time. But now, the situation was special. All of them would have to go into seclusion to think of a way to purify and expel the primordial divine power. Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang went to check on Sun Guxing. Among the descendants of the three kings, Sun Guxing was the one with the most serious injuries. Whether Sun Guxing could survive was still another matter. Because of this, Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang could not wait to tear Qi Shi Ri and the other war generals' descendants into pieces. Shun Feng, there are no outsiders now, so there's no need to disguise yourself. Shi Tiangang appeared in a palace hall and said to Qin Yu, who had turned into an unprepossessing appearance, "As expected, you saw through me." Qin Yu smiled and returned to Shun Feng's appearance. "I have something to ask you." Shi Tiangang saw this and said, "About the primordial divine power?" Qin Yu asked, "That's right. How did you control the primordial divine power?" Shi Tiangang nodded slightly. After the myriad mountain cauldron disappeared, they, Qi Shi Ri, and the others broke the 3 universe rings and rushed out. Originally, Qi Shi Ri and the others did not want to be captured without putting up a fight. In the end, Qin Yu secretly used the same method as the myriad mountain cauldron, directly causing the primordial divine power in the 12 war generals' descendants to go berserk. This allowed them to easily suppress all the 12 war generals' emperor realm masters. It's a long story. When the primordial divine ruins appeared, I obtained an opportunity inside. Qin Yu did not tell Shi Tiangang about the divine power imprint. After all, it was useless to tell him. Without divine power crystals, it was impossible to condense the divine power imprint. Since you can control the primordial divine power, you should have a way to separate the primordial divine power from your true yuan, right? Seeing this, Shi Tiangang did not ask any further. What he was truly concerned about was the primordial divine power that had fused with his true yuan. As long as the primordial divine power in his true yuan was purified, whether he could control the primordial divine power or not would have no effect on them. The primordial divine power that you have fused with your true yuan has already completely fused with it. If you want to expel it, you have to start from the true yuan origin in your dantian. You should know what this means, right? Qin Yu said. Shi Tiangang's brows twitched. He understood the meaning of Qin Yu's words. To an ordinary cultivator, true essence source, Tao technique comprehension, and sovereign spirit energy were all indispensable. If any of these were damaged, then their cultivation would be reduced by half a point, and they would have to give up on the martial Tao. Chapter 5:35. Qin Yu said that he had to start from the dantian and concentrate all the true yuan in his body into his dantian. This also meant that Shi Tiangang had to let go of his defenses and let Qin Yu enter the dantian. It could be said that Shi Tiangang was defenseless during this period. If Qin Yu had any evil thoughts, he could cause fatal damage to Shi Tiangang. If the person who attacked was Shi Tianyun, Sun Jiuxiao, or the others, Shi Tiangang would naturally have no qualms. But Qin Yu, who might be a reincarnated powerhouse, made Shi Tiangang suspicious. Before he figured out Qin Yu's identity as a reincarnator, he really didn't dare to let Qin Yu attack. Follow me. After thinking for a moment, Shi Tiangang looked deeply at Qin Yu and walked into the depths of the hall. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and followed. At the end of the hall, Shi Tiangang and Qin Yu instantly entered a secret realm. Or perhaps it could be said that it was a Tao technique space. But the moment he stepped in, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. This path law space was also left behind by my ancestors, but it is different from the divine palace. There is no power of inheritance here. Shi Tiangang turned around and looked at Qin Yu very seriously. It seems that he has already suspected your identity and is ready to expose it. The dragon soul in the ancient seal of the dragon god spoke. Qin Yu's expression was calm. From Shi Tiangang's reaction, he could roughly guess why Shi Tiangang had brought him here. Do you know what this path law space is used for? Shi Tiangang continued. There are fluctuations of the power of reincarnation. Is it used to detect reincarnators? Qin Yu had sensed it when he came in. You are a reincarnator, right? Shi Tiangang wasn't surprised by Qin Yu's detection. He brought Qin Yu here to thoroughly confirm Qin Yu's identity as a reincarnator. That's right. Qin Yu was a little surprised that Shi Tiangang spoke so directly, but he did not deny it. Now, he had enough strength to admit this. Who are you? Shi Tiangang asked solemnly. He was naturally asking about Qin Yu's identity in his previous life. I can't tell you that. It didn't matter if he revealed that he was a reincarnate, but Qin Yu couldn't reveal his identity as the dragon god Venerable. If I didn't know your identity, how could I be at ease and allow you to stay in my Sky Emperor palace? Shi Tiangang said, It's very simple. I can concoct the immortal emperor pill, and I also have a way to expel the ancient divine power. I believe that these 2 points are enough. Qin Yu said with a calm expression, whether it was the immortal emperor elixir or the expulsion of the primordial divine power, both were extremely important to Sky Emperor Palace. The former was related to the bloodline of the heavenly imperial palace. As for the latter, after experiencing what had happened today, he had no choice but to accept it. For Sky Emperor Palace, the extraction of the ancient divine power was more urgent than the refining of the immortal emperor elixir. You were a member of my Sky Imperial Palace in your past life. Shi Tiangang heard this and asked again, Not really. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Then what's your purpose? You wouldn't help us for no reason, right? Shi Tiangang raised his eyebrows slightly. He had really thought that Qin Yu might be a reincarnated ancestor of the Sky Emperor Palace. After all, Qin Yu had obtained the inheritance of the 3 emperors and helped them through danger time and time again. This was definitely a close relationship between them, but he didn't expect Qin Yu to deny it so bluntly. As you can see, I'm only a 2nd grade Emperor Realm Master now. I'm nothing compared to the top masters of the Heaven Domain. So, your Sky Emperor Palace is equivalent to a temporary hiding place for me. Therefore, helping the descendants of the 3 emperors get through the danger and making you stronger is a win-win situation. Qin Yu said frankly, for Qin Yu, Sky Emperor Palace was really just a hiding place, just like the destruction of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. With Sky Emperor Palace around, everyone's attention fell on Sky Emperor Palace. No one in the outside world found out that the person who caused the destruction of the sacrificial evil god dynasty was actually him. Shi Tiangang frowned unconsciously. Qin Yu was indeed very frank, but the meaning behind his words was also quite obvious. He was using Sky Emperor Palace to recover his cultivation. An unknown reincarnation, Realm Master, had been hiding by their side all this time. No one from any great force would feel good about it. This was equivalent to a dozing beast. No one knew when this beast would wake up. Moreover, Qin Yu's cultivation was still weak now, so he had the absolute advantage over them. When his cultivation recovered to its peak, it was hard to say whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing for Sky Emperor Palace. This was a great risk for Sky Emperor Palace. After all, an existence who could be reborn from reincarnation was at least a divine Emperor Realm Master at their peak. Shi Tiangang had never heard of an ordinary Emperor Realm Master's soul being reincarnated. I know what you are worried about, but in my opinion, you don't have to be so worried. First of all, Sky Emperor Palace needs my help. Secondly, I have already obtained Sky Emperor Palace's greatest secret, the inheritance of the 3 ancient emperors. Do you think there is anything in Sky Emperor Palace that can tempt me? Of course, if you are still worried, I can leave Sky Emperor Palace now. Seeing Shi Tiangang deep in thought, Qin Yu said directly, he already had a clue about the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, and he had also obtained information about the 3 transformed dragons from AOD. As long as Qin Yu's plan succeeded, he would obtain the combat strength of several peak emperors after killing the heavenly dragon. At that time, Qin Yu's strength would expand to the point where he could deal with an entire sect alone. To Qin Yu, the heavenly imperial palace was truly something that he looked down on. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Shi Tiangang smiled bitterly. Letting Qin Yu obtain the three ancient emperors' divine powers was indeed their greatest dereliction of duty so far. The greatest secret they had guarded for generations had actually been obtained by an outsider. Sure, Tiangang would be lying if he said he did not regret it. As for letting Qin Yu leave, that was even more impossible. In the end, they had no room to resist in front of Qin Yu. Since you are unwilling to say, then I won't ask any more. Sighing softly in his heart, Sure Tiangang did not ask any more. In the current situation, they were in an absolutely passive position and could not do anything to Qin Yu. Apart from that, there was also the divination prophecy left by their ancestors. Qin Yu was the prophesied person mentioned by the ancestor. Judging from the current situation, there was absolutely no mistake. Since their ancestors only prophesied that the bloodline of the three ancient emperors would be rekindled, they did not say that Qin Yu would bring about any disaster, so there should not be any problem. Of course, thinking was just thinking. They still had to take the necessary precautions. Today's matter could not happen again. Right, how is the Myriad Mountain Cauldron? Previously, the situation was urgent, so Sure Tiangang did not ask in detail. Now he wanted to know whether the Myriad Mountain Cauldron had escaped or died in Qin Yu's hands. How should I put it? Although I killed him, I might not have killed his true body. Qin Yu said, "Another clone?" Sure Tiangang pondered for a moment. He thought of the clone that he and Sun Gushing had jointly killed. Not only did his battle strength reach that of a peak emperor, but even he could not tell if it was real or fake. When did the 10,000 Martial sect have such a terrifying secret technique? Chapter 536. The invasion of the sacrificial evil court and the actions of the 1,000 Martial sect may be related to the extraterritorial demon race. If this news is released, it should have a big impact on the 1,000 Martial sect. Qin Yu said, whether it was the sacrificial evil court or the 1,000 Martial sect, they could ignite and riot the ancient divine power. Qin Yu didn't believe that they had no connection with the extraterritorial demon race. As for whether the two sects colluded with the extraterritorial demon race or were planted by the extraterritorial demon race, this was unknown. About this, I've already sent someone to do it. A cold light flashed in Sure Tiangang's eyes. During the first battle of the sacrificial evil court, they were worried that the extraterritorial demon race would target them. Therefore, they didn't spread the news that the sacrificial evil court had the extraterritorial demon race behind them. But now, the situation in the spiritual state had turned into a confrontation in the northeast, so Sure Tiangang naturally didn't have so many concerns. Another point was that the 1,000 Martial sect and the sacrificial evil court had attacked them time and time again, which made Sure Tiangang really angry. Of course, even if the news was released, it would at most cause some trouble for the 1,000 Martial sect. Without conclusive evidence, the 1,000 Martial sect couldn't be shaken. For the imperial palace, the most important thing was to expel the ancient divine power in their bodies and find the immortal spirit herbs to refine the immortal emperor pill. Improving their own strength was the most important thing at the moment. After chatting for a while, Qin Yu and Sure Tiangang left the secret realm. Sure Tiangang had already made a decision about the expulsion of the ancient divine power. After the storm this time died down, he would start to purify the ancient divine power. After leaving the Tao law space, Qin Yu returned to the palace where he lived and began to study the primordial immortal force restriction that AOD brought. Although Qin Yu and Sure Tiangang seemed to have shown their cards today, and Sure Tiangang wouldn't ask about his true identity. But Qin Yu knew that was only because the Heavenly Emperor Palace was not as powerful as him. The Heavenly Emperor Palace still wouldn't have absolute trust in him. If there were external forces interfering, it would inevitably cause more trouble. Therefore, Qin Yu's own plan couldn't be disrupted. After refining the immortal Emperor pill, I'm afraid I'll have to consider leaving." The dragon soul appeared and said to Qin, although the heavenly imperial palace was the best place to hide at the moment, once Shi Tiangang and the others reignited their bloodlines, a divine emperor realm master might appear. At that time, there would be no more restraints on each other, and their relationship would not be so good. It's time to think about the next step of the plan. Qin nodded slightly. After all, the heavenly imperial palace was not a place to stay for long. After all, the sacrificial evil god dynasty was already destroyed. Qin, you didn't need to stay in the spiritual state for long. Staying in the heavenly imperial palace was only to conceal his current identity. As for Shi Tiangang, after coming out of the secret realm, he went to deal with the descendants of Qi Shi and the other 12 war generals. Although he had used Qin Yu's hand to suppress all the descendants of the 12 war generals, he was still able to do so. But how to deal with it was still a problem. It should be known that the descendants of the 12 war generals were equivalent to half the strength of the imperial palace of Sky. Shi Tiangang thought hard for a long time. He had originally planned to ruthlessly wipe out all the 12 war generals to prevent any future troubles. But Qi Shi and the others volunteered to be controlled by the descendants of the 3 emperors. Their purpose was to stay in the heavenly imperial palace and give the descendants of the young war generals a way out. Shi Tiangang thought for a long time and agreed to the conditions of Qi Shi and the others. No matter what, the current heavenly imperial palace was in urgent need of a powerful force to support it. After the problem of the descendants of the war generals was resolved, Shi Tiangang and the others began to discuss the matter of stripping the ancient divine power and preparing to seize the immortal spirit grass. After so long of investigation, they had confirmed that the immortal spirit grass had indeed appeared in the Middle State Sanctuary. It could be said that the hottest news in the Middle State was the appearance of the immortal spirit grass. Countless forces and powerhouses had gathered in the Middle State Sanctuary. So far, the immortal spirit grass had not been taken away. Therefore, the situation in the spiritual state was relatively stable, and the ancient divine power in their bodies was stripped. The heavenly imperial palace and the others were about to gather their powerhouses and head to the Middle State Sanctuary. The descendants of the heavenly imperial palace's war generals joined forces with the 10,000 martial sect to start a riot. One day later, news of the 10,000 martial sect colluding with the extraterritorial demon race appeared everywhere in the spiritual state. This news spread throughout the spiritual state at an astonishing speed, causing heated discussions among countless forces. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that someone wanted to drag the neutral 10,000 martial sect into the turbulent situation in the spiritual state. However, the source of the news was completely untraceable. More importantly, the 10,000 martial sect remained completely silent and did not respond at all. Just like this, the news spread for a few days, and the heat slowly died down. This greatly exceeded the expectations of the heavenly imperial palace. They were even prepared for the 10,000 martial sect to blatantly retaliate against them. After all, the other forces did not know who spread the news, but the 10,000 martial sect would definitely guess that it was them. In the end, not only did the 10,000 martial sect not take any action, but even the matter of the 12 war generals' descendants rebelling was not spread at all. The 10,000 martial sect's strange calmness not only did not make the heavenly imperial palace feel at ease, but it also made them feel an inexplicable sense of danger. The overly calm 10,000 martial sect was like a venomous snake lurking in the dark. No one knew when it would rush out to bite someone. Fortunately, the problem of the 12 war generals had been resolved. On the surface, the heavenly imperial palace only had 2 top sovereigns who did not appear, so the overall impact was not great. Therefore, the heavenly imperial palace, the Tianyang Holy Land, the Sage Divine Dynasty, and several other superforces. The Northwest Martial Arts Alliance, which had formed a secret alliance, became more stable and secure. This also made the heavenly imperial palace breathe a sigh of relief. Just like this, about 10 days passed. Shi Tiangang and the others finally made the decision to purify the ancient divine power in their bodies. In the heavenly imperial palace's divine palace, remember when condensing all of your true essence in your dantian. Do not resist at all. Otherwise, it is very likely that your true essence origin will be destroyed. After changing his appearance, Qin Yu looked at Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao, who were sitting cross-legged, and said, behind the two of them were Shi Tianyun, Sun Yunlang, and the other descendants of the three sovereigns. Among the descendants of the three sovereigns, more than half of the high-level sovereigns were gathered here. Come. Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao nodded slightly and completely dispersed the defensive Dao techniques on their bodies. Seeing this, Qin Yu sent out a divine power imprint from his right palm. The battle dragon true essence poured into the divine imprint. In the next moment, strands of true essence and divine power appeared and seeped into the origin true essence in Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao's dantian. Many of the descendants of the three sovereigns, who did not know Qin Yu's identity, sized him up as their Dao techniques, and true essence surged. Once they discovered that the situation was not right, they would attack Qin Yu. This was also the reason why Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao asked Qin Yu to expel the divine power first. This was to set an example for the other sovereigns of the heavenly imperial palace. Although they did not know why Qin Yu did not use Shunfeng's identity to expel the divine power, they did not know why. They could not force Qin Yu to reveal his identity. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed by silently. Seal. Qin Yu, who had condensed the divine power in the two dantian's true essence into his own true essence and divine power, suddenly shouted. Then, Qin Yu flicked his finger. True essence and divine power imprints appeared in Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao's dantian and entered the divine power imprint in his palm. Chapter 537. Chirp. Vaguely, there was the sound of a bird chirping. The divine energy that was originally berserk and destructive on Qin Yu's palm rapidly disappeared. The spirit of the ancient heavenly rock had appeared and directly suppressed and refined the ancient divine power of Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao. The amount of divine power they refined was far beyond Qin Yu's expectations. Qin Yu's consumed ancient era's divine energy had been replenished quite a bit. Seeing that Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiuxiao had successfully stripped away the ancient divine power, the three of them were all shocked. The expressions of the other descendants of the three emperors brighten greatly. Only then do they let down their guard against Qin Yu. The stripping of divine power from the heavenly emperor palace lasted for 3 days. Except for the unconscious Sun Gushing, everyone else's divine power was suppressed and refined by Qin Yu. The amount of ancient divine power Qin Yu obtained was several times more than what he had obtained in the primordial god's ruins. One could imagine how much ancient divine power the heavenly emperor palace had plundered during the chaos in the spiritual state. Buzz. Buzz. In the palace, Qin Yu, who had stripped away the ancient divine power of the people of the heavenly emperor palace, was meditating to recover. His expression changed slightly. Opening his eyes, Qin Yu flicked his finger and a talisman appeared. It was a message from AOD. It's ready already? Qin Yu was a little surprised. He had not finished breaking the primordial immortal power restriction. But when he poured his soul power into the talisman, Qin Yu frowned slightly. Did something happen again? The dragon soul appeared and asked, "It seems like something really did happen." Qin, you gave the dragon's soul the talisman. The message from AOD was not that the tomb of the Dragon Emperor was ready. It was that AOD needed 3 months to prepare. That guy, is he up to something? The dragon's soul frowned slightly. Ever since they had joined forces, AOD had been constantly changing and had postponed going to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. This made the dragon's soul suspicious. It doesn't matter what he wants to do, as long as he can enter the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Qin thought about it and did not care. With his current combat strength, it was even possible for him to take down AOD if he was well prepared. Therefore, even if AOD really wanted to scheme against him, Qin was not afraid at all. If it really came to that point, Qin, you wouldn't mind taking care of him as well. According to his plan, AOD would eventually end up in Eternal Dragon, in the outer realm, in a gigantic demonic skeleton palace. Within the Devil Palace, there were 12 gigantic and terrifying devil shadows. Terrifying devil might emanated from them, sweeping across the sky. Outside the Devil Palace of Skeletons, numerous Devil Clan experts had gathered and were standing quietly. What do you think about the news from the spirit state of the heavenly realm? A demonic figure with a horn on his head broke the oppressive silence. A few years ago, there was indeed a rumor that there were ancient emperors in the heaven domain who had thoroughly researched the primordial divine power. A demonic shadow surrounded by deep blue demonic runes said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then the heaven domain invasion plan really has to stop here." Another demonic figure spoke. "The most important thing right now is to find out if the heaven domain has completely controlled the primordial divine power. Indeed, if we act rashly, we'll only alert the enemy." The other giant demonic shadows spoke one after another. The storm that was about to sweep across the heaven domain calmed down. At the same time, in the middle state of the heaven domain, the extraterritorial devil race's plan has been stopped. In a mysterious palace, 7 ancient emperors were gathered. These 7 ancient emperors weren't here in their true forms. They were just 7 Tao technique clones. That's right. According to the information sent back by our spies, the extraterritorial devil race has indeed stopped their invasion. An ancient emperor with a crown on his head spoke in a domineering voice. Could something have happened in the extraterritorial devil race? An ancient emperor in azure clothes muttered to himself, puzzled. "We've already sent our spies to investigate closely, but there hasn't been any news yet." An ancient emperor in armor said, "It seems like our plan has to be put on hold as well." A skinny elder spoke in a rather weak and sinister voice. "Could it be that the news has been leaked?" A red-haired man pondered for a moment before speaking. "Those who know about the plan are all our trusted subordinates. It's impossible for them to have leaked it." The ancient emperor with the crown shook his head. "In my opinion, it's better for us to investigate our own people just in case." A cold-looking man said coldly, "That's true." The last woman in a palace dress nodded slightly. "If that's the case, then we'll investigate internally first. After confirming that no one has leaked the information, we'll proceed with the next step of the plan." After the 7 ancient emperors conversed, their Tao technique power dissipated, and they all disappeared from the giant palace. Spiritual state, North Region, Sky Imperial Palace. "You found the exact location of the immortal spirit herb?" Shi Tiangang, who was in seclusion, heard Sun Jiuxiao's words, and his expression brightened greatly. "That's right. I heard that an ancient emperor expert from the Middle Region has made a move. He discovered that the immortal spirit herb that has been appearing but unable to be traced is located in a dual void mystic realm. Now, that dual void mystic realm has been sealed by an ancient emperor expert. The immortal spirit herb is also trapped in that mystic realm." Sun Jiuxiao's excited expression was tinged with a tinge of solemnity. Even an ancient emperor expert has intervened. Shi Tiangong's originally excited expression also turned solemn. This was definitely not good news for Sky Imperial Palace, which currently had no divine emperors guarding it. Moreover, only the strongest of the divine emperors could become an ancient emperor. Sky Imperial Palace had a long history, but the number of ancient emperors that had appeared could be counted on one hand. This is troublesome. Even if we use a secret technique to snatch the immortal spirit herb, I'm afraid we won't be able to bring it back to the spiritual state. Shi Tiangong muttered to himself. Palace Master, I have a plan, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Sun Jiuxiao pondered for a moment before speaking. Speak. At this time, it was better to have a plan than to be at a loss. We can immediately refine the immortal spirit herb after snatching it. Sun Jiuxiao said, once the immortal spirit herb is refined, no matter what secret technique we use, it can only be sealed for 7 days. After 7 days, it will automatically dissipate. If we do this, Shi Tiangong's voice suddenly paused as he understood Sun Jiuxiao's meaning. As long as Shenfeng is willing to follow us to the middle state, we can definitely refine the immortal emperor pill on the spot. Sun Jiuxiao said. Shi Tiangong pondered for a moment. Sun Jiuxiao's idea was indeed feasible. Ever since news of the immortal spirit herb spread in the middle state, they had read countless ancient books and secret manuals. Finally, they found a secret technique that could allow them to capture the immortal spirit herb. Their original plan was to use that secret technique to capture the immortal spirit herb and bring it back to the spiritual state. Unfortunately, their plan could not keep up with the changes. An ancient emperor had intervened, so they had to change their original plan. However, we have to convince Shenfeng first. Although Qin Yu seemed to be a member of Sky Imperial Palace, they could not control Qin Yu at all. This made Sun Jiuxiao sigh. When Sun Shiyu first came to Qin Yu's Sky Imperial Palace, she was only a mere martial ancestor. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had become an existence that they feared.